Okay, so we are doing sound check, general issues committee, Wednesday, June 2nd, sound check 1, presentation laptop, sound check 1, presentation laptop. General Issues Committee, June 2nd, sound check 1, presentation laptop.
All right, good morning, everybody, and happy Italian Heritage Month. We're going to call this general issues meeting for Wednesday, June 2nd, 2021 to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on our city's website. We do have the 5-minute rule in effect, the time limit for speaking. If you require, as members, additional time to ask questions or make comments, you can, of course, resubmit. Roll call to begin things. And first off, Mayor Fred Eisenberger.
Present, thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Wilson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Nan. We'll come back. Councillor Marula.
Good morning, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Present.
Happy Italian Heritage Month, Councillor Marula.
Oh, grazie tante.
Councillor Collins. I know he's in his office. Councillor Jackson.
Deputy Mayor Farr, your next favorite place in the city of Hamilton East Mountain has joined you. Thank you.
Councillor Pauls.
I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Danko.
Good morning, present.
Good morning. Councillor Clark.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Councillor Pearson.
Good morning, sir.
Councillor Johnson.
I'm here, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Good morning.
Councillor Vanderbeek.
Good morning.
Morning. And Councillor Partridge.
Good morning, Chair.
Councillor Nan, are you with us now? Councillor Collins. I think we have Councillor Collins. I didn't enact the chat yet, so I'm sure he's given a thumbs up. Madam Clerk, any changes to the agenda? Clerk Paparella.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there are changes to the agenda today. Add a communication item 5.1, correspondence from Kate Manson-Smith, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, respecting the 3-step roadmap to safely reopen the province of Ontario, and amendment to orders under the Reopening Ontario Act. Recommendation is to be received. Added correspondence under 5.2, respecting the Hamilton LRT. We have correspondence from Gabriel Nicholson, Linda Lukasic, Executive Director of Environment Hamilton, Maria Antello, Hamilton Community Legal Clinic, Tom Cooper, Director, Hamilton Roundtable for Poverty Reduction, Hamilton's Anchor Institution Leadership, Kojo Damptey, Executive Director for the Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion, Denise Christopherson, CEO of YWCA Hamilton, Keenan Loomis, President and CEO of Hamilton Chamber of Commerce, Hamilton Chamber of Commerce and LiUNA, Kim Martin, Executive Director, Social Planning and Research Council of Hamilton, and that is correspondence to be received. Delegation requests. Items 6.1A to 6.1C have withdrawn from today's agenda. However, we do have one delegate for today, Carl Andrus, Hamilton Community Benefits Network. We have a presentation from the Ministry of Transportation and Metrolinx representatives to provide an update on activities related to LRT in the City of Hamilton. And we do have an amendment to the outstanding business list under item 13 for the farmers market rent relief and governance comparators. And that is it, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any discussion regarding the amendments to the agenda, folks? Okay, I see you, Mayor Fred. I'm going to first get a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended, and then we'll go to you, unless you have a comment, Mr. Mayor, on these changes. Okay, and that's moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Pearson, approving the agenda as amended, and that's an electronic vote. Wonderful. 15-0, it carries, and Mayor Fred with some very important words on behalf of all of us.
Thank you, Councillor Farr, Deputy Mayor, and thank you and good morning, everyone. And as you've already noted, it's Italian Heritage Month, and that's just one organization, one sector that we're recognizing today. Today, I wear the orange band given to me by my brother-in-law, Joseph Kamenik, who was Inuit from Baffin Island, who was a residential school, I guess, survivor. And we certainly today reflect on the 215 Indigenous children in Kamloops at a former residential school, graves that were found. And so we've put our flags at half-mast throughout the city at all of our facilities, fire, police, recreation centers, and our city service centers. And as well, we were able to put the Hamilton sign on orange to respect and reflect on the tragedy that is currently happening now in Kamloops, and may very well be one that is in other locations across the country. So on behalf of our First Nations people, our Indigenous people, we stand in solidarity with them. We also stand in solidarity with Pride, and this is Pride Month, so the Pride flag and trans flag are flying above council chambers as we speak. And we join with friends, neighbors, and colleagues and family members in celebrating Pride for the balance of this month. And as well, it is Seniors Month. And not only do we celebrate seniors, but we also have our Seniors Annual Awards that Lisa Maychek will organize again this year. So our staff team is continuing to work on that virtual 2021 Seniors Awards opportunity. And I know that we're going to recognize some fantastic seniors in our community that are doing great work. And lastly, it is Bike Month, which runs through June. And it's maybe a difficult time to gather, but it's lots of opportunity to bike throughout our city, and we have many more bike lanes either developed or in development. As I'm driving in Hunter Street, redevelopment is happening as we speak. So we encourage people to enjoy the warm days and the 20 kilometers of new bike lanes and paths that have been developed across our city. And so on behalf of all of us, happy all of those events that we celebrate today and for the balance of the month. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time.
We appreciate the words, Mr. Mayor. All right, members of committee, we're looking now for declarations of interest. Any? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could, through you, in advance of my declaration, just ask a question of our solicitor or acting solicitor. My understanding is that I'm required to declare the specific nature of my interest. Is that true through you, Chair? To Mr.
Mike.
Kine.
Acting Solicitor Mike Kine, if you're with us. Okay. Oh,
And while we're waiting for Mr. Kine, Mr. Chair, I'm getting a lot of orange symbols on my screen. So at any point in the meeting, I may have to just turn off my video for my connection purposes. Thank you.
You had a little bit of audio mishap right from the start, but it hasn't happened since. But thanks for keeping an eye on that. I'll let you know too if we're hearing some
Thank you.
problems. Mike, are you available, Mike?
Sorry, I was called away in another matter, so I'm joining late. I missed the earlier discussion through the chair.
Once again, Councillor Wilson, if you would like to ask your question of our solicitor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Solicitor. With respect to the declaration of interest, could you provide me with some counsel? Am I required to declare the specific nature of my interest? Thank you.
So the declaration of interest that a councillor declares is usually based on a conflict of interest a councillor might perceive under the Conflict of Interest Act. So I think it's sufficient to declare the conflict without necessarily going into the details of the conflict of interest, because you'll be withdrawing from the discussion in any event. And that is the purpose of declaring the conflict.
Okay. I think I understand that. Thank you, Mr. Solicitor, because my challenge is the nature of the conflict is set out in the in-camera portion. So I wanted some advice on whether I could identify it. So right now I will declare an interest given a spousal relationship that my spouse has, is not involved in any part of the discussion with respect to my apologies. I haven't identified the item. The in-camera item 14.2, not involved at all in any part of the discussion or minutia, but he does serve as a director and a shareholder. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. 14.2 Downtown Entertainment Precinct Master Agreement, and we are obviously going to be engaged with that in closed session later in this meeting. Councillor Partridge, did I see you indicating as well?
Yes,
Go
thank
ahead.
you, Chair. And just very quickly, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities conference is on this week, which I'm attending virtually, and so I will be jumping in and out of the meeting as is required. But I will be here for the LRT discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, anyone who has noted a conflict obviously will ensure that when it's time to vote on the matter, you will abstain. Use that option. And your conflict, of course, will be noted correctly on the committee minutes. Now to the approval of the minutes of our previous meeting, May 19th, 2021. I need a mover and a seconder, please, for those May 19th minutes as presented on today's agenda. That's moved by Councillor Vanderbeek and seconded by Councillor Balls. All in favor?
Councillor Wilson?
I'm sorry, through you, Chair, to Clerk Paparella. I'm not getting anything, so I'll give you, if I could indicate,
Absolutely.
a thumbs up. But also, I'm getting a lot of troubled signs, so I'm in a bit of a mess
That's
today.
okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, you can do it by thumbs up, and if your camera's off, you can also do it in the chat or verbally. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So save for Councillor Wilson. We got everybody? Okay, 15-0. We got you as approving the minutes, Councillor Wilson. And now I'll move in a seconder, please, to receive our communication items. Moved by Mayor Fred Eisenberger and seconded by Councillor Nan. All in favor?
Councillor Wilson, are you able to indicate?
Nothing coming on the screen for me, says Councillor Wilson. She approves the minutes.
Oh, I just took her out. I'll change that.
Now we're looking for approval of or a vote on the communication items. Nobody wanted to speak to communication items, right? Okay. Approve the communication items, says Councillor Wilson of Ward 1, and so we move on. I didn't get the tally, but I'm assuming it's unanimous. We have delegation request 1 after the amendments, and it's from Carl Andrus. Any discussion regarding this delegation request? Okay, so we need a vote on that, and we'll move that with Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. All in favor? Councillor Wilson approves.
Mr.
Marula?
Actually, nothing's appearing for me either, just as an FYI, but I do support it accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't mind, Councillor Wilson, if you want to jump in, if you're having some tech issues on voting and audibly let me know your vote, that's fine too. I'm fine with that. Thank you, Councillor. Carries. Members of committee, you have before you consent item 7.1 and consent item 7.2. The first is the Ancaster Village Business Improvement Area. Any discussions regarding 7.1? Okay, so we'll look for...
I'll be happy to move it.
Okay, thank you. And seconded by Mayor Fred Eisenberger, moved by the Ancaster Councillor Lloyd Ferguson. All in favor?
Just bear with me one moment, please.
Councillor Wilson approves. Councillor Nan approves with a nod of the head. And now 7.2 is the Business Improvement Area Advisory Committee minutes. Oh, we did them together. Sorry, folks. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson was the mover on both communication items, and Mayor Fred Eisenberger the seconder. So both have been carried, in case I wasn't clear earlier. On to presentations. Ministry of Transportation and Metrolinx representatives are here today, and they have some folks with them, just so you know ahead of time. The following parties are in attendance. Joe Costigan, Senior Manager of Commercial Management Operations with Metrolinx, and an old friend to us all, Chris Jacobson, who's the Director of Bus Rapid Transit with Metrolinx. Our presenters are James Nolan, the Assistant Deputy Minister, Minister of Transportation, and that's with, of course, the province of Ontario. And Phil Verster is the President and CEO of Metrolinx, both in attendance, both to speak to this item 8.1. So I welcome you, and you have the floor.
Great. Thank you very much, Thank you. Chair Farr. I'll just check to make sure that everyone can hear me. A nod of the head.
I can. Yeah,
great.
I think we're good.
So as Councillor Farr mentioned, my name is James Nolan. I'm the Assistant Deputy Minister for Agency Oversight and Partnerships at the Ministry of Transportation. My responsibilities include oversight of Metrolinx as well as other transportation agencies and oversight of capital decisions for transit for the province of Ontario, both investments in transit that the province makes through its agencies, as well as support for municipal projects. As well as Chair Farr mentioned, I'm joined today by colleagues from Metrolinx, and I'll let Bill introduce himself and his team.
Yes, good morning, Chair Farr. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning, and really looking forward to the topic at hand. It's an exciting topic. It's a transformational topic, and I think that it's lending itself for a very good conversation and very good opportunity for all of us. On our side, I want to give you a sense of how we've mobilized. Chris Jacobson heads up our BRT program, but he works in the LRT business unit. And we made a deliberate decision to bring some of our Metrolinx leaders that live locally in Hamilton, that knows the city, knows the community as well. That always works best in delivery. To deliver local solutions. So Chris Jacobson heads up the project team and the formation of the project team, and he'll be working closely going forward with Jeanette and with the city in terms of all of the delivery aspects. And Joe Costigan, he's got oodles and oodles of railway knowledge and experience from his time with CN and his time on our GO network. Heads up what we call a sponsor role. Sponsors are sort of people that work on all of the issues that can surround a project, fix those, deal with, help our community engagement team to communicate properly to communities, act as a contact person and approach for you personally as councillors and for key stakeholders. And so we're very proud, and we're going to share with you today how ready we are with our mobilization as well, and just want to give you a sense of if you ask any questions, Joe, Chris, and myself will respond to those together with James.
Great, thank you, Phil. So I've got a presentation. I will do my best to attempt to get this up and to share it on the screen. The presentation will also be shared via my office with Stephanie following the meeting today for public posting, so it will be available. So it's a short presentation, and we'll kind of walk through a high-level overview of where we're at. I'll do most of the talking, but Phil, of course, will jump in and add anything that I may have missed, anything else to supplement the words on the slides. And then, of course, we're at your disposal for Q&A to really walk through in more detail any aspects that you'd like to continue to discuss. As Phil said, really pleased to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation. And off the bat, I'd like to acknowledge that this is an outstanding invitation that we have from Council in terms of coming in to provide an update. There has been a lot of work underway the last few months to provide more certainty and more clarity as it relates to activities related to transportation and transit in the city of Hamilton, and hopefully today's presentation and the status that we're at today will provide more clarity and provide a more comprehensive overview on activities underway. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time kind of on the looking back. We will spend more in terms of where we're at today and looking forward. But I will take a few minutes just to kind of reflect on the last year and a bit related to the work that has been underway related to looking at options and different approaches for a project within the city of Hamilton based on the previous commitment of $1 billion in capital funding for the city. And obviously folks here will be well aware of the work of the Hamilton Transportation Task Force that was established by Minister Mulrooney and met throughout the winter and early spring of last year and submitted a report in March to the province, which was then subsequently released in April after a review. And the report, I would say, having supported the task force, really was intended to build off the work that had already occurred in the city over a number of decades. The work of the task force focused very much on existing planning work undertaken by the city, undertaken by the province, looking at projects that have been identified in previous work and had been part of previous consultations in terms of opportunities for transit and transportation investments within the city. Based on that work, the task force recommended a number of potential options and provided a number of recommendations specific to those options for the government to do further analysis. And Metrolinx, supported by Infrastructure Ontario, then proceeded to undertake a more technical review of potential transit options based on the work of the task force. That report was then released this past February. And based on that report and looking at all the information that the government had, the minister confirmed the Hamilton LRT as the project that the province was interested in proceeding with. And identified it in terms of our support as one of 5 priority projects. As part of this and consistent with the recommendations of the task force, the province then engaged the federal government to seek funding related to an LRT within the city of Hamilton and to ensure that any LRT there was a minimum viability associated with that. Over the intervening months, we've engaged with the federal government related to what an investment from the federal government might look like in a capital project in the city of Hamilton. And just this past May, we announced jointly with the federal government a commitment to a cost-shared capital construction project for an LRT in Hamilton of $3.4 billion from McMaster to Eastgate. And today, obviously, we are here to provide an update on that and to identify some potential next steps as it relates to moving forward with the project and to answer any questions that councillors may have related to a LRT in Hamilton. So kind of to not to add a lot more to what I just said, but obviously in terms of that announcement in mid-May, This was a cost-shared agreement related to capital construction. So the funding provided by the province and the federal government will total $3.4 billion to support construction. This is based on existing estimates that the province has developed for a LRT in Hamilton, and it really reflects what can be done to achieve the LRT from McMaster through downtown to Eastgate Square. So the 14-kilometer line with 17 stops that I believe most people will be familiar with. Now that we are at the point where funding has been confirmed from a capital side, as Phil said, Metrolinx is now in the process of starting to mobilize and looking at advancing work related to this LRT route and alignment.
Just to support what James is saying there, and I'm sure all of you have that route alignment well understood and sort of in your awareness. When we talk somewhat about the point James refers to about what is the optimal size and optimal investment in an LRT, and I know there are some questions about BRTs. What we're going to share with you is the King Main Corridor, which is what the LRT alignment, as you see it there, covers, carries about half on segments of it, whatever buses run on either the full alignment or on sections of that alignment, carries about half of the average number of passengers you move with HSR annually. And therefore, it is the main corridor. And we will give you a sense of how that drove the decision for an investment in an LRT rather than a BRT.
So kind of moving along, and I think this will be a key discussion today really around the project funding and in particular operations and maintenance and day-to-day operations and maintenance specifically. So kind of to dig into the capital investments being provided by the province and the federal government, the $3.4 billion was based on the 2019 Turner and Townsend for capital estimate report that was developed for the province that looked at an updated cost assessment for an LRT from McMaster to Eastgate. Obviously, will be opportunities and continued work to refine this as the project moves forward. But this is the best estimate that we have at this time, and we believe reflects an accurate estimate from a capital perspective. I would note that as it relates to the capital side, there are obviously other costs that are beyond kind of the initial construction capital, things like life cycle maintenance costs associated with the project, work related to kind of, I'll say, the non-capital aspects such as professional services, property acquisition. All of those costs are the responsibility of the province in addition to any capital costs under the funding from the federal government. And as well as per agreement with the federal government, and as for most projects, if there is any costs above and beyond the envelope which has been identified in the funding of from the federal government, that would also be the responsibility of the province to address. As it relates to other costs associated with the project, one of the items we'll want to talk about today is related to the day-to-day operations and maintenance of an LRT project. And very similar to other LRT projects we had in the past or we have in the province and past commitments and discussions between the province and the city of Hamilton, we are looking for confirmation of the previous commitment from the city of Hamilton to cover the day-to-day operation and maintenance costs of the LRT. To provide a little bit of information around this, and I recognize there's a number of costing estimates that exist out there, and oftentimes are represented in different values. So it can be a little bit complicated to understand the specifics of this. I'll try to kind of simplify and and we'll also look to my colleagues in Metrolinx if I've either mischaracterized or if there are more technical discussions. But again, back to the TNT report and being our most updated cost estimate, I think the key numbers to look at would really be the 30-year cost estimate in 2019 dollars of $600 million. And obviously, there's other cost estimates there, looking at a project that operates over a 30-year period. One needs to think about inflation. There's a cost rise over time, and there are considerations in terms of that related to other numbers. But I think for kind of today, I'd really focus on the $600 million because that really reflects kind of 2019 or generally dollars in today's value. And what that translates to when thinking about the kind of the operation of the LRT in the first year of operations, the city of Hamilton could expect that the operation and maintenance cost would be around $20 million in current dollars. That is a gross number, I would say, and I'll if you want to jump in a second, Phil, I'll just because I want to stress this, that is a gross number. The actual cost to the city of Hamilton would be the net number, and that would be net of fare revenue, as fare box proceeds would rest with the city of Hamilton or remain with the city of Hamilton, and it would be also net of any cost savings that the city would realize from the switch from an LRT from bus operations along the B line to an LRT. So again, the gross number that one could expect in the first year of operation would be approximately 20 million based on the estimates that we have, the most recent estimates. But that would also be the net of revenue and cost savings related to existing operations.
Yeah, thanks, James. I was just wanting to add to what James was saying there. Exactly right. I've seen a number appear in the local media, but with a pretty good balanced reporting around that. You may have heard of a 900 million number, which translates over 30 years into 30 million per year. But that's an index number where indexation for inflation is added in. Indexation for inflation would affect cost clearly, but also affect revenue and also affect whatever other cost savings you would have made. So it is good practice to just look at it without the indexation in order to get a comparable value, which is the 600 million. So anticipate that there could have been questions around that. And just to add to the way James describes it, which is really well, is if you look at this, therefore, if you net off all of the other costs that's saved from bus and you net off the income from revenue, the concept here would be if you create an LRT with very small time gaps between different LRTs that run, that you would create huge capacity of flow into the city. And that there's therefore cumulative revenue impact. So if we take that for example, your 2019 ridership and passenger trips on HSR was 21 million, and about half of those 10 million were on the King Main corridor. If you have, by our estimates in our business case, if you have sort of what we call a gap between or headway between trains of about 4 minutes, you could have ridership increase in the next 20 years of up to double that. And if you don't do that, to 20 million ridership by 2041 on that corridor. And if we don't do an LRT and you stick to current ridership as usual, you probably get from 10 million to 13 million only. I just want to give you a sense. What James is sort of sharing with you is that the impact of an LRT is not only just offsetting the revenue and costs, but there's a huge additional revenue possible as the LRT makes its economic impact and contribution to ridership.
Thanks, Phil. And maybe the last thing I'll just note on this slide, obviously these are cost estimates. I would say we are confident in the updated cost estimates that we did in 2019. They did update from previous cost estimates. and reflected, a point in time for LRT from McMaster to Eastgate where there was significant work underway and already done. And the other thing I would note that as it relates to the cost estimates, obviously they will be refined and as currently contemplated. Kind of the original plan was to do this through a P3 contract, and we would anticipate, Bill's team will be looking at procurement, obviously, and what that looks like. But based on that, we would then anticipate that we would see final cost estimates coming through based on the potential bids coming in from interested parties. The one thing I would note that relative, as we've seen in, people will be aware that we have different cost estimates and will be aware on the capital side that between cost estimates, there was a significant increase in capital construction costs. Well over 100%, and that also has therefore impacts on other related capital P3 construction costs, financing, contingency, etc., which increase the overall cost of the project. As it related to day-to-day operation and maintenance, there was not the same level of significant increase. So we would anticipate that, I won't say, can't say for certain that we would anticipate it falls within this range, but I think we are fairly comfortable between ourselves and Metrolinx in terms of the work that has been done, that the O&M costs that were reflected in 2019, are a valid estimate related to O&M. So kind of building off that in terms of moving forward, and I'll speak a little bit to this, and then I'll pass to Phil as well, who can speak to a bit more of the specific work underway at Metrolinx. But at a high level, I think one of the things we would be looking at based on where we're at is to develop some sort of agreement in principle related to the LRT project, really to formalize commitments related to roles, responsibilities, things like capital construction, operation and maintenance responsibilities, as well as life cycle. This is not dissimilar to approaches that we have with other municipalities for large construction projects. For example, with the City of Toronto, we're working on an agreement in principle related to subway projects. And we have existing agreements in principle with the City of Toronto for a number of other transit projects. We're also working with the federal government related to formalizing how federal funding will be provided to the project, and that is ongoing work. And then obviously Metrolinx is actively working on building the team to deliver the project and to mobilize their team in short order to move very quickly related to a Hamilton LRT. Maybe with that, Phil, I don't know if you want to touch on any of these elements or the next slide, which speaks a bit more to your work on mobilization.
Yeah, well, just we've seen some questions on what's the difference between O&M and life cycle costs, and if there are more questions on that, we'll clarify. Broadly, it's the difference between O&M is the day-to-day operations to keep things going, while life cycle costs are more about long-term asset replacement and life extension. So those are the types of distinctions we work with. It's not as if it's exactly as James says. It's not as if it's new ground to cover here. It's a fairly clear distinction, and O&M will include things like crews and drivers and security around the operation, fair revenue collection, but also what are the day-to-day maintenance operations that need to be funded by the city? And so we think that scope is reasonably well defined. And when you look at the project structure that we are creating, you can really see close collaboration with the City of Hamilton comes directly from MTO and Metrolinx at two levels. From the Metrolinx side, we are the doers, so we just want to know whether you like the idea, and then you make those types of decisions, and then the starting gun goes off for us. And MTO clearly deals with the local government to provincial government conversations that happens. And I think to give you a sense of what we're doing with Joe Costigan and Chris Jacobson and the teams here is we've already livened up the technical advisor agreement. So the technical advisor that served on the previous contract would, with an inherent knowledge that they had, we are recovering those people in inverted commas that work for that technical advisor from other projects back onto this project. So that's an easy start, relatively easy. But we're also thinking very carefully, and I've seen questions being forwarded, and I want to say, we're very appreciative of getting insight into some of the considerations that are important to you. How do we start as quickly as possible? Minister McKenna talked about shovel ready, and Mr. Mulroney as well. We've got a knowing the challenges that was faced on the previous procurement. We've got a great track record now, and seen with the market has changed in the last 3 years. And we've got a great track record with the market on some of our other projects where we've taken a big contract and broken it into parts and procure those parts separately. Now, Chris Jacobson would lead the delivery side, but when you take a big program like this, and let's take the 3.4 billion number, we will probably deliver that in 3 parts: an early works part, a rolling stock part, and then a construction part, and construction and railway systems part. And I think it's interesting to look at it like that, because it'll need that level of coordination between the teams. But there's more to discuss there, and we will do all of what we do here in the mobilization. We'll do that with Jeanette and her team. You'll have an embedded project team from the city of Hamilton, as you've had before. And each phase of those, let's call it 3 projects of delivery, each of those phases of delivery, we will work closely with the city, and there are different issues and challenges to work with, but that's how the relationship would be managed throughout the delivery phase of the project.
Great. Thanks, Phil. And I think just to kind of reiterate on the provincial side, we, as Phil said, kind of 2 levels of partnership, obviously, with the city. At the provincial level of partnership, it would be kind of more of a broader governance and government-to-government relationship in terms of the partnership and how we work together. With Metrolinx, it is very much more on the project delivery side and how that moves forward in a, let's say, more detailed and technical way. But they do come together and support kind of the overall delivery of the project. The last element I'll talk to kind of high level, and also know there was a bit of a discussion by council related to this. As folks will be aware, the province has identified the potential to prescribe the Hamilton LRT project as a priority transit project under the Building Transit Faster Act. For those who may be not as familiar with the Building Transit Faster Act, that act was put in place to support removing challenges that can come up in terms of large-scale transit project delivery, lessons from some of our existing projects, in particular Eglinton Crosstown, for example, and other jurisdictions around the world, and really identifying kind of those areas that can become challenges and therefore can lead to both delays in the project, can impact cost, and with delays can sometimes relate to impacts on the local area, be they residential or businesses who are being working through the construction period. So at this time, that we proposed that Hamilton be prescribed, or the Hamilton LRT be prescribed as a project. We had a posting that was on the regulatory registry for 45 days. That has closed. That being said, we are committed to working with the city following this meeting to discuss this further before moving forward with the prescribing of the project and then availing ourselves of those potential tools. kind of from a general sense, the tools are meant to be backstops, and they would be applied differently. Obviously, some of the tools are more relative to a project like a subway project, but for a project like the Hamilton LRT, there would be potential tools that would be relevant. For example, those tools related to the coordination of utility relocation. We know that the Hamilton LRT project and through the downtown area, there's a significant amount of utility work that will be required, and this really can enable and support that work, working with utility partners to ensure that there is a clear schedule and that all parties are aligned in terms of activities to relocate utilities, to upgrade utilities where appropriate, all of those activities that would be needed. So this legislation can really support those types of activities and therefore provide, we believe, for smoother construction activities and reduce potential timeframes or delays in the projects. So that's at a high level, the presentation, touching on kind of a number of areas. And we know there's, we've tried to touch on, at least at a high level, a number of the key questions that we've received. Obviously, we're here to get into more details and discuss this and other aspects in a comprehensive way. But really, in terms of the province, really looking as next steps to confirm for the City of Hamilton the previous commitment to the day-to-day operation and maintenance related to an LRT from McMaster to Eastgate. And again, that's day-to-day, so not life cycle maintenance. Formalize that and any other arrangements around a partnership through something like an agreement in principle, and then continue work on more operational matters through work such as memorandums of agreement or memorandums of understanding between the agency and the city from a more operational technical perspective. And on our side, we continue to explore potential procurement strategies and continue to move forward with work to deliver on the LRT and to move forward as quickly as possible. So with that, I will stop presenting.
All right, thank you very much, James, for that thorough presentation. Now, Phil, you did jump in from time to time, but did you have also something prepared?
No, it's a joint presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we'll then go to questions, and first on our list is Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Great.
Terrific. Through you to the delegates, could I ask a bit more specifics around the timelines of procurement? Do you have, months and or years or quarters to share with us as it relates to when you plan to advertise the procurement to prospective consortia, and when we'd be in a position to know what the cost is as it relates to the true cost of the construction? And then, shovels in the ground, that's a common question from the community and businesses who might be impacted by this.
That's a very good question. And if I could lead with that and perhaps build on the suggestion I made already, that the way of setting about to procure is going to be very different to what we've had before. And the question is a great one because it frames it as consortia that typically bid on this large DBFM packages. Working very closely with our colleagues in Infrastructure Ontario, we plan to take a different approach to how we procure this. And instead of procuring it as one single contract bid by 4 or 5 companies in a consortium, the classic problem you get when you do that is everything is bundled into one project, and the risks need to be shared by the 4 or 5 parties in that contract. And what we've seen over the last couple of years is that it's much more effective. You get started much more quicker if you take typical classes of risks and you bid those out, and you tender those out to the different groups of the supply chain. Let me explain. On early works, we know that this project, this program, and we've seen that in the first time when the bids were prepared, that substantial utility works will be required. And some of the utility works will be replacing infrastructure underneath what we call the guideway that are really old. These could be water mains, sewage systems, and this is just the nature of the beast. Wherever you build, you have to create that infrastructure in the first place. In the previous bid, parceling that all up and asking the market to bid that led to high risk profiles associated with that type of work, and that just means the bidders are going to put a risk premium in their bids, which is very high. So what we're working through to the questioner's prompt is what we're working through as a team is how do we do a different type of procurement for that work where we have an open book approach with a collaborative design build that would typically be a construction entity with a design entity. We call it early contractor involvement. We'll start the work really early. This is not therefore asking for a fixed price. This is Chris and our project team working really closely with such a contractor and get shovels in the ground really soon. First design work and start that what we would call early works all along the guideway, work very closely with the city on permits and start those works early 2022. And I think this is really important to your question. We would in parallel then deal with the other two packages. The other two packages would be the final build of the guideway. There's obviously the build of the MSF, which is the maintenance facility over towards McMaster. And that would be as well as the vehicles. So the maintenance facility and the vehicles could probably be one package, and then the guideway, building the guideway with the power requirements, as well as the signaling could be a different package as well. And for those packages, we'll decide on what is the optimal way to procure those. Some of that may be a P3. Some of it may be a different structure. In terms of vehicles, for example, forgive me the long answer, but it helps to be clear.
Okay.
But if you think of vehicles, our previous procurement strategy by going out with a single package meant that a relatively small number of vehicles for the fleet had to be put into the supply chain's production plans. So you're buying a small bundle and you have very little economies of scale. While if we look currently at how we're delivering on Eglinton, where the vehicle delivery is bang on time, our delivery, and that's the Bombardier Flexity platform. And if you look at the Alstom Citadis platform, which is being supplied to Huron Ontario and Finch, those are production lines that are running. And so we've just worked very closely with our colleagues in TTC to extend the Flexity production line, which is now also an Alstom production line for the 60 streetcars that's been bought there. So I'm sort of thinking along the lines of, why go to the market to procure new fleet? If you have production lines that are running, delivering, you can get economies of scale, low risk. Fleet vehicles are typically a high risk item. So to give you therefore a sense, the procurement would probably be split into 3 packages, and we will, over the timeline, start as quickly as possible with the early works, deal with the high-risk items that are in the infrastructure, and then have a rolling procurement of the other items.
Oh, thank you for that. My second question is, it was disclosed by Premier Ford that the previous provincial government under Premier Wynne had not disclosed the true cost of the construction when we were through this the first time. The original cost estimates in 2017 and 2018 far exceeded the original budget of $1 billion. Why were these costs not disclosed publicly? And my question to you, Phil or James, is how do we avoid the scenario where escalating costs aren't disclosed until after the project is completed? It's no secret that inflation is on the rise. Just look at the price of lumber and steel. And so I would even question that your 2019 numbers are probably fairly low when we start to incorporate some of these new costs that everyone's forced to pay. So is there, can I ask why those figures were not disclosed, and is there a way for you through this project and maybe through Mr. Jacobson's local office to provide a quarterly update as it relates to construction costs and where we anticipate the final number, what the final number might be as it relates to the cost of construction? Most people that I've talked to doubt the 3.4 billion figure that you've presented here today, and it's a 219 number. Most doubt that that's going to be the final figure as it relates to the true cost of what we're proposing now, in 2021 and beyond. So two issues there. One is transparency related to the budget and how we monitor that on a go-forward basis, and the second is, how are we accounting for the rising inflation that we're seeing, and it's all over the news today, so there's no avoiding it, and hopefully the situation changes. But if it doesn't, how do we address that matter?
So maybe I'll start off, and then Phil can probably talk about activities that Metrolinx and Infrastructure Ontario have taken related to cost escalation in more recent projects. As it relates to kind of your first question, I'm not going to speak or speculate on decisions of previous governments. I would say that going forward, we are looking to establish that agreement in principle with the city that will be kind of outline the government-to-government relationship, and will outline how we will work together as it relates to all of the elements of the project going forward, including how information will be provided related to costing changes, procurement, and then how that information would be shared with council. We're recognizing that certain elements of what we do in terms of procurement have commercial sensitivities as we are in a competitive process. But I think as part of that process, we'd like to actually establish those kind of both those commitments, but also those processes to ensure that there is clear accountabilities, but also clarity between ourselves and the city of Hamilton as the project moves forward, related to all the elements, but in particular things like costing and the procurement itself. Phil, you may want to speak to the second part, which just relates to what we're seeing as it relates now to the market in terms of projects.
Yeah, again, it's an excellent question. So when we build cost structures that need to hold for 5-6 years of construction, depending on how you look at the construction, we do have to put sort of a risk contingency into the costing structure, and we do that. That's just good project practice. So that gives us a degree of buffer to deal with let's call it the contingencies or the risks that emerge during the construction period. And with full clarity then is that the 3.4 billion figure does include for that, and it always does, as any big project has that in. What's good about your question is the fact that we are seeing very interesting phenomena now in a post-COVID world emerging. Prices for lumber is nearly double the level we are used to, or what we expect. Steel is up to 50% more expensive. So your question shows great insight there. And look, this is the to and fro and push and shove of how the market responds to the issues at hand. Now, I would very much expect this type of turbulence in the supply chain to settle down in the coming months. The initial periods of work would be very much about the early works would very much about creating that, what I call a swept guideway, sort of the guideway with all of the underground utilities in the right places. And the real big impact of some of those types of cost items would follow in a year, 18 months from now, and it should have settled itself down by then, I would say. But the broader philosophical point that you touch on, procurement philosophical point, I would say, is the one of cost, risk, and contingency is much better managed when we parcel it up and assign it typically to the party best able to deal with it. And the way we're setting about with a contract now, which is very different to the way contracts plural, very different to classic P3 that we've done in the past as a standalone would be the fact that we are assigning the risks better to the parties best equipped to manage those risks, rather than bundling all of the risks together in an arm's length contract. And as I said, our IO colleagues are, together with ourselves, have demonstrated. You look at our subway projects, our first 2 tunneling contracts, launch shaft work is starting literally next week, and that's 15 months since we've gone to market, and that's for a P3 DBF contract. So our rate of placing contracts are now, if you break it into parcels with risk limited to a particular skill set and technology, is very quick. And I have the same view about how to get into market quickly with this construction.
Thanks. So I want to follow up on that, because back when Premier Ford was concerned about the rising costs of the original project, and it was disclosed that the project is, well, nearly 3.5 times now the original cost, he decided to shorten the route in order to make up for rising costs and to ensure that the project stayed within budget. For those that are still concerned about costs, and I'm not certain that same level of financial scrutiny is a priority now at the provincial level, but that's a political comment more than anything. How will Metrolinx then deal with cost overruns if what you've described as your safety net isn't enough? Does that mean less stops, as I think has been contemplated in other areas, with other projects? Does that mean a shortened route? Or does that mean just paying whatever that extra cost is and getting this project done, irrespective of return on investment or what the final cost might be? And that's my last question, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple of others, but you've been quite generous in terms of time as it relates to some of the lengthy answers, but very detailed answers. So I'll leave you with that question. I have 2 more if you can put me back on the list.
Well, Councillor Collins, I'm only timing the questions, and you're...
Oh, perfect.
You still have 2 minutes in questions.
Thank you.
You're at 3 minutes and 15 seconds, so...
Thank you. So I'll ask that question then to Phil and James then, in terms of what are the mitigating factors that you'll put in place to ensure that the 3.4 billion is the cap, and we're not looking at something 4, 5, 6 times the original cost estimate that we were looking at just a few short years ago.
Phil or James?
So maybe I'll start there, and then Phil again can talk to some of the work that we've done in existing projects. So obviously it's hard to speculate in terms of what those costs may be at the end of a project. Obviously, we have various activities that we look at. You've identified things like scope. That has been done in the past. I think we are and continue to be confident just based on the updated cost estimates that we have. Discussions that we have had with the marketplace, that we have a accurate cost estimate as it relates to the capital costs. But again, those are kind of decisions that would be made by government at that time and would depend on the quantum and the change. And our experience we've had on various projects. We sometimes do have projects that may come in slightly over based on estimates. We've also seen projects that have come in below our estimated cost. So it's very hard to speculate or to start off by thinking things will be over and significantly over. I would note though, and kind of reiterate at the start, which is from a capital cost perspective, we do have the commitment now from the province and the federal government, and those capital costs and any overruns, if they were to occur, would be the responsibility of the province. And obviously we would have discussions with the city and again, through any agreements we've established and processes related to that, and before we take any action related to capital decisions. But again, that is a provincial cost. Bill, I'll maybe pass it to you for any more specifics you'd like to add.
Yeah, 14 kilometers, 7-inch stops, that's the plan. And I think what's different is exactly the plan as you saw on the slide that James had on the screen. I think what is different on this project is the thorough earlier procurement exercise gave a lot of visibility of what are the key risks on these projects. And to your question, final cost outturn is always a function of how well did you scope it up front, plus which risks materialized during the project delivery, risks that you could have seen or could not have seen at the time. And I think the early stage of the first procurement phase that was conducted 2015, 16, 17 and onwards flagged up quite a lot of the risks, which have now been internalized into the cost structure. And you know, I'm not pulling any punches here, but these first LRT projects, lots of lessons have been learned on these. And to James's point, if you look at a comparator now across other LRTs in the province, the cost and the risk premiums we've got in here is appropriate. Now, that's not a judgment on whether the project will make its cost or not. These are complicated projects, and very often you'll hear statistics that transit projects overshoot their targets. Isn't it terrible? I would argue very strongly transit projects are immensely complicated. And we work exceptionally hard to hit the budgets, but with this budget provision at the level that it's at, it's a good budget for the project at hand.
Okay. Well, glad to know. Excuse me. Glad to know we're not a guinea pig again this time around. Then, second, my last question would be: several years ago, Premier Wynn's government designed and built a stadium for the city with countless deficiencies, and that was done through Infrastructure Ontario. Since its opening, the city's been forced to pay millions of dollars for a project it had no control over. Much like what Premier Ford now proposes for Hamilton's LRT, we're now being asked to take on the maintenance and operation. How can we be assured that Hamilton's taxpayers will not be faced with a similar situation? Keys to a project is handed over to us through a procurement process we had nothing to do with. We had no control over the design. That's all done by another level of government. The keys arrive one day for Hamilton's, hopefully, HSR drivers, if this happens, who will be operating it. And we find that there are all kinds of issues along the line, whether it's related to the cars or infrastructure or otherwise. So that's occurred, unfortunately, with Hamilton Stadium. And we fought now the provincial government for a number of years on millions of dollars of costs overrun. How are we to avoid this process here? I'm not even certain how we've landed in a situation where we've gone from design, build, and operate to now design, build at your end and operate at our end. It's that really has changed the procurement process, and I'm scratching my head to understand why, because there's all kinds of opportunities for the city to take on additional costs that it hadn't anticipated as it relates to just the quality of the product that comes back to us.
That's a reasonable question.
Hold on, Bill. Bill, that is your time now, Councillor, so you can put yourself back on the list.
Thank you,
Phil.
So that's a reasonable question, and just responding in the similar language to which you phrased the question. In this case, the keys is not handed over. The ownership for the asset, the ownership for the rolling stock, the ownership for the MSF, the long-term integrity of the project, how trains perform, that stays with my organization and my team. So keys aren't handed over, and you're not signing up to a blank liability which you have no understanding of. But the reason why the O&M costs, which is the sort of the daily operational costs, is intuitively logical to reside with Hamilton, is this is a huge business, huge positive business and positive economic opportunity for the city. If you decide you want to run with a 4-minute headway, that's 4 minutes between trains rather than 6 minutes between trains, because the city is now really developing, and you will need more crew, you will need people that do revenue protection, you will want to give the service a Hamilton look and feel. You will want it to. You will want to have announcements that are in the spirit of how Hamiltonians want to know and travel through the city. You can customize this as a service to your community, and how you customize it will have cost-benefit considerations for you to consider. You know, and I remember several conversations with the mayor over many years where said before that an LRT is yes, some people travel for commuting reasons, but most LRTs, what we've seen throughout the world, are huge economic drivers in the local community. It's less a commuting service than a destination service. We see lots of developments around LRT corridors, huge economic developments where people then short hop from downtown, I'll get on the LRT and travel down. This is a huge economic driver. And so in that sense, how you operate, how you maintain, how you track. Now, the project company that we use on the trains may do the work, but how they do it, and if they have to increase the frequency of maintenance because the service frequency is increased by the city's request, those costs you'll bear, but you've got all of the opportunity to make it your look and feel. The point, though, is you're not buying a hidden liability here. We will make sure that the assets perform.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay? Should I turn the video off?
You sound great. You look great. And so that's a dynamic duo. But if your audio starts becoming a problem, I'll let you know, okay?
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank the delegates.
Your audio is a problem. You're going to have to turn your video off. Sorry. Councillor Ferguson, within the first 10 seconds,
okay.
I only heard the word thank you. So go ahead.
Well, thank you to the delegates for coming in today. For a number of years, we've sort of been left in the shadows, and we're not sure what was happening, if anything was happening, quite frankly. So this has all come back very quickly. So I do have some questions for you that some are lingering from before and some are new. My first question is, does this mean that the city of Hamilton will be the physically operating it and maintaining the train and the maintenance facility?
So I'll start, Phil, and I think kind of builds off the last one, and then Phil can get into the specifics of from a procurement perspective. But I would kind of reflect back to the previous answer, and maybe just to make sure that it's absolutely clear. The project, the Hamilton LRT, would be a provincial asset, so it would be owned by the provinces. Is not dissimilar to the Hurontario LRT, the Finch LRT, or any of the expansions or new lines that we're building in the city of Toronto. As it relates, so we have then therefore that responsibility as the owner, as it relates to things like the assets themselves, the infrastructure, and the life cycle costs of that. As we talked about earlier, and we can get into a bit more, and Phil can talk a bit more what this looks like. The operation and maintenance responsibilities and commitment from the city would be more day-to-day operation and maintenance. So, we can talk about what that is, but the actual running of the service versus the asset itself and the infrastructure which we would be responsible for, such as the maintenance and storage facility. I think as previously contemplated under the last procurement. The procurement was for a design, build, finance, operate, and maintain. So there, under that procurement, under that approach, the project company that would be successful would be providing day-to-day operation and maintenance services related to this. And again, not dissimilar to the approach that's being taken on the Hurontario LRT. Obviously, we're open to discussing and continue discussions around what procurement looks like as Phil and his team do refinement around that, and that would be through processes we establish through an agreement in principle. But that is kind of the starting point, is where we were when the project was moving forward previously, or as it related to the LRT. But Phil, you may want to get into a bit more detail and speak to that.
Yeah, James describes it really well. And to your question, Councillor, make a distinction in how you think about this in terms of who funds and who does. And let's use an example. The crews, the drivers for the LRT. Under the O&M cost, that is the operational O&M cost every year that we're talking about, that's an operational cost which the city is responsible for. Now, after you decide on who funds, then there's a second choice about who does it. So in the past, exactly as James described, when it was the single big P3, we wanted to make sure you as a city get the best possible service. So we linked all of the things together. You as a P3 company, you're going to build it, you're going to maintain it, and you're going to operate it. And by golly, you're going to run on time and to the right capacity every day. Now, we are taking a slightly different approach, which allows us to have more flexible decisions. We're doing it in parts, and we can still get to after the decision of who funds, then we can still get to a point of the crews. We will talk to you as a city and say, well, and I know the question was asked a couple of years ago when we were already in the P3 procurement, whether some of the crews that operate could be local crews provided by HSR rather than by the project company. So we can go back to that decision now and have that conversation with the city in terms of who does and who executes that. So the who does is a decision separate from who funds. So once the funding is decided, there's still room for us to decide about who executes it. I'll give you a practical example, though. You don't want to take maintenance for the fleet and have anyone else but the train builder do that. The train builder knows where they've got first-hand knowledge. They are really all over this. They really understand. And modern trains aren't so much mechanical devices only. There's no gearboxes and stuff. They are just different computers, microchips, and traction motors and stuff. So that's a specialist science. So in terms of the maintenance, the decision feels obvious that the maintenance should be kept with a train builder. But there are other aspects that we can, like crews, that we can discuss.
Okay, so just so I'm clear in this then, that the people who would operate the trains, because I think you've already decided who the operator and maintainer will be, it's going to be the city. Because I'm just trying to get a handle how we can get our staff to give us proper estimates. So the persons who operate the trains will be City of Hamilton employees. Those people that do the maintenance of that, for example, the cleaning of the trains at the end of the day and overnight would be City of Hamilton employees. But the maintainer of the equipment, whether it's Bombardier or any other bidder on this thing, would be responsible for changing undercarriages, repairing motors, fixing major components that are on the train. Have I got that right?
So maybe I'll...
Not exactly. Not exactly. And if I can respond to that, we're not saying we've decided the City of Hamilton is the operator and maintainer. We've, as part of the way forward, separate the funding and the doing. City of Hamilton is responsible for the O&M funding. Then there's a next round of decisions which we are willing to discuss and which not decided is, okay, if you're going to fund O&M, who does it? You have a choice. If you want to have crew responsibility and you want crews to be Hamilton employees, that'll be your choice. We would strongly recommend for maintenance that maintenance is kept with the asset, because we also have a vested interest in that asset being alive for 30 years, and that all of the maintenance is cumulatively done right over the 30 years. So the only distinction I'll make, Councillor, in how you've described it and how I describe it, is the first decision is not yet deciding who does it, but that is a point for open discussion, which between the provincial government, Metrolinx, and yourself can be the next round of discussion. James, did you want to add to that?
No, I think you covered it, Phil. I think it was really to clarify that first question is the funding question, and it is the same discussion as it related to previous commitment from the city, which was to fund the O&M, which is apart from the who does, recognizing that the province will be responsible for funding the capital construction costs, life cycle, and other costs associated with the build itself.
Okay, the only problem I got is that you're asking us to take on the operation and maintenance costs, but the maintenance is going to be done by somebody else. So I would like our staff to tell us before we agree to sign the MOU, when is our operation and maintenance cost going to be that we're paying for it? But it sounds like it's out of our control if you're going to turn it over to a third party to do the major maintenance. And you may, in fact, get a third party to operate them too. So how, in fairness, can I turn to our CFO and say to him and our transit staff, tell us what the operation and maintenance cost will be? Because quite frankly, we've heard anywhere from 5 million to 40 million. Today you said 20, which I really appreciate because you clearly have some experience around this now with some of the other trains you built. But if you're asking us to write a blank check today, that's going to give some of us heartburn because, you know, a few years into the contract, your operator is going to say, well, you know, my costs are up 40%. Here's my bill. And so how do we get any certainty around that if we don't control it? If you're asking us to pay for it, then we should be controlling it. We should be doing the operating the trains. The maintenance side, you know, how do you forecast what it's going to cost to maintain these trains if it's a third party that's going to do it and we don't have a firm price for them? Because, you know, to move this thing along, we have to know, we have to be able to tell our taxpayers what they're on the hook for, what this means to every ward. And I have lots of questions for our staff around the cost, but I don't know how they can put together the estimate now when it's not clear who's going to do the work. We're just going to pay for it. Thoughts around that?
James?
So maybe I'll start off and Phil can jump in. Hopefully we'll clarify on this one. So as per our estimate, the one we provide you today, so $20 million in year one, that was based on the previous procurement, which was design, build, finance, operate, maintain. What that would be is what we would anticipate would come in. And again, that's a 1 year. As Phil said, there's inflation and everything else, but what would come in as a fixed price bid from a project company to operate and maintain. So that would provide certainty based on that model for the city of Hamilton in terms of what that operating and maintenance costs would be over the 30-year life cycle of the project, with our estimate this time being $20 million in year one and $600 million over the 30-year period. But again, your year one costs, if it's 2024 versus 30 years, 2054, are going to be different. So that's why you'll see escalated costs in certain places. But year one, we're estimating $20 million. Based on that model, that would be a fixed price that the city of Hamilton would be responsible for. So there is certainty associated with that through the procurement related to the operation and maintenance costs and what the city would be responsible for. I would note, though, again, that is a gross cost, and I won't speak for city staff here who can look at all the other costs, but one would expect then that cost would be netted out by things like fare revenue, because again, the city of Hamilton would retain the fare box revenue associated with the LRT, as well as any cost savings related to no longer operating the bus network along the B line. So kind of to answer your question, and hopefully that provides a little more information, there is, through the procurement process, the ability to provide for cost certainty. Now, we're open to having a discussion, and we would have an agreement that would enable us to have those discussions around what potential procurement options there are. But I would note that, from our perspective, if the city of Hamilton wanted to take on the operation and maintenance itself, of certain aspects, we would discuss what those would be. Again, as the asset owner, we have very specific interests, as Phil says, in terms of our asset, be it the infrastructure itself or the vehicles. But then that would be a different discussion around how those operation and maintenance costs would be realized, because it wouldn't be a project company who would be bidding and then managing their costs. It would be the city of Hamilton who would be providing services and then managing those costs. So they are different models and different approaches, and we have examples of those differently in the province. For example, in the city of Toronto versus the city of Mississauga. But kind of as a starting point, I would reflect back to where we were and the existing approach that was taken for the procurement, which was a fixed price approach to operation, day-to-day operation and maintenance that would be responsibility of the city.
Okay, and so we're back to what we were a few years ago, is we won't know the operation maintenance cost until we slit the envelope from the bidders. And of course, but we're going to be committed to doing the project before we slit the envelope. And that gives us a lot of us, uncertainty is a scary thing, because you're going to always assume the worst. If you're guaranteeing us the operating costs won't exceed $20 million, then we can go ahead and come to a conclusion what that's going to impact our taxpayers on. But they're not hearing that. You only know that when you set the envelope and you're not ready to commit yet that Hamilton can operate it, so I can put our own staff's feet to the fire, say, tell us what the operating costs are. I'm worried I'm going to run out of time with questions, so I'm going to move on with a couple others before I do run out of time. You're saying you're going to go through probably 4 or 5 procurement stages, which makes sense because, you know, to have one contractor doing the sewer work when they never operated a backhoe before and they're relying on subcontractors and where you lose the control. That makes sense. The only thing that concerns me is this going to stretch out the schedule quite a bit? Because under the Occupational Health and Safety Act, you can't have 2 contractors work in the same area. Otherwise, I think you, or maybe even the city, but you said you're going to be the owner, you'll take on the responsibility for health and safety, and governments never want to do that. I mean, MTO skips projects as they go down the highway, so 2 contractors never touch. How are you going to, is this going to have a radical extension on the schedule? Because all the utilities have to be finished or cleared of an area before you'd bring in the person who would prepare the roadbed or put up the electrical or manufacture the trains. Well, the trains are off-site and just get dropped on the tracks. But under the Occupational Health and Safety Act, you can't do that. So what impact will this procurement method have on the schedule then?
So great question as well. We at Metrolinx, we manage quite a lot of projects every year. Some we act as the constructor under the Health and Safety Act. Some we act as the owner, and the health and safety obligations under the Health and Safety Act is assigned to a project company to be the constructor. And so the coordination between construction activities and phases of a project, we will do that. It's conceivable, and your reasoning is good. It's conceivable that because we are breaking the early works into an earlier series of activities, that in an overall schedule of completion and execution, that it could have an impact on overall construction time. It's not to the extent that it's a huge elongation of the project, and we've not even done sort of a phase by phase comparison yet. However, this is what we do on all of our contracts now. There's a balance between the risk transfer, a schedule consideration, and just an efficiency of project delivery. So you're right to point out that there could be a schedule impact. Before we've got our shovels in the ground to see what is underground, what utility works need to be done, can't really tell you how it's gonna pan out in the overall schedule. But what I can tell you is that breaking it up and removing the early works risk in the way that we are thinking about it would be hugely beneficial to the overall schedule in any case. If you try to package this up and we don't start work immediately, then we'd have a year and a half, 2 years till we complete a DBFM procurement. That's just not the way to go. So I think you can actually save time in the procurement phases by starting work earlier and designing work earlier, get shovels in the ground earlier. But
all I'm trying to avoid is that, and you're absolutely right. You should have a contractor who does just sewer and water main, doing the sewer and water main, not a consortium. We get that. But did I hear you say that you're prepared to take on the role of constructor? Because I spent 32 years as an executive in heavy construction. Owners would never take on the constructor role because it's too risky.
We take it on our Go expansion projects all the time.
So you're prepared to do it on this one if necessary?
It will be, but if I have phases of a contract, which I can, very similar to your an analogy that you had with roads, if I have phases whereby I'm going to really be overly simplistic here, forgive me, but if we start at Eastgate and work towards McMaster with the underground utilities work, and start other work in parallel. We'd start work with design work on power supply for the utilities. We can let the contract to get some of the initial design work done by what we call the rail systems provider. We can be a long way down with the early works before without delaying the railway systems designer, which would be a second package, from developing their solution and bringing that to market for build. So it's not sort of you have to complete it from all the way to McMaster before the other party can start. There can be overlapping schedules, phases of work. There's quite a lot of things we can do quite imaginatively here. And to your thoughts are exactly in the same line as mine goes. The world we are in now, where organizations are so risk averse, this is the type of way that owners have to behave.
Okay, Councillor Ferguson, I got you at around 30 more seconds, okay?
Okay, so I want to get into the weeds a little bit, and I do have a lot of questions for staff, so I'll go on for a second time for that. But just back to the staging thing, what I don't want to avoid is that you go rip snorting down King Street, rip it all up to do all the underground work, and then it sits for months and months and months until you're able to get the next phase coming in, because the merchants will go crazy on us if the roads all dug up for an extended period of time. I think you saw that in the Egerton Crosstown too.
Yeah,
and
we did.
And you know, by not assuming the role of the constructor, you're going to have that problem. It's going to create a lot of inconvenience for a lot longer for those merchants along King Street, and there's a number of them that are quite concerned about this. My last question is quickly for Chris. Chris, I'm going to get into the weeds for a minute with you. Can I ask Chris a question, Phil?
Of course you can. Of course you can.
So, yeah, I've spent a lot of sleepless nights, Chris, on what you told me when you were with us, which was that King Street will virtually turn into a side street, maybe one lane for the downtown area. No, just one lane eastbound to get into the parking ramps, which means, as you know, I represent the community of Ancaster, which is west. And the train does nothing for them. They can't ride it because there's no place to take them down the hill and park and then get on the train and come in. Getting in's easy. You'll come right down Main Street. But going home is going to be a nightmare because you can't go King Street anymore. You can go over to Cannon and get as far as Queen, but you told us there's a station right at Queen, and they won't be able to get out there except for one lane. You go down to Dundurn, it's a predominantly residential area, and you're still going to bump into the LRT. You can't go to York because there's no westbound access to 403 off York. So how are the people from west of the city, like the West Mountain and Ancaster, going to get home at night?
Chris, welcome back to this forum.
Yeah, by the way, Chris, I'm glad you're with us because you're familiar with our problems.
So through the chair, you can all hear me?
Yeah, great.
So through the chair, it's a good question, and it's one that, you know, obviously we struggled with and wrestled with previously. And I wouldn't say that anything has fundamentally changed with the project. So as you've described it in terms of its layout, number of lanes heading westbound out of the downtown towards the west, is as per the previous project. We have identified traffic as being, one of those areas that's going to require further consideration. And we're going to have to sit down and work with the city on just reconfirming exactly what that looks like. It's a challenge. It's going to be a challenge during construction. It always is when we get into traffic mitigation, but in the future as well. It's something that we're going to have to be aware of. So I don't have any firm answers for you about how we do that or what the future is going to hold, but I would just suggest that the issues that existed in the past are still there, and we're going to have to work through those with you.
Okay, because my community is going to have to pay. I mean, it's the right thing to do for the city to go with this project, but my community is going to have to be asked to pay for it, maybe. I got a lot of more questions for staff on that. But council in its wisdom reduced another east-west arterial road called Aberdeen Avenue down to 2 lanes. And so it's out now. And so I have no idea how people in Ancaster are going to be able to come down and use the downtown restaurants or use the entertainment facilities or go to work because there's no way to get home. And I really would like an answer to that, a better feel for what the solution to that's going to be before we go next steps. And it sounds like we don't have that yet.
All right, Councillor.
So I think my time's up.
Yeah, throw yourself on the second time. Councillor Partridge.
Please do. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you to James and Phil and team for being here. My questions are going to be around the fare box infrastructure and construction, and I'm going to try very hard not to repeat the questions that have been asked because you provided some really good answers. But the first one on the fare box, I've heard a couple of times the comment made that the City of Hamilton, HSR, will retain the fare box revenue.
That's
Is
correct.
that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So the question I have, though, is with the 3P partnership or whatever the consortium partnership looks like here, what is their incentive if they're not getting any revenue on an ongoing basis for 30 years?
So I think,
yeah.
I'll
James,
start
you
off.
go.
Don't fight. Don't fight.
I'll start off but I think it relates to the previous questions again. They are providing, and so for again, depending on the different participants in the consortium and how that's structured, but as it relates specifically to O&M, they're providing a bid on their costs and whatever internal rate of return they are required as a company to make associated with operating and maintaining from a day-to-day perspective. So they will bid on that based on what their costs will be and a rate of return that they think is reasonable or they want to bid on. And again, it's a competitive process, so they would all be different parties bidding on that. The fare box could be one way that, if it was part to offset that. The way that has been structured in the past is they provide a bid on operation and maintenance. The city would be responsible for then that fixed price on an annual basis. And then the city could use fare box revenue, reduced operating costs, whatever other mechanisms are in place to then to provide that funds to cover off that O&M. Again, their incentive is they will provide a fixed price, they will provide a bid to do a service, and then they will get paid for that service. And the fare box is kind of, I won't say irrelevant to it, but in the structure that has been contemplated is fairly irrelevant because there is a fixed price that is paid for the services that they are providing. The fare box to the city then provides an offset to that in terms of that contribution.
It's an important issue, and it may be irrelevant to the partnerships or the 3P, but it's hugely important to HSR because it represents a significant amount of revenue for the city, and there will be no buses on that entire 14-kilometer route, is my understanding. Is that correct?
Now, the choice of how many buses you operate, clearly once we've got the LRT guideway there, the LRT guideway is dedicated to the LRT to operate in that guideway. And I'll just say again, as James phrased it, the revenue stays with HSR. Clearly, the bus services are connecting services, and there's a different bus plan possible. And I know Debbie and people. Debbie would advise with her team how she would interface the services and bring the services to work together so that you get a transit solution. The potential, Councillor, here is that 1 + 1 can be more than 2. From the real idea behind the LRT is that this becomes a huge artery. Trains run relatively short periods of time apart, and that you can move many people in and out along this corridor. So there are definitely revenue opportunities on the upside, and those revenue all goes to HSR and to the city.
Thank you, Phil. But I got to tell you, 1 + 1 not equaling 2, creative math on a complex project this big, that really worries me, especially when we're talking about taxpayer money. My next question is around the infrastructure. And, I heard your explanation and your description about the early works and the work that would be done there. When we get underground, we're looking at potentially, what I'm hearing, is a lot of development along the corridor for the LRT, where presently there are single homes, single residences, 1- and 2-story small buildings. So if the infrastructure underground needs to be replaced with something larger, is it still apply that the funding from you folks is only to replace like for like? If there's a requirement to have a larger size infrastructure pipe underground, and it would be for a significant stretch, does the city pay for that? do the taxpayers pay for that? Because that was my understanding from before.
So this is a standard approach that we follow on all of our projects. So yes, it's like for like, it's the replacement. It's also quite reasonable for the municipality and the city to say, okay, let's look in a couple of years' time. It's our intention to increase the sewer system as it's going to go underneath your railway line. You surely don't want it dug up again in a couple of years' time to put it in there. So it would be like for like is our cost, and if there's an enhancement to the system that's required, we would be looking to the city to fund that enhancement. This is just reasonable practice. We follow the same when we deal with utilities, such as whether it's an N-Wave or whether it's an N-Bridge or Hydro One, and all of those different types of utilities we deal with regularly. There's an acceptance that if there's an intervention into the infrastructure, it'll be one for one, like for like, but any improvements is not to the benefit of the project, so that must be funded by the third party.
No, and you know that's very fair, and you're right, that is standard, but the difference here is that taxpayers need to hear that, they need to be aware of it, and we need to be transparent about it. So even though those within the within the industry, such as yourself, see it as standard, I want to make sure for my taxpayers, all taxpayers across the city, that they're aware of it.
Councillor, it looks like Chris Jacobson also wanted to jump in on that.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a nuanced piece here about how the project was progressing the last time. So what Phil says is 100% correct. Like for like is the general model that we were looking at previously, with any additional upgrades being the cost of the municipality or the private utility or whoever that was. However, throughout most of the corridor, if we take a look at the corridor, say between Parkdale or even the Red Hill Valley Parkway all the way over to Dundurn, that older area, more congested area, we had a number of areas, in particular for the city, where there were multiple water mains, multiple sewers that had to be combined together in order to just create room. So this combination of different pipes creates bigger sizing, which ultimately results in bigger capacities to assist with future development. So when we were looking at that, we were taking into consideration future developments, but it was also coming out of this combining of pipes along the corridor to accommodate this future growth. So where we go beyond that, if we want to increase above that, then yes, there probably would be some type of cost contribution. That was the past. However, when we looked at it previously, and I would look to maybe city staff to confirm this as well, that when we looked at the combining of these pipes throughout the corridor, that we were accommodating that future growth.
Okay, we'll let city staff confirm later. They'll be later, but if you want to ask that later, Councillor Partridge, to confirm, that's fine. Thank you for that point, Chris. Councillor Partridge, you still have about 3 minutes.
Yeah, no, and I still have the floor, so thank you.
And you still have the floor. Thank you. I just didn't want to. I just want to make it clear we're not going to be going to city staff until later.
No, I don't have questions for city staff. That the Metrolinx is here. My questions are for them, and I do appreciate you folks coming in. So the additional cost that would be over and above the like for like, has that been factored in to the $20 million annual cost, or is that another one of those figures that's kind of floating out there that we're not sure of yet?
So the 20 million O&M cost does not include infrastructure costs for the extra enhancements that you as a city may want us to make during the project. And it's something that is done on a case-by-case basis. And Chris gave a great example there of how the thinking had worked in the past. And you could just imagine some of these choices. Will we replace 6 different pipes with one bigger pipe, and is it fit the city? These are discussions that can only happen between partners, and we by erecting your or resurrecting your internal city transit project office to work with our team. We'll work through the details like that on an ongoing basis. But you're right. It's not in the O&M cost, and it's not in the capital, the 3.4 billion capital cost either.
So that's an important point, which I really appreciate the clarification, because again, our taxpayers, their belief is that this $3.4 billion gift that we would be crazy to turn down is going to pay for the construction of the LRT, that they themselves as taxpayers will not have to pay a dime. And that's not true. So let me finish, please. Just let me finish, Phil. Thank you. And then I'm no problem with your comment. So what I want to make sure is that we ask the questions to bring the transparency forward, so our taxpayers understand that that $3.4 billion is not going to cover the cost of construction, potentially. But this is an old city. We're over 100 and I believe 70 years old now at this point. So Phil, I didn't mean to cut you off, but it's really, really important that we tweeze out these facts.
Yeah, and apologies, cousin. I thought you were finished there. Apologies for
no, it's okay. It's okay.
Just wanted, because I think some of the words you use, I'd just like to be clear. Your communities can believe this is going to pay for the LRT. And you can believe it's going to pay for the construction. So I would phrase it differently the way you phrased it. What the sum does not pay for is enhancements over and above what's needed to infrastructure. And I think there's sort of a fairness test there. If we are to build an LRT, it is an LRT project. And we will obviously, where any infrastructure underneath the guideway needs to be strengthened and needs to be replaced, we'll do that. But what you're asking for is something different. You are saying if there are enhancements required, will the project pay for that as well? And I think that's the distinction, which is a very different way, as I would see it, than the way that you phrased it. So forgive me, I'm just being bold with that type of answer. I just want to be absolutely clear that the 3.4 million does pay for the construction of the LRT, but it does not include undefined, unspecific enhancements to the city's infrastructure.
So, Phil, my question was to elicit the information so that the community and the taxpayers are aware of the answer. It's not that I'm suggesting that it should pay for it. What I'm saying is if it's a cost that's over and above, taxpayers need to be aware of that. And at this point, until you gave that answer and I asked that question, I doubt that there were many that were aware of what was actually involved.
Okay.
My last question is on the construction. You did talk about the early works and the 14 kilometers, and I believe the 17 stops. Now, with the early works, is that entire 14 kilometers going to be done all at once, or how will that construction be rolled out?
Yeah, so the philosophy of starting the early works will be to focus on areas where the biggest concern are. So when you say, will it all be started at once? If, for example, there's sewage system interfaces along the alignment, say 3 or 4 of them with major considerations, we would probably get the best skilled company that will work as a subcontractor to our main contractor for the early works to tackle those and start those at the same time and deal with those. So there'll be parts of the early works, just given the nature of it, that we would start at the same time, construction on site-wise. There are other things we'll start which would have no visibility on site. So typically working with hydro utilities and the like, would have design phases of work which would start first, capacity studies and stuff like that. That would happen in parallel. So to your question, and I don't want to make it overly complicated. So some of it would be started in parallel on different parts of the alignment, and some of it would be, again, to Councillor Ferguson's question, if we do something on, say, typical work on medians of the like, which is not really the case on most of this alignment, we would prepare the underground utilities work, and then if it's going to be some time before the work restarts, put it back into working order so that lanes aren't lost as much as is possible. And so the work is not going to be, we will obviously work really closely with the city to keep disruption to the city and ongoing disruption to businesses minimized. And we'll think practically through how the construction methodology works so that we can keep the city moving, acknowledging that it's on a very main artery right in the heart of the city.
Thank you, Phil. And my concern is how how do you do that an LRT project and using the downtown precinct as an example, with that project starting within the next couple of years potentially? How do you do that in tandem? Because I mean, it's literally going to be the entire downtown is going to be shut down.
I wouldn't put it like that. I would say what we would do is we'd look at the works that are required, and we'll work out the schedule of doing those works, which can be driven by how do we keep the downtown to have flexibility and moving people in and out of the downtown on an ongoing basis. And Councillor, we do this in all of our projects. 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was out on the Huron Ontario alignment. And we've got all over the Huron Ontario alignment, we've got works happening. Everything from median works to utility works and it happens everywhere. And we keep the city moving around it. And you only really achieve that by having this partnership with the city, working really closely, not only with Jeanette and her team and Debbie and her team, but also working with councillors directly, working with communities. Our community engagement people will work with yourself, your office, your requirements, listening to the community. These things are key to make sure that we make the right decisions and we feed that back into the project construction methodology. You are right, though. You're absolutely right. Building in the middle of a city is challenging, and so it needs a partnership for it to work.
Thank you, Phil.
Yeah. Councillor, I know you're over time, but you also are trying to do an FCM workshop this week, so I'll let you do some closing comments or one last question if you've got other things you got to get to. But you're at 5:05 now.
I very much appreciate that because my time is pretty tight. The question that I'm hearing, and I'm hearing from people right across the city. This is not just from my ward; it is from people right across the city. The task force recommended not LRT or BRT, but both higher order transit. Why was BRT not evaluated at that time when that task force recommendation came out?
So maybe I'll start there, Phil. So the task force did, as you say, it recommended higher order transit and a preference for LRT or BRT. And that was part of the technical analysis that Metrolinx then undertook, which was released back in February, which looked at what one gets for $1 billion. And so those two types of BRT were looked at in terms of investments from the province in capital infrastructure, as well as what is a truncated LRT. Based on the information from that report, and for example, on BRT, some of the challenges that were identified, and again, this is for investment of capital dollars, so you're looking at lane-separated BRT. Again, that was a recommendation of the task force for higher order transit. were significant impacts from a congestion perspective, but also lower capacity compared to what an LRT could provide. So taking that into account and taking into account the other recommendations from the task force, which was to engage the federal government and past information on an LRT, as well as things like shovel readiness, all of these things were part of the technical report. The province made a decision to move forward with engaging the federal government on looking at a minimum viable LRT with McMaster to Eastgate as the preference to achieve. So that resulted in our negotiations with the federal government and the recent commitment capital funding from both the province and the federal government. So I would say that BRT was considered both by the task force and was recommended, and then was part of the work and the technical analysis done by Metrolinx and Infrastructure Ontario that led to a decision to look further at the longer viable LRT.
All right, Councillor Danko is next.
Yeah, thank you, James, and thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And most of my questions have been discussed, but perhaps I could just summarize for my own clarity here to make sure that I've got everything straight. So first, I'm going to start with the project timeline. So I heard that the goal is to start work in early 2022. So working backwards, that's about 6 months plus from now. So I assume there's going to be a tendering period involved there for at least for the early works, the high risk items. So a couple months for tendering. So where does that put us for deadline for the memorandum of understanding?
So I'll respond, and then James, will you go on that one first?
I'll start off. I mean, obviously, from a provincial perspective, we would like to move very quickly to do an agreement in principle or a memorandum of understanding. The format is less important than what we are agreeing to in formalizing our commitments. That is something I think we would like to engage in as quick as possible. Obviously, I will have deference to council in terms of your decision making, but that is something that we are seeking to engage in the very near term. And I think we would like to have that from a provincial perspective resolved within, I want to say this summer at the latest, but not, as early as kind of a month's time, because I think that really enables us and Phil's team to continue to move at pace, provides certainty, and ensures that we're all aligned, and also establishes those formal mechanisms for how we will work together in the partnership and how we will engage. So a long answer to say as soon as possible, we would like to have that in place so we are able to move forward, provide that certainty, and establish commitments, rules, and responsibilities for all sides.
Thank you. So as soon as possible, rules and responsibilities commitments with the goal to have that done this summer.
If not sooner. Well,
if not sooner.
Summer's almost here.
It is summer. On the responsibilities of the province as the owner. So I heard that quite unequivocally that the province as the owner will be responsible for any cost overruns and the contract budget. So just to reiterate, I want to hear you say it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you. And then I think you heard through the discussion a little bit of confusion over the definition and the scope of work that is in the purview of the province as the owner for the responsibilities for the life cycle and then the purview of the city of Hamilton for operation and maintenance. And there seems to be some lack of clarity perhaps around specifically what the definitions are. And now I did hear that would be spelled out specifically in the memorandum of understanding, and that this is similar to other LRT projects on the province, around the province. But just once more, just to make sure I'm clear, in terms of the life cycle maintenance costs that the province as the owner is going to take on, these are the big ticket items in terms of the actual infrastructure, the rolling stock, the stations, that kinds of things. Can I just get a little bit of expansion on that?
Yeah. So the best way, Councillor, to think about it is think about it as day-to-day operational costs that keep the servers running. And so, and that is O&M for the city. And so let's for a moment consider everything that's in there. If you think of, and the rolling stock is normally an easy example to think about. The rolling stock maintenance broadly falls into two categories of maintenance. You have sort of daily inspections of the trains. You've got, let's think practical, brake pad renewals because of how many times it stops and how it gets used up. You've got things like windows get broken by vandals, stuff like that. That's all part of O&M costs that the city is responsible for in funding. If the city decides, well, we want more revenue from our LRT line, we're going to run the available fleet 20% more intensely and get more use out of the asset, then more brake pads are getting used. Yeah, more cleaning needs to happen on the train, stuff like that. Those are real O&M costs. Think of it as sort of those consumable type costs. Then you think of that same rolling stock, and there's a different category of life cycle maintenance costs that goes with that asset. And what are they? There are things like, right, the seats have now been used for 10 years. Seat covers are sort of old. Replace the seat covers. It's life cycle. This is life cycle maintenance cost. The wheel sets, steel on steel, are now worn, so replace the wheel sets. The bogie and the brake system needs to get overhauled, or the truck, as they call it here in North America. The truck needs to be overhauled, and the brake system needs to be overhauled. After 15 years, the paint is not so glossy anymore, so the trains are repainted. Those are life cycle type costs. And so the distinction, and then if you think of operational costs, there are more, so that's trains. So let's think about the operational cost. Removing snow from the LRT stops, removing snow from the guideway. Those are day-to-day operations costs, which would all fall in the city's purview and the city's responsibility. And again, I do that, as we said with Councillor Ferguson, start off with this concept of where the funding is. And then, so more examples would be clearly the crew, operational crew. How many crew? That's an O&M cost for the city. People that do revenue inspection, that looks in security of customers, traversing the network. And here there are opportunities for the same people that HSR use for traversing your bus network to also traverse the LRT network. So give choices, as Councillor, I think some of the earlier councillors asked about, in terms of who does what, but it's about who funds it first, and then we can figure out who does what. So if you have that mental picture of life cycle being anything that extends, and this is just shorthand, anything that extends the life of the asset, sort of replace the wheels so that the train can run another 15 years, replace the paint so that the train looks good for another 15 years. Those types of costs come, and those are substantial costs. Can I just say that? Those are, we call those typically in our parlance, we call it heavy maintenance costs. Those are big chunky costs, and that resides still with Metrolinx in the province. So if you have that mental picture, you are sort of well served.
Thank you. So just to be clear, the province is not handing over the keys. The province is maintaining ownership and is responsible for the entire life cycle heavy maintenance cost of the LRT system.
Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Just to follow up then on the estimate for the city's operation and maintenance cost, the current estimate of $20 million annually gross. At the very beginning, you touched on your HSR ridership projections, and I think I heard it was around 10 million current trips on the Main King corridor. And then you had some projections from with LRT and without LRT. Could you maybe just reiterate those?
Yeah. So when our teams looked at this, and we sort of taking the 10 million ridership that would typically be on buses that use the whole King Main or parts of the King Main. So there's not an exact science. It's sort of just elevating how important the King Main corridor really is, and sort of the rough, and again, I'm not speaking for Debbie and her team, just a rough indication that this is about half, typically, from what we've seen in that 2019 CUTA HSR report. If you do nothing, you do business as usual, and you go from 2021 to 2041, we estimate that the projected increase in ridership would probably be something like 1.4, 1.5%, leaving you between 2021 and 2041 with a ridership of around 13.3, 13.5 million. That's business as usual, not making any changes. And that's got all of the similar questions, which I think other councillors refer to in terms of, congestion issues and the like. What do you get on a multi-use corridor through a city such as Hamilton in the 20 years to come? Now, if you go to a 4-minute, what we call 4-minute headway, it's just a geeky transit term, but what that means is 4 minutes between trains. If you go with 4 minutes between trains, you've got an LRT solution. Then from the 10 million in 2021, our estimate is by 2041, you'll have a ridership of about 20.3 million. So the scale of the adjustment is this principle that you have your city layout sort of hugs the coast of the lake, and you have this corridor which can get you from Eastgate Mall all the way to McMaster. You've got very different travel reasons and destinations in between, from the university on the one side and a mall on the other side and the city centre in the middle. That those would give you that capability to therefore increase your ridership, increase your connectivity, and increase the impact of the transit system through the city. If I could just add one more thing. The thing we haven't talked about at all yet is the real experiences with how an LRT creates economic development around it. I just want to share with you Waterloo LRT. Sort of they have an Ernst & Young Land Strategy Report, which is dated October 2019, attributed 50 multi-residential projects and commercial projects worth over 3.1 billion attracted directly due to the investment in the LRT. And Regier, who's the Commissioner for Planning, said the private sector has invested about 3 times the value of the cost of the LRT once the LRT has been in there. I think that's just, and I'll give you another 2. Portland in Oregon, the Max LRT, again, they've experienced 1.3 billion in development immediately adjacent to the Max LRT line, and that's from a Canadian Urban Institute report dated 2010. And the last example, perhaps, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Hiawatha line, again, a Canadian Urban Institute, is that real estate prices along the corridor rose by 83% in comparison with 6.1% off the corridor. I just want us to also keep in mind that when we look at a transit solution such as the GO expansion, we have sort of different sort of customer demands that we satisfy with that type of investment. But when you look at an LRT is very colorful in terms of the reasons why people travel. And it is a real economic driver. And I just think that's just worthwhile restating that.
Excellent. Thank you, Phil. Go ahead. You got about 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the economic development potential of LRT systems, so in your experience with LRT projects across Ontario, the province has come to the table with an additional $70 million for this, with the federal government, $1.7 billion. is that part of the calculus that the province looked at for investing in Hamilton? Is that economic potential?
James or Phil on that?
Maybe I'll start with that, and Phil. And obviously, these are all the main factors that we look in. We look from a Ministry of Transportation perspective. Of course, we're looking at the movement of people, but that always comes through with multiple different lenses associated with economic development being one, and obviously the City of Hamilton. As being part of the Greater Toronto Hamilton area, we also look at this from a regional perspective and the regional connections of all of our transportation, and then kind of that regional economic development perspective and the investments. The other thing, obviously, that's associated with this is all of these large transit investments are also investments in infrastructure development, which in and of themselves have economic benefits. So there is direct economic benefits. There are the indirect spill-on economic benefits, and and then there's the transportation benefits in terms of our ability to move people efficiently, and that is kind of the big picture we look at. So all of the environmental, social, and economic aspects become part of this through Metrolinx's business cases, through the work we do, and then obviously working with municipalities to ensure that we have the right systems in place, not just for today, but for 30, 40 years from now as part of our longer term vision and longer term plan for transportation within the region and within the province. So I would say that long way to say yes, those are all the factors that we look at, and economic development is, of course, one of those factors.
And if I can just add, Councillor, just to clarify to your question, just add to what James said over there. When you look at a business case from Metrolinx, we only work with the costs and benefits that are specific to transit. And the benefits, therefore, exclude these developments along the corridor benefit from our benefits assessment. For our benefits assessment is, if you put this project in place, how many more people can you move? How can you shorten their journey time? And how can you get people to move from the car, automobile, onto transit? And so we've got a very strict, narrow definition of how we work with benefits. If we didn't have that, because transit projects are so economic generative, nearly every transit project would be able to just meet the criteria for a win and for a benefit that exceeds a cost. So just want to clarify that. Our Metrolinx business cases are very narrowly defined in terms of the benefits. So if a benefit cost ratio reaches 1 for us, it is quite an achievement. And we think this benefit cost ratio for this project is in the range of a 1.
And
thank you.
From a provincial perspective, Phil feeds in, and we always have the larger view, the larger planning view.
Yes,
that as well. So there's lots of different considerations, but obviously based on the work of Metro.
Yeah, clearly for the province and for the city, it's all of the benefits are counted in. But when we look at the projects themselves, we try to create a priority order.
Thank you. That's extremely encouraging to hear. One last question on the ridership numbers to get back to the transit portion. One of the discussions is Hamilton ready for rapid transit? Is Hamilton LRT ready? So based on your evaluation of ridership on the Main King corridor, is Hamilton LRT ready?
That's an interesting question. So my intuitive sort of transit way of responding to that is, and this is why I very much respect some of the thoughts that have been shared in this meeting on BRTs, LRTs, and the like. But my intuitive response is the BCR drives the decision. And BCR answers your question, Councillor. If you have too distributed a city and too low an impact on riders and not clear concentration points where people would travel to or from, you get less interest for the wider economic benefits that can come from investments around the corridor. So it's in some cases, BRTs, if you look at the BRTs up in York, stunning impact on the on the economy in York. So BRTs can have an impact. LRTs can have an impact. And what we've seen in the case of Hamilton is that the benefit of BRTs is significantly less. It was about half what we think the benefit of an LRT is in terms of a benefit cost ratio. So I would say yes. And for me, that would be the fact-based reasoning to get there.
Thank you.
Well, 30 seconds, Councillor.
Thank you. My last question is just regarding the underground infrastructure. So my understanding is all of the underground in the corridor will be replaced with brand new infrastructure. And as was discussed, the city Hamilton is responsible for the cost of improvements. But just to be clear, working as a structural engineer in heavy civil for the past 20 years, the city Hamilton would be paying for the incremental costs of the improvement, not the total cost. So for example, if we're replacing a 300 mil pipe with a 500 mil, it's the incremental cost to go from 300 to 500, not all the other costs that go along with it to, mobilize, dig the trench, and everything else that goes along with that work.
So just and I'm not wordsmithing your answer or picking on the words you've used. You started off by saying all of the infrastructure underground will be replaced. It's not exactly right. All the infrastructure underground that needs replacing because there's going to be an LRT running over it will be replaced. So if there's a 300 mil pipe of sorts that are running deep enough underground that is still fine and doesn't have to be replaced, it's not going to get touched. So just want to clarify that point. And then as far as the enhancements go and how we deal with that, we're practical about this. So we try and figure out the incremental cost equation, and we'll agree a way forward with the city on a way to do it. It'll be very similar to what we do everywhere else. This idea of cost sharing of improvements to assets is, we practice this with municipalities every day. If you replace a bridge that the city of Mississauga owns, but we need it replaced and it's their bridge, then we pay a share, they pay a share. And it's like some cases it's 50-50, sometimes 75-25. And so we do the same on these assets, and we'll agree those sets of rules. And I would go so far to say, Councillor, it's not contentious.
Thank you. And I guess just finally, my point on that was that if the city of Hamilton was to undertake those improvements, we would be paying 100% of the cost, whereas we're piggybacking on the LRT project and leveraging the provincial investment.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay,
Again,
Councillor,
where those assets need replacement, I think is the point.
Councillor Jackson. Thanks,
Those are
Councillor Danko.
all my questions. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you, Councillor Danko. Councillor Jackson, you are next.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Farr. And I want to say sincerely, really appreciate Deputy Minister Nolan and CEO Verster for their time they've taken this day to be here and joining us. And it's great to see our former director, Chris Jacobson, again. And so I really appreciate the time. And forgive me, gentlemen, sometimes I need to ask what may seem like similar questions in my own language, in my own words, so that I'm clearly understanding what is the message being conveyed, and on behalf of the nearly 40,000 constituents that I have the honor of representing. So our Rapid Ready report, James and Phil, which was passed by council in 2007, authored by the great, now retired HSR Director Don Hall, reinforced by his successor, an outstanding director from Toronto, Dave Dixon. Both stated that a higher order of transit should only be done when a complete system is in place. Here in Hamilton, we've called it our BLAST network. I listened carefully to your answer to a couple of colleagues asking, in Hamilton's case, do you believe the LRT has a chance for success, knowing that the required ridership from the feeder system needed for the BLAST network is not in place yet? I heard a careful answer, CEO Verster, from you. about the CBR, the cost benefit return. But again, both these former directors said sometime in the future, Hamilton will be ready for an LRT, but our ridership, the business case for it, is nowhere near at that point at this time. Through you, Deputy Mayor Farr, for a further comment from these two gentlemen, please.
I think, Phil, you should go first. You had just made the comments to Councillor Danko's BCR question.
Yes, so, and James will support this as well. As you're aware, Councillor, the province have approved and supported 7 different applications from the City of Hamilton for different types of funding, which some of that includes modifications and improvements to your bus services and your facilities for maintenance of bus services. I think it's the ISIP funding that comes to mind. And so I think you're absolutely right. So the LRT will definitely operate as a key artery corridor, but that you will in the years to come. And when we give you figures about 2041, you'll definitely have to think about how your service planning work, what are the journey purposes and the destinations people want to travel to and from, and make sure that you are giving people options to make connections. And I would say a premise that underpins your question is that the wider network needs to be in place before an LRT is in place. I'm not sure that premise is always necessary. It's sort of a discussion about what needs to come first. Personally think the moment there's an opportunity to get this sizable an investment into the city, you should grab it with both hands. It brings huge economic development with it. It brings huge ridership with it. It brings a platform from which to hook the other services on going forward. So, but that's me. That's a transit view, and I would think this is an excellent opportunity to create infrastructure that the city can really benefit from.
Did James want to take a crack at that as well?
No, I think Phil's headed. I was just going to mention the ISIP investments as well. Nearly $450 million in new buses, replacement fleet, and a new maintenance and storage facility that the province has approved and is now with the federal government. And we're hoping to get a response back soon, as I understand it. And I again defer to city staff. That request was approved by council and provided to the province based on in 2019, the fall of 2019, based on it being a critical aspect to support the LRT when it came into operations and to build out the network and to improve ridership. So I'll defer to staff on the specifics, but we do have that additional investment that will be made.
Thank you, gentlemen. And I appreciate the professional opinion from CEO Verster from a transit standpoint, transportation standpoint. But again, both these former directors said Hamilton is definitely not ready for the ridership. It does not support at this time. Speaking of your 2041 regional transportation plan, CEO Verster, it says in there, lead to an integrated seamless transportation system for the GTHA. It will improve the traveler experience, offer enhanced transportation choices, Deputy Mayor. It will improve access to reliable, frequent, rapid transit, make travel more affordable by reducing the need to own a car. Will therefore provide associated social, environmental, health, and economic benefits. So both of you being aware of the proposed route for this LRT, keeping in mind Metrolink's vision, how does this route with no connectivity to any GO station in Hamilton and no upgraded blast network at this time fulfill that vision for providing the integrated and seamless transportation network for Hamilton and Hamiltonians, Deputy Mayor? Through you, please.
So I'll have a start and then James can add to that. The corridors that we are investing in for the GO expansion are all corridors that are connected with local transit, whether via bus service or with an active travel distance for walking and for cycling to get to the GO corridor. And West Harbour clearly is a very crucial corridor, but so is the services in and out of Hamilton Central. And so the connection is not as close or as in terms of a transfer station, but the route is pretty accessible, either through a bus service that would serve it with HSR or with walk and local travel and active travel locally. So the route alignment of the LRT has always been considered in terms of what works best for the city, and I don't think there's a huge loss of utility by it not having a direct transfer station with GO. And I think we'll see how the market develops and how ridership develops into the future, and if adjustments to service patterns or service modes are necessary in the future, that can be considered.
Thank you, CEO Verster. Hypothetically, if council wanted to request any portion of the $3.4 billion announced on May 13 for completely electrifying our conventional transit system, would that hypothetical ask, would that be taken back by you gentlemen to Minister Mulroney through you, Deputy Mayor Farr?
So I'll start there. The provincial commitment and funding is for an LRT project, and as is the federal funding. That is the project that the federal government, the province, has identified for this investment. I'm not going to kind of engage in hypothetical discussions, because that is the project the province and federal government have identified funding for and support for to take forward. Okay,
Deputy Minister, appreciate the sincerity of that response. Can I just get clarified about the O&M costs? Because I know what I'm going to get from taxpayers listening in today from my area. When Minister Mulroney came before Christmas of 2019, Deputy Mayor Farr, she mentioned about $30 million annual costs. Today, you gentlemen have said a TNT study, approximately $20 million. Our mayor, who quite frankly has been the most passionate advocate of councils past and current for this project, has been publicly quoted many times as $6 to $8 million, implying it could be even less with economic uplift. So you gentlemen are saying today $20 million by the TNT study. Can that be capped? Can that be guaranteed through you, Deputy Mayor Farr?
So I'll start, and Phil, please jump in. And just to kind of put the numbers in context, at least I'll talk about the first two. So the TNT study from 2019 had two numbers for day-to-day O&M in it. It had a 2019 dollars, and it had an escalated dollars. And we've talked a little bit about this in the early. So when we talk about $30 million, that looks at the average cost per year over the 30 years, recognizing that costs will vary between year 1 and year 30 based on inflationary pressures and everything else. That, as Phil mentioned earlier, that goes the same for revenue and other costs that would be and revenue and other savings that would have also experienced inflationary pressures during that time. So I think what we've tried to say today is from a kind of a more straightforward way to look at it is actually the $600 million in the TNT report, which is looking at those dollars in 2019 or kind of present day, and that results in an approximately $20 million per year cost for O&M in year 1. Again, as I said, this 30 years that the system will be operating for, that's the concession period. In terms of certainty, I would go back to what we discussed earlier, which is based on the model that we were following before in terms of a P3 approach. We would be looking at a fixed price. That fixed price would establish what those O&M costs would be for the city, both in year 1 and in year 30 and the way through. And that does provide certainty from a gross perspective to the city in terms of costs through that contractual model. And that, again, is our starting point. We're happy to talk to the city through discussions, for example, as an AIP or under that in terms of the procurement approaches, risks, benefits, impacts, all of that. But that is our starting point based on our previous procurement model. The other aspect of this, of course, that we talked about today is the net side. And so those costs are gross costs. There is a net cost, which is when you take off the fare box revenue that would be provided to the city, and you take off costs of the existing operation of the bus network along the B line and any other activity the city would like to put in place to maximize ridership, support ridership, increase transit revenue. So I can't speak to the net side. I think I would defer that to city staff who would have done work on that and could look at what those opportunities might be to even improve upon the net. But that really is what the costing looks like from an O&M perspective, and also the approach that we're currently had envisioned for providing cost certainty to the city of Hamilton as it related to O&M costs over the concession period through the P3 model.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Deputy Minister. Deputy Mayor, further, I know, James, my community will, a large part of it will say that the 20 million, Councillor Jackson, anything that government touches typically, usually, it will go higher. It won't be maintained or go lower. So anyways, that figure's out there to be debated. Are all properties purchased currently for this corridor to build the LRT, Deputy Mayor, through you?
No. We've got about 60% of 60 of the properties, 60 of the roughly 90 main properties that we require procured, and we'll proceed now with the procurement of the balance. And when we say properties, these are when it's sort of substantial properties. There'll be many smaller slivers of land here or there where there's perhaps a corner where you've got a bend and a slight bend in the road where we need property just to locate, for example, either the LRT stop or the alignment. So there's still more of that to be done.
Will the supplementary to that, CEO, will that money then for the additional 30 some odd properties come out of the 3.4 billion then through you, Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, I know you're keeping track of my time. I don't want to leave Councillor Collins alone in talking about just making a quick comment about IO and the very unpleasant, unsavory taste in building our new Tim Hortons Field Stadium that IO, contracting the OSS company, Ontario Sports Solution, did in terms of the way the stadium was built, the deficiencies, not many local trades were involved, and then lawsuits and counter lawsuits. So I'm just getting that on the record as well. Since I saw IO on your slide 6, CEO Verster, I just wanted to make that comment as well, that that whole thing with IO has left an awful, unpleasant, unsavory taste in my mouth as well. Deputy Mayor, you mentioned, CEO Verster, about Yokota Regional, the region of Waterloo. So a citizen in town here in Hamilton, who's a City Hall watcher and critic, has sent me information from a December 2019 CBC website that the Regional Planning and Works Chair stated, quote, from the original 8.5 million yearly in the O&M for Waterloo's ION LRT, the original 8.5 million projected, quote, I think people probably have noticed now the ION at 43 million a year cost to the local taxpayers. It's pretty hard to suggest we're going to be cutting back, unquote. Any comments on that and any knowledge you gentlemen may have from Waterloo and what has happened with the O&M, Deputy Mayor, through you?
And Councillor Jackson, that's your time. So if you want to go on a second time, you're at 5:50.
I do, please. I do.
Okay. We'll put you on as a second. Thank you for your good questions. Phil.
So yeah, if I can respond to that. So we worked very closely with the region of Waterloo on the delivery of the fleet. However, the Waterloo project was not part of our stable of projects, LRT projects. It was delivered by the region of Waterloo. So I'll just say that. So I don't have the detailed information that you refer to. I do have a general comment that I would share, though, is that I do think collectively numbers about costs get out in different shapes and colors and forms out there, which makes comparisons often really difficult. The example is just the index numbers that we've had. The example that James so eloquently talked about, the 600 million over 30 years for maintenance in 2019 numbers versus an index number. And sometimes, unfortunately, I don't think, and I take responsibility for this, people like me perhaps don't explain the numbers well enough, and I apologize if we don't. But sometimes there are comparisons drawn between index numbers on the left-hand side with non-index numbers on the right-hand side. Some numbers include different cost line items, others don't. Evidenced by the really great questions that this council asked today about what is in O&M and what's not in O&M. So there's a till I see sort of the real reasoning that underpins those numbers, I can't really form an opinion or respond to your question.
Thank you, CEO. Thanks, Deputy Minister. But Deputy Mayor, please put me back on. I have 2 or 3 more questions. Thank you.
We will do that. Councillor Nan.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for being here this morning and for your overview and presentation and responses so far on a generational project and investment to the city of Hamilton, and especially in the context of recovery. So personally, and from a downtown Ward 3, east of downtown Ward 3 perspective, I really just want us to start getting very focused as a city to ensure that this LRT delivers community benefits, the transit, the affordable housing, the infrastructure, and good jobs at every stop along the way. And in the federal announcement and the federal and provincial announcement that happened in last month, it was clearly stated that the funds needed to have an established community benefits agreement attached to the project, and one of the outcomes being delivering affordable housing. And I was just wondering, through you to the two of you, what mechanisms, and I know CEO Verster, you mentioned earlier that the benefits that Metrolinx defines is very narrow to the scope of the work, but I wonder if either of you could speak to how both entities have engaged in establishing community benefits agreements in other projects in other cities that we need to consider as a municipality.
And maybe I'll start from a more general standpoint. I'll call it a policy standpoint. And obviously, this is something we're engaging with on all of our major transit projects, recognizing that the large investments in high order transit, have opportunity to have additional benefits. And when we look at the potential opportunities on this, it's no different than when we look at potential opportunities, for example, in the city of Toronto or York Region or the city of Mississauga. So in terms of our work with the federal government, really builds off of the existing work that the province already does related to community benefits, community supports, and looking at opportunities to increase housing choices. I would say, kind of from a broad perspective, we would probably also start, and as part of an agreement in principle, of outlining how we would like to work with the city on that. We also don't want to take the position from a province that we know what is best in the local municipality in terms of community benefits, but also in terms of housing choices and housing opportunities. But using the city of Toronto as an example, one of the ways that we're supporting housing is through our TOC, or Transit-Oriented Communities Program, which looks at land around stations and especially land that has been acquired for transit work, and how after the project has been delivered, that land can be redeveloped and to provide enhanced opportunities within communities, be they community services or in many cases affordable housing opportunities. And so that's something that we're working very closely with the City of Toronto on, and we would expect to do the same with the City of Hamilton. And that, I think that kind of goes across the program in terms of different community benefits type opportunities. The other area, of course, and Phil can speak more to this, is looking at the approaches we take in terms of our contracting, to support bringing more people into the skilled trades, including diversifying our workforce and really using those opportunities in terms of, again, the significant investment that would be made in terms of construction in the long term, and then also looking at the longer benefits. So there's a number of ways that we achieve that through the construction and through the contracting, and then post-construction in terms of development opportunities and leveraging the resources and what has been used and needed for the construction to actually further benefit the communities once the project's in place.
Bill?
Yeah, so James gives me a very good intro there, and to talk about the types of community benefits agreements we have during the delivery phase. And when you think of the delivery phase, I'll use Eglinton as an example. There are many different things we do with the local businesses in terms of understanding what are their requirements during the build phase and how can we support them. And everything that ranges from digitally supporting their marketing with a digital website that says open for business, that supports marketing of the local businesses through to, and I'll pick an example which doesn't often come to mind, but which has been hugely beneficial for, or hugely appreciated by the businesses. Is you think of the construction and the dust and stuff that happens with construction. We contracted the local business to do local window cleaning and stuff like that. So it sounds like a pretty mundane task, but it's a very important task, much appreciated by businesses. Even more, an extent of the community benefits agreements that we sign with our contractors would include encouragement to use local businesses for a range of transactions. Everything from, I'm going to use terrible examples, but providing local food for meetings, coffee to construction sites, stuff like that, which adds up to millions and millions of dollars of business for local enterprises and local businesses. And that's very real. Our current tally of apprenticeships and journey persons on Eglinton is 202 apprenticeships and journey persons roles have been created during the life cycle of the construction. And a further 222, to give you a total of 424, but a further 222 posts have been created for administrative and technical roles on the project, on the construction itself. And I go to site often because I just love these sites in the construction for it. During the COVID period, there were hugely positive deployment of local people to help with the testing, the health testing, for example, as people come on shift and the like. So these are live organizations that respond to the environment they're in, and they recruit locally, and I think it has a big local impact. So all of that would be part of what we see as a community benefits type portfolio of activities that we'll support.
Wonderful. I appreciate that. So there is a direct role that both entities will play within the scope. So Metrolinx, your comments there about the procurement opportunities inside the delivery phase, inside the building phase, working in a framework of delivering as much as possible in terms of community benefits. I guess then it clarifies the role for the city to play in kind of shepherding the overarching community benefits that we're interested in making sure get met inside of both of those frameworks. So I appreciate that. Just getting really specific in terms of if we are proceeding down the timeline that you've outlined this morning, what happens to the properties that have already been demolished along the corridor in the meantime until things kind of ramp up into a schedule of construction? Will those properties be sodded, made safer? Is there potential for animation of those spaces until such time that the construction schedule requires those lands, so that they're not just sitting after a grueling time in the pandemic, that they're just sitting in a fenced off state or in a dirt state? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, our whole strategy around those properties and why we demolished them was driven by safety considerations. Empty properties, unoccupied properties never present the degree of granularity in making sure it's safe, fire risks are managed. And so it was a very deliberate safety-driven strategy to get to demolish the properties. I got to say, I've not thought through the types of items that you refer to as possible things to do in the interim, and I'll be very open to get my team to engage with you on those thoughts, Councillor. But on the face of it, we can do anything that's practical between now and the construction period, and If there's a reasonable ask and something can be done reasonably, we're very open to that type of discussion. And I'll ask my community engagement team to get in touch with you on that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And on picking up from the conversation or question asked earlier about the properties that remain to be acquired out of the 90, 60 have been, the 30 or so, we've often heard from those properties that were almost in a deal or since the project was canceled, left in a place of limbo. Is there anything at this stage, assuming that the MOU goes forward and everything is ready to move forward from this council with you moving forward, any timeline or estimation of when those property owners could anticipate being in conversation with Metrolinx?
Soonest.
Soon as possible? Sorry, you cut out right at the end.
I said only soonest.
Soonest.
You still have about 2 minutes, Councillor.
Thank you. I'm going to hold my comments for the rest. I think that the rest of them are more appropriate for the motion before council. So those are my questions for the presentation. I appreciate your responses. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate your questions, everyone's questions so far, and comments that we allowed to filter in. And we also very much appreciate so far the respectful answers, thorough, most of them. And where you can't give specifics, you didn't try to fake us out. So thank you, Phil. Thank you, James. You deserve a break as delegates. We do need to continue, obviously, with a number of people. Councillor Clark's coming up. We have Councillor Johnson, Vanderbeek, Mayor Eisenberger, Pauls, Pearson, and we have a fairly extensive second-time councillors wishing to add some supplementary questions. So it's the perfect time, I think, at 12:15 to take a break. And behind the scenes, that was actually a suggestion made from our city manager, Jeanette, through Stephanie. So I need a motion to get a half hour for everybody to just have some lunch, take a nature break, do whatever you got to do, and be back here by 1:45. Is that okay with our delegates? You can just nod. A half hour?
Yeah,
okay.
Of course.
Moved by Mayor Fred Eisenberger, seconded by Councillor Nan.
Sorry, Chair, could you just clarify the time that we'd be coming back? You're proposing a half hour?
1:45. Oh, sorry. Did I say 1:45? 12:45.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. 12:45. So the mover was Mayor Fred and the seconder was Councillor Nan to get back here at 12:45-ish. No problem. We had Councillor Johnson. I think we're good. And that carries. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for tuning in today. I know there's a lot of folks paying attention outside of council and, of course, our delegations on this all-important topic. So part 2 of questions to our delegates. And I believe we finished off with Councillor Nance. So Councillor Clark, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Perfect. It's like one of those crazy commercials, except I'm the fool that didn't have the microphone at my mouth. My fault. My apologies. Just a couple of really quick questions for our guests, and I thank them for attending today very much. There has been no mention of financing. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Is the $3.4 billion cash that's sitting in the bank that these two governments are going to move over to this project and allocate it, or are the senior levels of government going to finance the $3.4 billion?
So maybe I'll start, and then I'll obviously Phil can jump in, and again, just based on our existing the previously considered approach to procurement, we were looking at financing as well. That is financing in this regard. Obviously, is kind of the financing of the capital dollars during the construction period and any long-term financing associated with activities. That would be the responsibility of the province. And would be actually in addition to the $3.4 billion in capital cost constructions. It's not an eligible cost for the federal government, but that is something that we build into our considerations. Though, of course, we look at financing and whether to do that through our project company, through the procurement model, or in other instances whether the province takes on the responsibility of financing. But that would be a provincial decision and a provincial responsibility.
Thank you for that. One more question in the same vein, if you don't mind. Who will service the finance costs? Because in past iterations, the municipality was expected to service the costs. And there was an expectation that it would be a debt on our books because of our involvement with the project. So I guess that's two questions. One, is it who's going to service the debt for the 30 years? And the second question is, does the debt appear only on the province's books, or does the debt have to appear on the municipal books because we're operating the line?
So I'll start, and Phil, you can jump in. Obviously, I'm not an accountant, so and I don't pretend to be one. But the financing responsibility will be resting with the province. I anticipate the debt servicing. Again, this is a provincial asset and a provincial capital asset, so I would not expect that to rest with the city. But again, I can double check from a accounting perspective and provide that back through Jeanette. But to my understanding, would be that would be a provincial responsibility.
Yeah, Councillor. Very clear from the cost structure and the makeup. The long-term financing is outside of the 600 million O&M cost, and it's not a cost that the city bears. So it's outside of that cost structure. And as the rules apply for what can be included for federal funding or not, as James have lifted out, it's a cost which sits in the broader cost structure that the province has responsibility for. Think of it by analogy, that the 3.4 million of construction cost also doesn't include the long-term life cycle maintenance, which the province are accountable for. So financing is like an item like that, which is the life cycle costs. Same principle. It's just another cost line item which the province has as the total cost of investment.
Yeah, and maybe actually I can clarify, because I can confirm that yes, we are responsible for servicing the capital cost.
Yeah.
So yes, absolutely.
So can I ask then a comparator question between Hamilton and Waterloo? Now, their funding agreement was remarkably different in that they were investing a portion of money into their LRT. So in this case, it's the feds and the province. Thank you for agreeing to provide that money. So when I'm looking at operating costs for Waterloo, and I see all of their breakdowns, and their breakdowns really total $44 million annual expenditures for operating, which is much higher than we've been told. And then they net out property tax of 35 million, they net out ridership revenues, and they net out advertising, and that's how they end up covering that $44 million. The property tax was the largest increase. So I'm struggling, and I don't mean to be pejorative, but I'm struggling to understand why we should accept the logic and the estimate of $20 million for operating costs and just ignore what happened in Kitchener-Waterloo because it's an aberration, but we're supposed to expect and accept the economic development uplift costs that Waterloo has seen. So I'm trying to understand exactly what are our operating costs, and I'm not sure we're getting to the bottom of that.
So maybe I'll start here just in terms of the difference in model. And again, I don't think either Phil or I have the specific Waterloo information in front of us and the details around what all of the numbers that go into that. But Waterloo is a very different project in that the Waterloo LRT is a municipal project. So Waterloo is responsible for the delivery of the project, the cost overruns associated with the project, and everything to do with the life cycle of the project, financing, anything of that nature. Again, I'm not an expert on Waterloo, but it is their project. So the province and the federal government in the example of Waterloo are capital contributors through a transfer payment agreement. That is where our relationship starts and ends. We've contributed to the capital costs. So anything associated with the Waterloo project may not be a good comparator because in this instance, the Hamilton LRT will be a provincial project where the province would continue to have responsibility for costs such as life cycle costs, for example, of maintenance well into the future that would not be a responsibility of the city. And this project, the city of Hamilton will be responsible, as we've mentioned, for the day-to-day operations and maintenance of the line and not any of the other costs that might be associated with being an owner and operator of a project. Again, those additional costs are the responsibility of the province, such as life cycle. So I can't speak to the specifics of Waterloo, only to point out the differences and the challenge in maybe making a direct comparison to what we provided to you today in terms of the O&M cost estimates that we've received from Turner and Townsend, and to put them in the context of what the city would be responsible for.
Thank you.
I would say that's,
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I would say that's it. So I can show you just I've got a 30-year spreadsheet here in front of me. I'll just show you this, and I call this the cost stack. And the cost stack of what we've got expenditure per year would be the cost line items on the vertical axis, and then per year what we expect those costs to be. And the Hamilton project having a totally different ownership structure means the cost stack will be different, like James says, and I think that's the most likely explanation. And it's still it's still a reasonable question you're asking, but without seeing how the Waterloo has put their cost stack together, it's not really possible to answer that question.
So I have their cost stack in front of me. It shows debt in general at 10.6 million per year, and then it shows life cycle at 7.28 million per year. So when I take those off of the 43 million or 44 million, we're left with 26 million, which is still higher than what you're projecting Hamilton's operating cost to be. And I'm comparing ours with an actual operating line that's happening. So I'm trying to understand how you've calculated the $20 million.
So there's a further issue in terms of number of units, cost drivers such as units. What's the size of the operation? How often they run? What mileages they run per, on a regular basis? Those are inherent in the cost process, and that would drive the cost stack line items. What did they decide on? How many? What is the cost? Customer support. Are they using their existing customer support center to deal with customer inquiries, or have they created a new one? It's in the detail of the cost stack. But you're right. That's where you should. That's where the comparison starts. Is to look at the items such as debt, which is clearly in the Waterloo cost stack, but not in the one we've got.
Correct. Okay, so I'll let go of the financing one, Mr. Chairman. I'm still a little bit nervous about the operational numbers. I ideally would love to see a cost stack for Hamilton, but I guess inherently we can't do that because it's going out to an RFP, and that's going to establish what those costs would be. So it may be lower, it may be higher. I suspect it might be higher, if anything. Can I ask a question about traffic congestion caused by what I call the Wellington pinch point?
You have 30 seconds. Sure you can.
Okay, so will there... That's interesting that my time went so fast, given that my questions were so short, but that's okay. Traffic congestion caused by the Wellington pinch point, will there be funding available to the City of Hamilton for traffic management and mitigation? Because we are going to see traffic rerouting to collectors and residential streets.
I'm going to ask Chris Jacobson on our side to share some of his thoughts on the detail. The detail there, sort of intuitively, and Chris would correct me if I've got this wrong, but intuitively, if there are associated works on the outside of the main transit project that requires adjustment or investment, we'll be open for discussion on that, but intuitively would feel that that's part of betterment across the network. But Chris, can you talk about the specifics of that interchange?
Yeah, so I think you nailed it, Phil. It's something that is going to have to be discussed, not just at Wellington, but throughout the entire corridor when we re-engage, the city's project team to look at what those potential impacts on the traffic system are. I mean, we generally have a pretty good idea of what traffic's going to do based on the old modeling, but I know that we're currently updating some modeling as well, and I'm certain that there will be future discussions with the city about what those impacts will be. So I would say it's hard to state today specifically exactly what would be involved in any type of mitigation strategy. I think it's also important to point out that we had talked about in the past, and I'm assuming that we're going to do something similar on this project as we're picking it up kind of midstream, is looking at other strategies such as travel demand management to try to mitigate or the impacts of construction and future system condition on the overall traffic network. So there's a lot to be discussed. There's still a lot to be planned. And we're going to have those discussions with your staff at the city and obviously broadly with council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Clark, I was just saying, Councillor Clark, that if you want another 60 seconds, I may have run your stopwatch over Phil's answer of your second to last question. So if you have a few more, go ahead.
Is my microphone on? Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's very kind of you. The only other question I had was again around affordable housing commitment. And it's been talked about that there's going to be affordable housing, I guess, through community benefits, but I've not heard the value of the affordable housing commitment. Do we have a number as of yet for that? Because we've been asking for $1 billion for over a decade for affordable housing in Hamilton with all of our housing providers, and it's been very challenging finding the money. So you can see how we would be most interested in how much affordable housing we are going to see if we proceed with LRT.
So maybe I'll start there. And I think, as I said earlier, we would look for opportunities to kind of leverage the work of the LRT to support affordable housing and other community benefits. That would be part of a discussion we'd have with the city, but I think I would start with this is obviously an LRT project, an LRT capital construction project, but there are opportunities to leverage those investments through things like a TOC program to support affordable housing. What that exactly looks like, I think, would be a discussion we want to have with the city and to understand needs, scope, and what is both reasonable and achievable within that context. So I wouldn't want to put out a number today or create an expectation until we've had those discussions with the city and we've actually worked into the details as part of this. But it is an LRT project that has the ability to support affordable housing and really will support housing in general and other community benefits. And just to identify that as one of the areas that we look to maximize, working with both the city, but also with the federal government as well.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, what does it mean that LRT will support affordable housing?
So maybe I'll use the example again of our work in the city of Toronto in terms of TOC. So we have a TOC program that involves land acquisition for construction, and that could be for stations, a little different than LRT, but it also could be for staging areas, lay down areas, other work that's being done and the land is needed for. At the end of that, the land could then be looked at in terms of how that land could be used in a way that supports housing, for example, or other community benefits. And again, that's something to work with the city on. But in the case of the city of Toronto, working with them around through TOC, looking at opportunities for redevelopment of those areas that can support, for example, new residential, new commercial, and as part of that, looking at affordable housing as part of that housing mix. Again, it's very site specific. And it's project specific and it gets into the details of the work, but it is an outcome that we're trying to achieve. So I think committing to anything specific at the beginning of the process without getting into the details is a challenge, recognizing it's a broader outcome that we're trying to achieve and that we're working on across the portfolio of projects that we have.
So can I paraphrase just so that I can see if I actually understand what you're saying? And that's my last question, Mr. Chairman. You've been very kind.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Are you saying then where there are LRT stations, there is the potential of the province to work with the city to establish housing, for example, in the air rights that are above the station? So the station may be a one-level station where the station is, but we could build up and create an affordable housing hub above a station. Am I going too far with my speculation, or is that a fair understanding?
If I ever go, let's start at a much. It's a great question, and maybe we're overthinking and oversaying it, and I apologize.
That's my fault, not yours.
No. It's all good. It's all good. Let's start at the building blocks. I say this proudly. Metrolinx is now proudly one of the bigger landowners in Hamilton. We have bought many properties, and these properties are very often, in rare exceptional cases, are all of the property required for the building of the LRT. I know of one gas station that was on a corner that had to be bought because of how the vehicles would bend around the corner, and so we had to procure that site. And I think what James is saying is to keep it simple, is there's going to be land that we don't need for the LRT project that can then be available in whichever agreement the province and the city decide to proceed, and to see what are the commercial options available at that point in the market to build affordable housing. The land itself is available. The example, Councillor Clark, that you refer to about overbuilding air rights, yep, you're right. That's a transit-oriented development, transit-oriented community type thing that we do in heavily built-up areas such as the city of Toronto. Yeah, where the LRT stops are not underground, are going to be alongside the road. It's going to be less an air rights issue. This is more going to be to what extent can we, and to James's example, to what extent can we get a developer involved there? Developer builds 23 stories, and part of the developers sort of contribution, and if we provide the land, the developer will of the 23 stories, 2 stories would be affordable housing. I'm just making numbers up as I go along there, but then it's not built in the air rights as you talked about. It's just a building that sits on the rest of that site that was not utilized. So that's sort of the mental picture to have.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your latitude. I sincerely appreciate it, sir.
Not a problem. Mayor Eisenberger.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Phil and James for doing such a thorough job on answering these questions. I really appreciate it, and even though many of these have been answered before, I think it's worthy of us to kind of revisit the whole issue because we're talking about a new day and a new opportunity. So I do appreciate that. I do, by the way, have the information from Kitchener-Waterloo in front of me as well, and their operating cost is $4 million. That was procured, and they pay it out over 30 years, $4 million per year, and their maintenance cost is $4.5 million. So the number we consistently have got from Kitchener-Waterloo is $8.5 million for their operating and maintenance on an ongoing basis, and that's before you factor in the revenue from the fare box, and before you factor in the alterations in the transit, and before you factor in actually the economic uplift, which has been astounding in Kitchener-Waterloo. And I would say that in Kitchener-Waterloo, they projected the uplift to happen over 15 to 20 years, and it actually happened in 3 to 5, which is amazing. So I have the original memorandum of agreement that the City of Hamilton signed with the province of Ontario, and everything that I'm hearing to date from you indicates to me that the next MOU is not going to be appreciably different, except we're going to change the dates. So we're going to update it to kind of current timelines. We're going to update it in terms of your expectations in terms of shovels in the ground, which I'm happy to hear is 22. I think the others have been reporting 23, and I thought that to be wrong. And it also, indicated things like in the original agreement that council signed on to, the sizing of the pipe underground, the servicing, along the route that the project would be responsible for, and if we were upsizing that, that the city would have to be responsible for. So, is there anything in this agreement that I have in my hand, dating back to when it was originally signed in 2016, approved by council? Is there anything really that's going to appreciably change, or are we talking essentially the same animal?
So I think from the provincial perspective, I'll let Phil jump in as well. We'd say it's a refresh, but it's kind of a make sure that everything is up to date. But I don't think we anticipate any appreciable change from the earlier document, just to make sure it reflects anything that has to be updated in that time. But it would be a refresh of the existing document, not a rewrite.
So things we knew in 2016 that this council approved, that everyone would have been aware of, are going to be in the same document or MOU that we would agree to, or at least come before council, hopefully in a month's time.
Exactly right.
Okay, all right. I think I'm leading the witness a little bit here because I think I know the answer, but I need to hear it from you, and I think folks are. I mean, we are talking to a broader community today as well that are listening in. And I think what they need to know and understand and appreciate that this is essentially the same agreement that was agreed to, back in 2016 by, predominantly most of the councillors that are sitting here today, save and except 3 or 4 that weren't here. And so you don't have to answer that. That's just a statement. You did talk about, doing the comparison between LRT and BRT, and I do want to kind of have some of those misnomers kind of clarified. So one of the issues, parameters that I know the federal government put very strongly on the table is this needs to be shovel ready. LRT, based on the design, the EAs and everything that's been done, approved by council and province up until now, including acquisition of property, it is shovel ready. If we were to go to BRT for starters, we would literally be starting all over again, would we not?
I will start off with that, maybe Phil. First, I would just note, again, that is part of the discussion with the federal government. That was also the advice of the Hamilton Transportation Task Force, was to move for projects that could move forward to contracting in the near term to provide benefits as soon as possible. And that was a broad recommendation related to any transportation task force, and one that the province has accepted and that is supportive of. Phil can probably speak to where we're at, but I think the discussions with the federal government did look at the LRT as a shovel-ready project, given the work that had already been done and could be leveraged in terms of moving forward with this project. And Phil, if you want to speak more specific or talk to the technical report, which did identify different timeframes for BRT versus LRT.
Yeah. So, Mr. Mayor, I would not say there's a huge difference in shovel readiness between the two, and I'm just honest as I say. I would say the LRT is more shovel ready than the BRT. We'll have to do a lot of rethinking on the BRT. The BRT is like it's like apples and pears in a comparison. It's a different. Do you follow a bus running on a dedicated BRT busway is by its nature a lighter vehicle, and therefore there's less work to be done underground. So there's probably more work to be done in the design work, which could lead it to a slower start. So I would agree with you in broad terms. Where the really fortunate thing where we are with this LRT project is the fact that we've had a first period in it that for whatever reason came to where it got to. We've got a lot of understanding of what's going on underground in Hamilton, and yes, so we are making. I personally think we're coming with a superb procurement strategy at this by doing the early works, and that early works part is just stuff that we can kick off pretty rapidly.
That's great.
You have 90 seconds, Mr. Mayor. 90 seconds.
Was my question that long? All right.
No,
thank you.
it was the.
Yeah, the preamble, sure.
Yeah.
I'll come back to some of these issues a little later on, but in terms of the operating costs, bus rapid transit, significantly higher operating costs to operate bus vehicles. Buses don't last as long. LRT vehicles last longer. I think they're from a kind of a local perspective. If operating cost is the overriding concern, it is actually significantly higher for BRT. Correct?
Again, I'm going to give you a geeky answer, but an honest answer. I would like to start off with your comparison with, and I gave Councillor Clark a similar answer. Our visibility of your fleet requirements for the LRT is 16 of the Alstom Citadas vehicles. That's a long vehicle. It's a big vehicle. Waterloo has got 14 Bombardier vehicles. Now, they're about half the size. So if you want to do if you want to do a back of an envelope comparison, maintenance cost, maintenance equipment, material cost, etc., would be sort of reduced in comparison. But that's not a very scientific way of doing it. And the service intensity of what they run, whether they run with 8 or 10 minutes between, that type of window of headway between vehicles. All of that would make a big difference in terms of what their crewing requirements are. So to use an 8.5 million figure relative to a 20 million figure, you've got to think about the detail of it. I just want to say that. In terms of a comparison between BRT and LRT, the devil's in the detail with a comparator. If you buy a BRT, which is a diesel-based fleet, which I know you would not do, and which we would, if there was a BRT, we would not recommend. Diesel vehicles have got oil and gearboxes and moving parts, mechanical parts. Maintenance is 30% more expensive typically than that of an electrical vehicle. So if you buy electrical vehicles, you have to have a customized facility for maintenance. That you can't use existing maintenance facilities. So you follow there's pros and cons in that whole comparator. And I just think in terms of bangs for your buck, a relatively small fleet, which we can procure at really good market prices, 16 vehicles that you're going to use at short headways relatively frequently, run them hard, get lots of asset utilization out of it. Your operating costs and your maintenance costs is probably optimized in an LRT rather than in the BRT, even if it's and I say this without having the full calculus in front of me, but even if it was an electric BRT type vehicle.
Thank you. Just quickly, thank you again for all of your questions. We'll get to a motion a little later on, and I anticipate or hope that we can get the MOU based on the fact that it's really not all that appreciably different, turned around relatively quickly, so we can get moving on this project. So I appreciate that answer, and I'll look forward to further discussion a little later on. Thanks again.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And if you're just tuning in, we're with James Nolan, who's the Assistant Deputy Minister with the Ministry of Transportation. And you just heard from Metrolinx CEO Phil Verster. They're our presenters today, and we're well into questions and comments and preambles from our colleagues on council. And our next speaker is Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, or Deputy Mayor, sorry. I only have one question, and I don't know who's going to answer this. So I'm just going to give you some context. In 2010, right after I was elected, there was a $1 billion offer on the table to pay for the entire LRT capital project. 2020, the Minister of Transportation came to Hamilton and canceled the project because now the estimated cost was up to $5.5 billion. Conversely, the Ontario Auditor General, Bonnie Lysyk, stated that it was a very fair decision considering the discrepancy in costs. So fast forward now to 2019, the cost is $3.4 billion. So I'm going to try to ask this as respectfully as possible, but how can the public trust the numbers? They seem to be all over the place. And now we've got new numbers in front of us.
So I'll start. So the numbers provided in 2019, and those are the numbers that the Auditor General reviewed as part of her 2020 report, which was released last year. That is the latest estimate, and that is the estimate that belies the $3.4 billion capital commitment that both the province and the federal government have provided, are going to provide funding to, as well as the operation and maintenance discussions that we've had today around those numbers. So those numbers, I think, in the view of the province, in terms of the review of that, we believe those are kind of the best estimates that we can have. Again, that was confirmed by the Auditor General in terms of her review of the numbers in 2019 Turner and Townsend report. And those numbers are different in that they are, they reflect a capital update and an estimate and a accredited third party review of the information. The thing I would say in terms of that work is the numbers that were generated related to the 2019 report, and again, the numbers that are that we use today in terms of our discussions both around capital and O&M, were based on a project that had moved considerably further than earlier estimates had been based on, because additional design work had been done. There was additional work happening through the procurement process related to that. So from a provincial perspective, we would say that the numbers from 2019 that were then confirmed by the Auditor General or reviewed by the Auditor General. We don't want to put specific words into the Auditor General's mouth. Reflect the best estimate we have at this time, and those are the numbers that we've provided today, and the numbers that we've worked with the federal government to determine what the capital cost contribution from both parties should be.
And if I can add to that, Councillor, Councillor Partridge was asking questions along what I could call the sort of the right trajectory for what the cost drivers are, and that was about the underground infrastructure that requires quite a lot of work. And rightly or wrongly, this is just facts as we found it. When at the previous project stage, our teams got into the detail of what the type of utility work is that's associated with underground. At the time of the original announcement of budgets, I don't think that was really understood in the depth and detail as it was understood later on. So to compare the cost structure now with the cost structure before, as you're doing, is fair. It's obviously fair to do that. I would say what makes it a difference, and to your question about why must you be more comfortable with a number now? Well, there's a lot more knowledge, a lot more understanding. A lot of the risks that were not properly priced by our own measure and our own understanding at the time in the 1 billion figure is now priced in the 3.4 billion figure.
And thank you for that. I didn't compare numbers. I was given numbers as the public have been given numbers. So these were numbers that I didn't come up with. These are not numbers that, because I'm not an engineer, I have no experience in this whatsoever, but I do have experience with my home renovations. Cement has tripled in cost. My chain link fence that was supposed to cost, chain link fence that was supposed to cost $450 is now over $1,000. And my deck, which should have been $880, is over $3,000. So that tells me that costs are now tripled, not only from last year, but from the year before, which is 2019. So is the $3.4 billion, is the $3.4 billion that you're stating today a fair estimate about what it's going to cost if we were to pay for this tomorrow? Because my understanding is just home renovations wise, you should be at least padding this another couple of $1 billion.
So, a great, absolutely marvelous question. We've been asked similar questions, but no, sorry, like that. But what's marvelous about that question is obviously we are taking very careful care to think about all of our programs post the COVID world. And we often get a question, which, if I can build on what you're asking, which is something similar. And I think some of the questions coming from some councillors reflected this and saying, in a post-COVID world, is it still appropriate to make this type of decision, and how does this work? And the type of turbulence that you referred to, we are seeing in the construction market in terms of pricing. And so you're right, that turbulence is there. And so the way we're approaching this quite forthrightly is these are not 5-year decisions. They aren't 10-year decisions. An LRT is a 60-year decision. It's a huge investment. So we're taking a measured risk view on the turbulence dying down as supply chains get reestablished and supply chains get reopened. Some of the lumber prices we are seeing bottleneck because post-COVID, multiple centers of demand for lumber and steel are restarting. We're seeing at the same time that multiple demand centers are asking for lumber and steel, we're also seeing that not all capacity is ramped back up to produce. So some of the costs and the turbulence you refer to, we're keeping a close eye on. And we are also carrying the risk for that in the 3.4 billion, not the city of Hamilton. I think that's the important point. But I'm an eternal optimist with these things, and with everything. I'm actually an eternal optimist, and I think the turbulence is going to die down in the next 12 to 15 months. And I think as production is brought in and you have stocks are being used up now, and as production kicks in and stocks are rebuilt, the market will settle down again.
Well, I hope I have your same optimism, Phil, because I could hold off building my deck. But I don't share that optimism. I don't believe that prices will drop significantly enough that 3 times they've increased. Now, do they drop 3 times? So thank you for being here, gentlemen. I really appreciate it, and have a good afternoon.
Yes, thank you. And especially thank you for reiterating once again that you're carrying the risk. Councillor Vanderbeek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And thank you, gentlemen, for being here. I've been very grateful for questions that have been asked. Some of them were questions that I had, and for your answers, and in particular for the apparent honesty of your answers. I really appreciate that. I haven't heard a lot of baffle gab. I do still have some questions, I think that they're short. One of the issues I hear about are the connections to other transit options. So I would like to know if the GO bus station that is presently at McMaster University is going to remain there, or whether that's going to be moved elsewhere or eliminated.
Yeah, I'll start that. I worked at the time closely with the Vice Chancellor at McMaster, was on site itself. I actually walked along that the different roads that get into the parking area where the buses currently stop. I think there's a look. McMaster is like the city. McMaster is an absolute partner, and I would like us to just perhaps work again with McMaster to see how we can optimize that interchange of the bus services. At the root of your question is a really important principle, and that is that GO buses coming into McMaster has different points of origin, different points of destination. It's the student community for us, and our bus services are a fundamental part. Students are a huge part of my bus clientele. And we wouldn't want to lose that. At the time, there were thoughts on parking and how the parking structure would be affected at the university. We'll go back and as good colleagues work with McMaster again and just liven everything up and take a view again on whether the solution that we ended up with was the right one.
Councillor Vanderbeek, you're muted. Sorry, we had to mute you. You were listening through your computer and we were getting the sound from both sides.
I'm sorry. Okay, I can change that. Okay. So that leads me to a question about KW. So in Kitchener-Waterloo, which is the system, albeit different, that is often referred to whenever we talk about
LRT, the Hamilton LRT. That system connects directly with the bus and the train at the central station there by Union Street. Our system doesn't connect anywhere with any other transit other than, as far as I know, at McMaster with the GO bus. And so I have that's a question that's asked of me all the time. How do you go anywhere except straight through town on a bus system, on a train system? So I understood that the B line would be continuing, even though the LRT would be going down Main Street, that the B line would be continuing under the former plan. So now I'm asking, because what I've heard today is that it won't be. So can someone tell me whether or not the B line is going to be eliminated or whether it's going to continue, because the connection to Dundas is the B line at the University Plaza?
I think we can get Chris and Joe Costigan to also contribute to this question, and so I'll just frame it sort of slightly differently, and I think we responded somehow along the same line earlier. And tell me if I missed something in your question, please. The type of journey purposes that we see on the LRT, and except for even added to the fact that James and Mary would be two stations close to the Hamilton Central GO station, which would be I would say a relatively easy walk to the GO station connection in connection terms. The journey purposes would be such that we'd like to see how journeys develop and how many people need to have a connection other than what they've got currently. When we built West Harbour, we facilitated the bus loop for dropping people off at West Harbour Station. The alignment of the track for West Harbour was very much chosen because of where the railway corridors run and where we can run our GO services. So in terms of the B line, there was a lot of work and effort put into that. And I think the way I look at the sort of the transit map for Hamilton, perhaps go to Councillor Jackson's question earlier about how do you create feeder systems that support the overall transit solution. I think the LRT would be one of the feeder systems for GO or for connectivity to GO, but all of the other bus services would connect to the LRT as deem appropriate more than GO. You'd have HSR services that would connect at many of the different stations on the LRT itself, and if there's a need for GO services to interface to the service in different places, that can also be created. But Chris and Joe, maybe you can share some thoughts on the B line.
Yeah, so maybe I'll start off, and then if Joe, if you have anything to add, feel free. So again, through the chair, when it comes to the future connections of the HSR network to the LRT, that's really a city-led initiative, obviously in consultation with MTO and Metrolinx on that. We're there to assist, but how that interfacing works in the future is really up to the city to decide. And maybe that's a question that you would need to pose to your staff a little later on. Now, I was aware of the past re-envisioning exercise that was being undertaken by HSR to relook at the entire bus network and how that bus network would fit into the 5 BLAST network rapid transit corridor routes, of which the B line is one of them. So, those connections are a future consideration for the city. And obviously, we're going to be developing our layout to interface with your system, your HR system, to maximize the efficiency and opportunity for all of the riders along the corridor.
Okay.
I can just add, so I was actually part of the West Harbour work and the work at Confederation Centennial Parkway. So both those stations are ready to accommodate a significant amount of bus service. They were both designed with the intent to receive HSR service. And I think that's, the intent is to foster those connections to the LRT.
Okay.
And as a Dundas resident, Arlene, I share your thoughts on proximity to transit.
Okay, we'll go there. We'll talk later. So I do have a couple more questions. In the MOU, so I can't remember what, well, it wouldn't be in the old one. Will it be clearly defined? Will the responsibilities of the difference between operations and maintenance and life cycle be clearly defined in the MOU if we move forward with it? Through you, Mr. Chair.
So maybe I'll start there. I think we would expect the MOU will outline, and we'll, again, as in response to the mayor, we'll take a look and a refresh of that. We'll outline broad roles and responsibilities. We'd also look, as part of, for example, the work we do with the City of Toronto, a lot of that kind of the very specifics we'll do through downstream agreements as well that are just sit underneath of that, but it may be more that we have principles at this point in time as opposed to an itemized list of all the various aspects. I would say that kind of from a general perspective, we have to look at any type of operation maintenance at the province from the perspective of an owner, of what an owner needs to do in terms of responsibility for capital. Because being the owner, we need to, this is kind of getting into the not transit geeky side, but the accounting geeky side. We have to demonstrate and be able to demonstrate continued ownership of an asset, and that involves ensuring that we are responsible for all of those life cycle perspectives. So I think getting into the very fine details of the O&M and kind of every point in time probably is a bit more than we'd be able to put in an MOU at this point in time. It will be more broad principles, roles and responsibilities, and then we would develop a downstream agreement that would deal with all those aspects. No different than what we're doing with here, Ontario, or on the projects that we're doing with the City of Toronto. We'd actually probably use those as ways to kind of get into that detailed discussion with the city. But Phil, I defer to you as well if you want to add or correct anything I've said.
No, I think that's well said.
Okay, thank you. My next question is about the former plan. I understood, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that it was virtually for 30 years. At the end of 30 years, the train system would...
It's okay.
The train system would revert to the city. Is this project any different? Or is the province going to continue to be the owner in perpetuity? And I may be wrong about the 30 years, but that was my understanding.
Yeah. No, that's it's a fair question. So what's great about the question is that you just really have to look at these assets as, if not perpetual, they are nearly perpetual. Once you've got a transit system in, the transit system will. This is what's so amazing about transit systems. They in their own way, they reshape a city, and they have a huge impact on how a city works and operates. And once you've got a dedicated guideway there, and you've got trains running up and down, the trains may after 30 years be retired, but as sure as eggs are eggs, you're going to put more trains on that on that existing guideway, and probably build another guideway right next to it. So in terms of your model and your question, I didn't understand ever that the asset will revert to the city. You'll probably move from one transit proposal to another transit proposal continuously through the life cycle of the city as the city develops, and more transit will be added and other transit will be replaced. And what happens in 30 years' time will probably follow what is the best way for governments to fund large capital infrastructure projects, probably with some degree of debt financing, which the city probably don't want to be the owner of the debt of, to Councillor Clark's question earlier. So I think ownership is probably appropriately held by an organization such as ours, only for reasons that if we can have a Bombardier vehicle, I say Bombardier Alstom vehicle because Alstom procured Bombardier. If we can have specialist expertise that are working on the Ontario fleet or the Eglinton Crosstown fleet, and they're also working on the Hamilton fleet, you probably want us to be, because I've got a group of engineers that are specialized resources that will be knowing inside out what the supplier is doing, what the supplier should be doing on the fleet. We'll have engineers that understand the electrification system. We have relationships set up with all of the suppliers that are typical. These transit systems are pretty complicated systems. Don't want to overstate it either, but you probably want the asset this is a live asset that can change. You want the asset to be owned by the province, I would say. That's just my honest opinion.
Okay, you have about a minute.
I have one more question, and I'm not sure that it's for you, but I'm going to ask it anyway, and you can tell me if I need to divert it to staff. If council moves forward with the motion that is going to be on the floor today to begin negotiations on an MOU, are we agreeing to this project or to further investigation of the terms of a possible project, where if we're not satisfied, there would be an opportunity to deny it?
We're asking for a draft. It might be for staff, but if our delegates want to take a crack at that, the motion is only a draft request today, Councillor. But that fair enough question. So does the two delegates want to tackle this?
So I'll start, and obviously what we in the terms of the province are looking to do is to work with city staff to enter into a new or refreshed MOU that outlines the commitments from all parties moving forward. That is kind of the broad intent of how to move forward, and that we would then agree to the commitment of the project. Obviously, over time, there will be discussions, as the procurement progresses, but I think our intention is that the MOU will establish that commitment from all parties to move forward with the project, and enables Phil to start in terms of early works activities, move forward in terms of the procurement, and involves, that significant investment starting to be made from the province and the federal government in terms of capital dollars. So we see the MOU as a critical point to enable that work to move forward and that commitment to be made from all parties to the project. So I wouldn't look at it to kind of be more pointed to your question. I don't think we are looking at this work as being a commitment to continue to discuss and look at the potential for a project, but to actually start the work moving forward in terms of things like early works, further procurement, because that all involves investments from the.
Oh, thank you. I forgot to thank her. Thank you.
Thank you. So I probably only have 2 seconds left. I just want to.
You're good for 30.
Okay.
Arlene.
I just want to clarify what I think I heard. I think I heard you say that if we approve moving forward today, we are approving moving forward with the project.
I think we're looking to work with city staff to develop the MOU that would outline those commitments. So what we're seeking is, obviously we're seeking, but what we would like to do as the next step is for the province, Metrolinx, and city staff to work on the MOU that would outline commitments from all parties. That MOU, I would assume, will obviously come back for council approval. So at this point, it is to move forward with the development of the document that would establish the relationship going forward on this project.
And through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And so therefore, there is a step where if we're not satisfied with what's in the MOU, we would have an opportunity to represent our wards to vote for or against that MOU. Is that correct?
I can only speak from the provincial side. I see the mayor has raising his hand, but
so I was just going
to engage.
I was asking
Thanks,
the provincial perspective on it. I was looking for the provincial perspective on it.
Right.
I'm not denying. Sorry, I want to be clear. I'm not saying that I don't want to hear from the mayor, and I don't want to hear the municipal side of it. But I was looking for what your expectations are if we approve the motion today. That's what I was looking for. So I think I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm certainly not going to get in the way of the mayor stating his point of view on that at all. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
No problem. And you know what, Mayor Fred, you are going to be moving this motion. The motion reads, immediately following our our presentations here, that staff be directed to meet with Metrolinx, the Ministry of Transportation, and other governmental entities as required to prepare a memorandum of understanding, MOU, for the Hamilton Light Rail Transit project and report back to the General Issues Committee as soon as possible with a draft MOU. And you were mentioned a few times, so you have the right to respond, especially as the mover, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clear up the intent, and so the moment isn't today. It is when the MOU comes back. But then that is the moment where we commit to the project one way or the other. So, we previously committed to the project through a previous MOU. Lots of properties have been acquired. Lots of design has been done. Offices were set up because of the agreement through the MOU. So for those that are, thinking that there's an off ramp beyond the draft coming back and making a decision at that point, I would say there is not an off ramp beyond that. But that doesn't happen until such time as the draft MOU comes back after the discussion between the province and our city staff.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Vanderbeek. Great questions. Good conversation so far. Next up, Councillor Pauls, still on the first-time speakers list. Pauls, Pearson, and then myself.
Thank you. And I want to thank James and Phil for being here. And as a new councillor, these are exciting times when we can discuss and debate and see the future, what our city can look like. So I want to thank you for being here. But I'm interested in the survey and the comment. I think you said there was a 76% approval of the LRT, if I'm correct. I just wanted to ask, was any of the comments, because I'm getting them from my constituents, about if the pandemic continues, if new viruses come, and people are still working from home, what would the effect of the ridership and the construction of the LRT be?
So maybe I'll start with the first one, and I probably should have touched on that. I went through that slide pretty quickly. That was not a poll in any way scientific. It was our regulatory registry posting, and I think what I probably should have mentioned was, in terms of that, we didn't get any necessarily feedback related to specifically the Building Transit Faster Act in this. It was more general comments around support for the LRT, or on the flip side, concerns with an LRT. So it was more general to an LRT in general. Again, not a scientific poll. It was a regulatory registry posting, but it was more just to kind of give council a little bit of a flavor of the comments that government received back on that posting from the public and interested stakeholders. I think as it relates to your second comment, and Phil will jump in as well. I think, from a provincial perspective, we look at infrastructure investments kind of at this point in time from two perspectives. One, from the ridership perspective, and you're right, ridership is obviously quite down across all of our systems, but we would anticipate that will rebound over time for many reasons. One, population growth just in general, and people moving to this part of the country, and the growth that we anticipate in the Greater Toronto Hamilton area, kind of from a broader perspective, but also just from looking at other jurisdictions, Australia and New Zealand, for example, where they have not necessarily experienced the same type of waves of COVID coming back, and how transit ridership has rebounded in those areas. And I won't, unfortunately, quote specific numbers here because I don't have them sitting in front of me, but I've seen reports that identify that transit does rebound or has rebounded in other areas as the direct impacts and the levels of COVID have reduced in countries. I would say then the second point would be just in terms of recovery from that. And obviously, COVID and the impacts of COVID has significant impact from an economic perspective. And all of the large investments we're making now, but also over the coming years, will continue to provide kind of a broader economic activity, economic stimulus, and support also recovery. And that pipeline of projects that the province has, including especially on the transit side, but in highways and in other buildings, is another driver that supports that economic recovery from the impacts of COVID. So that's a broad answer. And then Phil, please add or correct as well.
Yes, Councillor. the interesting thing about your question is the fact that what we are seeing from our focus groups with current customers and people that aren't customers yet, but are what we call latent demand, people that will in the future use transit, is that this epidemic has changed how people think on many levels. Change how people think about working from home. Change how people think about what does a outing on a weekend look like. We've seen a rebound in our weekend travel, for example. We've seen a rebound on middle of the day travel. You're right. The morning peak 12-car trains coming in all the way from Lakeshore West, those days doesn't look like it's going to return immediately. It's not too far away either, but what we do see is people travel for very different reasons, and that's, to your point, the type of change that'll come with in a post-COVID world. But to your question, rather, here's perhaps a way to think about this. If we keep on getting the type of economic activity we have in the GTHA maintain its rhythm, we're going to keep on getting 100,000 people a year join the region. We can't keep on putting 100,000 people a year into the region and just require that downtown city centers deal with automobiles and vehicles, how people travel. So the way we look at this is in our subways, we think it's 120 year type decision that you invest in. And on LRTs, if you don't have too much tunneling, it's typically a 60-year decision, but with all the chances that it'll be a 120-year decision as well, because you'll keep on renewing, put more vehicles on it and expand it. The point being, not to make decisions now on critical infrastructure in this time of turbulence, rather to look at the long game.
Thank you. I have another question on connectivity. We've heard many times to say that the LRT is the spine, the beginning part of the LRT, because really some people say, where does it connect? You know, McMaster to Eastgate. It really should go beyond that. I was wondering, in your point of view, do we have plans already? Because I heard Waterloo is talking already, after being open for less than 2 years, plans of extending the LRT into Cambridge. Do we have anything written that says, certain years we'll move on, and or will it take another 30 years or so?
So to the way the question was answered earlier on what sort of a line B option looks like, clearly we understand the aspirations, some of the aspirations, but this is something we collaborate on with the city. So we have not done any specific work on what does a further LRT extension look like. We've not done that. What I think what is probably realistic is as an LRT starts to kick in and open and sort of community acceptance grow and community belief grows, and you restructure the way HSR services interface to the LRT, then you'll have much more useful, real information about how people travel, when they travel, and then personally think this is going to be transformative for the city, and the ideas would grow from there.
Thank you, Phil. The last question I want to ask: can you pinpoint what changed from a year and a half ago, from the province saying, here's $1 billion, do whatever you like, and now saying, I'll give you 1.7 billion, the federal saying 1.7 billion, 3.4 if you build the LRT. What thing changed? It's very interesting to know what all of a sudden changed your mind.
So I'll start there, and So I would say the work of the task force in terms of that technical review and taking that time, going through that kind of re-identified, looking through all the plans and everything, what the potential projects were. The technical work, so I'm not going to say it's one point in time, but maybe I lead to one point in time. The technical work that Metrolinx did looking at those higher order transit opportunities and taking a look at them in more depth and providing kind of looking at some of the different options. And then obviously the main differences between now and then is we have a 50-50 capital cost share between us and the federal government that did not exist before that supports implementation of the project. So a couple of steps in terms of process review, really kind of looking back to look forward, but then also obviously that capital contribution from the federal government enables us to move forward with that project, given that there's a $3.4 billion commitment now from the two levels of government.
Thank you. And you know what, I want to say that what I like about this is that the operating and the maintenance, it's clearly that of the LRT will be with Metrolink and the province. I love that. I think that's great. Also, I love what you said, Phil, about we could discuss who funds and who does what. And we would be more clear about that, what we're going to do in the future. And I thought that was a great statement. And I also like about the housing aspect and the economics uplift of our city. So those are the things that stood out to me as a new councillor. And when my ward, a constituent, called me and I talked to them reasonably, they mostly agree. So I think we have to be a clear picture, who's paying what, who does what. And once we know that, then we could move on. So I want to thank you again for coming and for making this day exciting, actually, to talk about the future of our great city. Thank you.
And thank you, Councillor Pauls. Great questions and comments, much appreciated. I think I'm about to exhaust the first-time speakers list. Looks like we have about 4, maybe 5 second-time speakers. And just to update my colleagues and Mr. Mayor, your motion will follow this presentation. Once we're through with our presenters, we may ask them to stick around, but so maybe not officially receive their presentation, but I'll allow for some questions for clarity that relate to our staff. This is a General Issues Committee meeting. We have our General Manager of Planning. We have our General Manager of Public Works. We have, I believe, HSR representation. Clerk Paparella. So yes to that. And certainly there have been some questions and comments that may be better answered or at least addressed for today's purposes by staff. Then we'll receive our presenters and go on to the motion asking for a draft MOU. I didn't even take a whole lot of notes before this meeting because I knew as a chair, it's an unwritten rule. You go last with questions, and all the obvious questions were asked. And oh, my apologies, Councillor Pearson. I missed you there. You get to go, but I was just to finish my thought. A lot of the obvious questions that we've all been hearing out there in the community since the $3.4 billion announcement were asked by our first few contributors from council. So, but I'll get back to that thought in a minute. I'm very sorry, Councillor Pearson. You've been on the first-time speakers list for about 4 hours now. So you go ahead.
I'm the last to be the first-time speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Deputy Mayor. No apologies. I just thought, I'm sure he sees my name in there, but that's okay. I'm sure somebody would have jumped up in front of you. I do also want to thank Phil and James and Chris for coming today. All the information's been great. I'm going to try, and I've kept notes, Mr. Chairman, just so you know. I'm up to 6 pages. I've kept notes. I'm going to try not to answer or ask questions that have been asked, but I do want to just touch on the last comment that was made by the previous speaker. So just reiterate, operating and maintenance on the daily basis is the city's responsibility. It's not the province and it's not the feds. Please just clarify, because I'm remembering it's operating and maintenance is the city. It's the capital infrastructure that is the province and the feds, correct?
That's correct. Day-to-day operation and maintenance is the funding responsibility of
funding responsibility. I think we make that distinction, Councillor, right, just to be clear, because to one person, you say operating maintenance is the city's responsibility. Is it to do it? And
Right.
we're saying, no, just separate the two out.
Right.
Operating and maintenance is the city's responsibility for funding. So someone's got to do it. And then sitting between, let's sit together and decide who's the best party to do it. Because you want to do it really well, because this is a 30-year plan. So to make that distinction, as Councillor Paul's sort of listed as well, is the funding decision first. Let's get that clear. And as Mayor Eisenberger said, it's already near defined in whatever was defined before. And then there's the choice of who does it best. Now, if some of the maintenance activities, such as a graffiti that happens on a service and it's get cleaned at the MSF, that's still an operational cost. Who's best to do it? Is it the Metrolink side and our contractor, or is it an HSR contractor or city contractor? Those are the types of things we can work through in the detail. We would obviously argue that whoever works on the trains is probably best our contractor. So it's just that distinction between who does funding and who does the task.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to try and go through because I highlighted the points that weren't raised so that I don't duplicate if possible. So I just want to clarify, and maybe Chris Jacobson could answer, but I just want to be sure because there was a comment and question that there will be no other buses that'll ride along on this LRT route spine. I believe in our presentations we were told there will in fact be a bus. So technically we will have two lines for LRT, one eastbound, one westbound. We will have one lane remaining, and that lane will be for vehicles, cyclists, and another bus. Is that correct? And I don't know if Chris or our transit staff can answer.
We're not going to staff just yet. This
Okay,
is
that's
just
fine.
the presenters. Thank you.
So through the chair. Oh, sorry, Phil.
Yeah. No, I would say, and Chris, by all means, come in. But I would say, Councillor, that's right. Where there's road space available and left, what HSR decide to run bus services there for reasons that suits the HSR service profile, anything like that's possible. Those are local decisions where HSR buses run or not. That's all fine. The point of clarity was just that it wouldn't be possible to run a bus on the LRT guideway in between the LRT vehicles. So thanks for asking for that clarity. Chris, by all means, jump in.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. You know, the future operation of adjacent buses or parallel buses on the LRT corridor is 100% the city's call.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, and thank you, Phil, for the additional information, because you're right, there can't be anything on our system, and I was going to ask because the proposal is that it's a raised track. So the whole route for our LRT system, it's except at intersections, some intersections, if I'm not mistaken, well, all intersections has to be correct, that the route itself is a raised system, and I believe that's what's on the table, and that's the proposal that will go forward.
So let's call it a dedicated guideway. So it's dedicated. It may not be raised. It may just be demarcated in terms of this is where cars should not go, and it may have like physical edging and borders that make sure that road vehicles don't inadvertently go where they shouldn't go.
Thank you, and I appreciate that clarification because I always had it that it was supposed to be a raised or maybe a curbing though, so that cars can't cross over. So thank you for that. You mentioned there was a comment made earlier that it is $3.4 billion, and I just want to be sure we still have 30 properties potentially be purchased that will come out of that. So what's the amount so far? Because I'm assuming everything that's been done so far up to date comes off that $3.4 billion. Is that correct? And what are we at today for the purchases, for all the work that's been done to date on LRT?
So I'm sort of recollecting, we were pretty public last time round on what we had invested already. It was in the ballpark of around 180 million. And that is about, of that, there were design costs, there was some property cost, which was, and forgive me, Councillor, I'm sort of just recollecting here. We could come back with a firmer answer, but about half that sum was for properties, and that's what, but that's all within the cost envelope.
And what I would add,
thank you,
what,
James. Yes.
What I would add to that is the $3.4 billion is the cost share agreement between the federal government and the provincial government. And I don't want to get into details here because I don't have them in front of me, but the federal government has specific eligible criteria for what is part of that. We're well aware of that. Properties is actually an item that is not an eligible expenditure, so that would be an expenditure. Any additional cost being an expenditure that the province would retain in addition to our cost sharing number, but that represents for capital construction, contingency, all of these other things, costs that we would be sharing with the federal government. So there are some areas where there may be ineligible costs, and those are costs that would be the responsibility of the province.
You tapped onto the second part of my question, James. Very good. Thank you for that. I mean, and in all fairness, we're asking these questions because there's always also viewing public out there. And this has been a long time through a process. It's been an on and off again project and a lot of changes. And I guess it's hard. I mean, we've all been trying to follow, as I always say, the bouncing ball. And I'm just trying to be sure that we get that ball back on the track. You mentioned, I think, Phil, about the financing will rest with the province. So it'll be up to the province. We won't be dealing with the province or with the feds as far as the funding from the federal level. It would have to go from the federal level to the provincial level. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. That's the general program that they have for all infrastructure programs.
Super, and I don't know how my time is. I'm almost done.
You're good for a minute and 20 seconds.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. So I guess I just will close in some comments. And well, one more question. Currently, and I'm sure the Ward 2 councillor will probably know also, is we have a number of buildings that are being constructed along the King Main Street corridor right now. So do we know, and that may be a staff question later, have they factored in the potential of the LRT coming along, abutting their buildings on those routes?
I would say it's a staff question, but sorry, Phil.
Okay, that's fine. I'll leave it for staff then. I'm preparing them.
Yeah, we can't talk to that as much, but Councillor, so if I was thinking about what you were asking there, you know, fortunately in LRT, as we're doing here, it's not the type of complexity as a subway would be, where you're tunneling and there's foundations and tiebacks that are built for underground garages and the like. That becomes awfully difficult to deal with. But we deal with that on some of our subway projects. So I think it's good you asked the question. I think the impact would be relatively limited.
Thank you for that. So I will close off, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, all for the answers today and the very clear answers. I appreciate that. You know, it's been difficult with Hamilton. We've gone from, I mean, we've had streetcars, we've had trolleys. It's not like this city hasn't had them. We have had them, and they've gone by the wayside. So there's a lot of apprehension. I can say, just as Councillor Vanderbeek has, I am in Stony Creek on the other end of the city, and believe me, my beeline from Jones Road takes me right up to the west end of Hamilton right now. It's a phenomenal system. And I think that's what I feel saddened that we will lose that efficiency. Appreciating that you're anticipating that the LRT will give us more efficiencies. One last, though, is you've mentioned about the post-COVID, and I know I've spoken to a number of developers in the home building industry, basically saying, you know, basically with COVID right now, it's they don't need bricks and mortar anymore. They don't need offices. They don't need downtowns. So I've looked at that and factored in. So what's the effect going to be? Are we going to have? I realize we're going to have population growth, but where are they going, and what's drawing them to these places? I'm just going to end off at that because those are things that are resting on my mind right now on where all of this will be going. But I really do thank you for all the information today, for the clarification, and I think at some point too, when I asked staff, I think if anything, we need to, wherever this lands, the public have to know exactly what this system's going to look like, because I don't believe the public really know at this point what it's going to look like and how it's going to operate and the effects at intersections, etc. So I want to thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. You've done an excellent job, and everybody's been wonderful today. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I don't know who the deputy is, so I have to pass the chair off to someone. Because it's my turn. I'm looking at you, Stephanie. Councillor Marula, would you take the chair? Oh, is it Councillor Danko? Oh, it's Councillor Danko. You're off the hook, Councillor Marula. Thank you. Are you good, Councillor Danko?
I'm good. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I almost, that last speaker, it wasn't mentioned until a minute ago, but it was mentioned, and so I have to ask immediately for a response. And I appreciate all the good questions from the last speaker and everyone else. But a streetcar and a trolley, this is not true. Through you to Phil.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. But I say it's not for the following reasons. You could think about the vehicle itself would be no different to applying a modern vehicle. They call it platforms these days, and the Alstom stroke historic Bombardier platform, which is the Flexity platform. It's a pretty decent vehicle that can go anywhere. The massive difference between an LRT like this and a streetcar is streetcars can have cars running between the vehicles. The control that you'll have on an LRT at intersections, which Chris referred to, the control would be set up to maximize the flow of the streetcar, maximize the flow within reason, obviously, being sensible to what happens at an intersection to get vehicles to flow. But because it's not a street surface, because it's a dedicated guideway service, the train can run at a slightly higher speed because it's a dedicated guideway without pedestrian crossings all over the place, only at selected points. It's a safer running than streetcar running. So the fact that it's not running in normal traffic makes a huge difference to how it operates.
As
and that's
opposed
also
to a streetcar or trolley.
if you think, Deputy Mayor, if you think of it this way, that's why you can, if you run trains faster, you basically create a bigger pipe, a bigger corridor, bigger capacity, because you get faster from the one end to the other end, and you can fit trains closer to each other with that few minutes of separation between the trains.
Yeah, we're moving more people in a much more environmentally friendly way. We should probably add. Haven't heard a lot about the environment today. I'm sure we will down the road. So I appreciate that. And while I have you, Phil, through you, Chair, has anybody ever assessed the average distance from getting out of your car that you parked in one of those massive GO train lots between Halton and Toronto to the actual doors of the GO train? What's the average walk from your car in those vast parking lots, and it's obviously a longer walk the later you are, to the actual doors of the train? If you're the CEO of Metrolinx, has that one ever been looked at?
I'm going to take that way. I'm going to take that away as an action, sir. I'm going to take that away as an action.
Thanks. I'll need that for future, so I'm going to hold you to that. Yes. Through you, Chris Jacobson, maybe that's something you already know? I won't put you on the spot, Chris, but I do have a question for you. Do you remember, I mean, I'm sure you do, you were involved in so much community outreach prior to moving on to bigger and better things with this project, but and others with Metrolinx. But we have for the GO connectivity, a pedestrianization plan, or we had. Do we still have that pedestrianization plan for Houston Street, the 2-block stretch there?
So through the chair, I would say that that was part of the original scope that we were looking at. Improving the pedestrian access along Houston Street to the Hunter GO station. I would say it's still in scope. We'll have to review exactly what that looks like along with the city to determine exactly the look and feel and the standard that's used through there. But yeah, I guess the easiest answer is it was part of the original scope.
Okay, and being so entrenched when you were with us, would you say that the distance between the LRT stop doors and our downtown GO station doors is a lot shorter than the average walk at one of those vast GO station parking lots, Chris?
I think so. Through the chair, I think Phil's going to send me out to do some walking later. So we'll let you know.
Okay. So one of the things I've been saying for years, and I'm glad Councillor Pearson before me, others have mentioned it. It's not lost on me. The only thing that is the math. But I wanted to go back to Phil on this one because I paid attention closely to the 90-minute announcement 3 weeks ago or so. And there were a lot of standout statements. There were a lot of very well-articulated and to-the-point commitments and things like LRT or nothing. The one delegate during that press conference, virtual press conference, offered the $7 for every dollar we send, or maybe it was 10. But the gains in terms of the economic development were obviously a big part of the excitement for those who have been supporting this project from the get-go. But another comment that came and one that I think was important, but it made me think. Was this part of the reason why we've committed to this as a province and as a federal government, and only this, the LRT, and committed to the biggest singular investment, $3.4 billion, that our city has ever seen in our history? Was part of the assessment to make this massive commitment that we have already seen in the last 10 years, probably, and this is where my bad math comes in, 750 to about $1 billion worth of LRT supportive development already here in Hamilton and along this beeline. And that's just at a time where it's been more of a roller coaster than an LRT track. So through you to Phil.
So I would say, Deputy Mayor, that, and then just from our side, in terms of when we put a recommendation for a project to government, clearly we acknowledge costs, which are sunk costs when we do the costing up for the project. But the decision making here is much more around the huge economic impact that an LRT can have. That feels to me like the beginning and the end of the reasoning behind this. But this is a very specific perspective from myself as just an implementer of these solutions. James can talk more to the policy aspect, but in terms of how we do business cases, in terms of how we recommend projects, it's all about transit and the benefits it brings.
Through you, Chair, of the 7,000 jobs, how many can we assume will be hyper-local or local?
Yeah, most of this, building an LRT is very much a local activity. If you look at some of our other projects where there are very specialized skills, and when I say specialized skills, you get these organizations that do the tunneling, and they specialist equipment, specialist trained people are very key to the production process. And if you think of the 7,000 jobs, there's clearly a combination of different jobs that are associated with the construction itself, the design itself, but also then the economic development it brings afterwards. So it's by far the majority of that would be local.
And through you, Chair, most of those 7,000 jobs with this project, good paying jobs, Phil?
I would say so. I think to other comments that were made in other questions, there's clearly a spectrum. what I personally find just really exciting about these transit projects is that they are multi-level projects in the sense of what type of skills it employ. It's a fantastic intro for journey persons, fantastic intro for apprenticeships. Clearly, apprenticeships is first foot on the ladder. I've got a 20-year-old son. Youngsters, this is the world youngsters can get involved in. It's also the world where engineers, local construction businesses can get involved in, especially now that we've fragmented or broken up the scope into and contracted differently. In that first early work stage, we'll be contracting clearly with a prime contractor and a designer, but they would be using subcontractors in the local area. It's throughout, Deputy Mayor. It'll be throughout the hierarchy of delivering this this project.
Okay, fantastic. And certainly it's been mentioned before, but that community benefit and the opportunities to build some skills with the trades. There's a new program actually in Hamilton I've been involved with for the last couple of months. It's just getting going, but it's in the millions, the funding. And Hamilton is one of 4 communities getting some substantial funding from the Skills Development Fund, federally funded, provincially allocated, but great for community outreach and workforce development for youth at risk, women, people of color, Indigenous folks, veterans, cadets, and others. So I know there's a role that we can play here with respect to that program. That's it for me. I'm just going to close by saying I will ask economic development at the appropriate time when we go to staff. Maybe Jason Thorne can get our ECDEV staff to actually look at the true math, or at least a much better estimate, but I know it's the ballpark of $750 billion so far of LRT supportive development. So in other words, those people who've invested in the last 10 years in downtown Hamilton, significant action with respect to cranes and buildings and all of those things. It's been, as far as I can see, for the most part, I'd say 95% of it is from LRT supportive investors in our city. And I don't think we should leave that in the shadows. And so I'm going to ask at the appropriate time that our economic development staff reach out to those people who made those investments and get definitive answers as to whether or not, and how much they spent, as to whether or not they are LRT supportive developments. I think I already know, but my assessment is an approximation based on my own math, and we've got much more qualified people to do that. I will take the chair back. Councillor Danko, thank you very much for standing in there. And with that, that's it for the first time speakers list. We only have 2 now, second time speakers list. And I'll just remind everybody watching, because I'll bet you we're getting more hits than we ever have had in the past. We're with our Ministry of Transportation and Metrolinx representatives today. James Nolan is the Assistant Deputy Minister, the Ministry of Transportation, and we have Phil Verster, who you just heard from, answering some of my questions. He's the President and CEO of Metrolinx. Joe Costigan is in Dundas. He's the Senior Manager of Commercial Management and Operations with Metrolinx, and you all know Chris Jacobson. He is now the Director of Bus Rapid Transit with Metrolinx. Second time speakers, first is Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. My questions are for staff. So when we come back to staff, I would like to come back on the speakers list then. Thank you.
Will do. Councillor Jackson, you'll be the last to ask for a second time to our presenters.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor Farr. And 2 or 3 quick questions to CEO Verster or the Deputy Minister Nolan. So did I hear, that, Deputy Minister, that the Hamilton Building and Trades, they will be guaranteed the work locally from whoever the consortium is that ends up getting this contract? Through you, Deputy Mayor, is that what I heard? Guaranteed?
So I'll respond to that and just say that that's not what you heard. We did not say we guarantee and prescribe how it's done. But what we see, we just shared what we see practically, is that work in a locality, if the contractors in the locality are interested in doing the work, have the equipment and those types of normal choices as made in the execution of normal business, contractors have all of the opportunity to participate in the different scopes that contracts are let. So we don't set out when we are going to procure a party that's the best equipped to deliver this. We don't set rules for them to say you've got to get all of your subcontractors locally. Maybe they need subcontractors that are more specialized, that are just outside of the local catchment area. So we allow for flexible competition there, but there's lots of opportunity, I think, is the overriding message.
CEO Verster, my apologies if I misunderstood. However, the essence of my question remained, and I appreciate your clarification and your explanation. Quickly, in a similar vein, will our ATU be given first right of refusal to operate the line? Through you, Deputy Mayor Farr, please.
So I think that's again a great question, because
that's the first time I got from you a great question, CEO. Thank you. So many of my colleagues got that, but that's the first one for me. Thank you.
And Phil, he gets it all the time, so it really is a standout omission on your part.
It's a great question, sir.
My apologies, CEO.
No, it's all good. Great question. So sort of this was a great question. So previously, when we had the question came in, we were sort of in stride with the previous procurement process, and it was not a great time to change the structure of that. So I understand what you're asking in terms of the first right of refusal. Probably don't want to sort of couch it in that language, but sort of approach it differently and say, like we've laid it out today, in terms of first choice is who funds O&M. Second choice is a conversation between us and our partner, the city, in terms of who does it. And that conversation is open. So that conversation we envisage would be set up through the good offices of Jeanette and her team, and would find its way back to council for discussion. Clearly, there are consequences if we make certain decisions. There are consequences, for example, if we want to pin a certain performance regime and system and say trains must run this punctual, and we have a contractor which we can have levers on forcing the contractor to make sure they run in a certain way. And if we give the operations away and then someone else does the operations, some of those levers are then not possible. That's okay. That's the decisions you make in a business choice of how to do that second stage of operations, that second choice. After we've done the funding choice and we decide who does what, there are trade-offs in terms of how the decision work. We'll discuss that with Jeanette and her team, and she'll bring it back to council. And that's a very practical, pragmatic way I think we'll go about doing it going forward.
Thank you, CEO Verster. And Deputy Mayor Farr, my very last question of our guests, and you may not be able to tip your hand, but can you give me some indication what typically in a project this size, $3.4 billion, what's the contingency built into that, please? Ballpark, anything you can say? I'm not here to try to tip your hand ahead of the letting out of the RFP, but can you give me some idea, please? And that's my last question, Deputy Mayor Farr.
Yeah, so we won't be declaring exact amounts because this is a commercial process which will be in market for. But what we do is it's not like it's a thumb suck type of value. We do what's called a QCRA, which is a quantified cost risk assessment. And for completion of the work, we do QSRAs, which is a quantified schedule risk assessment. We put all of our clever people in a room with the contractors. We figure out what are the risks, what are the likelihood, what's the sort of probability distribution that what looks like a risk is a 90% probability, 80% probability, 70% probability of happening. We then quantify that into cost impacts, which we probabilize, and then we say this is the number we come up with. And so it's very, very. We in the last 3.5 years since I've been there, we've brought a lot of this focus on numerate risk management and more in-depth commercial management to our choices. So rather than give you a number, which which wouldn't mean much if you don't know what the risk profiles are and the risks that are being addressed are. I'd rather give you that comfort of understanding that in terms of our whole approach to the risk, because in the end, that's what drives the cost. Risks drive costs. Risk is equal to dollar signs in the end. Depending on how well you sort the risk out, that becomes a dollar sign. To give you a sense that we've got structure and method behind it.
Deputy Mayor Farr, to CEO Verster and to the Deputy Minister Nolan, I just want to thank them for their patience and in answering all of my questions. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Farr.
Yeah, and I thank them as well, and we'll ask them just to hold tight. Normally, now that we're through with the questions to our presenters, we would receive the presentation. But I want to just stray from it, given the significance of the issue, and just ask them if they could just hold tight for a moment before we receive the presentation, so we can keep them on the air here, just in case questions of staff may lead to a verification of something we may have heard by our presenters over the last many hours. So we don't have a lot of questions so far lined up for staff, but Councillor Ferguson, you had indicated earlier that you have staff questions, so please feel free. We're at questions for staff at this point, colleagues. But the presenters will hang in just in case we need to return to them. Councillor Ferguson, are you still with us?
Can I just ask a process question? Is that not something that we deal with when we actually deal with the motion and then start dealing with questions to staff at that point? I mean, I generally...
These are quite good questions.
That's generally the way we do it. Sorry?
Good question, Mr. Mayor. So these are questions for clarity on what we've just heard from our presenters that may have bring clarity with the staff that are present. So based on the answers you've heard from the presenters and the comments, questions of clarity to our staff, if those questions were deemed by even our presenters and their responses to be better asked of our staff. And that's a fair question. So that actually helps us really hone in on what it is we're asking of staff right now. It has to be relatable to the presentations. Councillor Ferguson, are you still with us?
Yeah, sorry. I got two other phones ringing in my ear at the same time. Let me just turn I'm going to try to turn my camera on because maybe enough people are off now that it will work. Okay, so my first question is...
Yeah, Councillor Ferguson, it didn't work. You need to take your video off. Sorry.
Okay. There's something wrong with this new system then. So, question to Mike, if I can. We were told the cost would be $20 million. And it's the first time I've heard, or the most recent number we've heard. We've heard a lot of numbers, and you and I have had conversations over this over the last little while. I'm told that we're going to get 100% of the fare revenue. And so when can we get a forecast of what the fare revenue would be to find out what the net impact of the tax levy would be?
GM of Finance, Mike Zagarek.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we're happy to take that direction and work with Public Works, our transit partners, and review some of the assumptions that were part of the Rapid Ready Expanding Mobility Choices report. Review those assumptions and review the modal splits and the associated ridership and fare revenue forecasts.
Because for myself, it's a critical number to know what the net cost is. Gross number is fine, but the net number is one that impacts the tax levy. And on the tax levy then, transit is area rated in Hamilton, and the transit costs are spread over wards 1 through 8, with the suburban municipalities paying a cost per kilometer for any service that they buy from HSR. So would the operation and maintenance of the LRT be spread over wards 1 through 8, or is it 1 through 15?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, transit is an area rated service. It's area rated urban rural. And as it relates to the potential for area rating LRT, that would be a future conversations with council. Council to date has not taken a position as to whether or not LRT would be area rated. Again, two key principles as it relates to area rating. The service level must be greater than service levels, other transit service levels. And the second required principle is there must be a differential in the cost of providing that service. So again, subject to LRT meeting those two principles, that would come forward to a future council for consideration.
Does a LRT meet those principles? Because it only services wards 1 through, I guess, 5.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, on the surface, I believe it does. But again, we would work with the project in terms of determining whether or not those two principles ultimately meet the legislative requirements, or the project meets those two principles. And we would bring that forward to council for future deliberations.
And is it possible also to get the revenue that, or the cost that will be gained, the revenue that will be gained by retiring the buses that are currently on the B line?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the assumption of the retiring of buses was part of the Rapid Ready reports in 2013, as well as staff provided an update to that, to those estimates back in 2018. And those assumptions did form part of some 2011 assumptions as it relates to O&M, and I apologize for the lengthy response. But again, you may recall, committee members may recall a range as it relates to operations and maintenance estimates dating back to 2011. And those assumptions built in the potential to retire up to 18 buses, or to realign the 18 buses. So again, that would come before council for future deliberations as to A, to retire those buses, or B, to realign those buses, and potentially as it relates to the overall blast strategy.
Okay. So, so the Lower City then, if we don't retire them, will be reassigned to the Lower City. Well, they are now, but how could you possibly reassign a bus that runs every 10 minutes along the B line when you got the LRT and advanced form of transit running from Eastgate through to McMaster? So it sounds like you're telling me it's going to be a future council decision, but I would like to know what the savings would be that we could put against operation and maintenance of retiring the buses that are 18 buses, if you say it is, on the B line. So if you could provide that information to us in the future, that would be great too. And lastly, we have a bunch of incentives for the Lower City to spark development. And with a $3.4 billion investment in advanced form of transit, we should be able to do away with the in-season incentives, like 50% reduction on development charges, the tax holiday, I forget what it's called, but it's a tax increases spread over 10 years to spur future development, and the erase program. Could you also provide for us what the savings would be by eliminating these programs, because we're investing $3.4 billion in an advanced form of transit? Because where I'm getting to, well, we may have $20 million, probably net something like 8 to 10, if you assume that 50% of the cost would be coming from the fare box. Would we save $10 million by retiring the buses that are currently on the B line that are no longer needed for that because it's replaced by the LRT, and by the savings that would be enjoyed if we did away with these incentive programs to encourage investment in Lower City when you got the advanced form of transit? And I outlined the 3. So if all those savings are added up, and our net cost is $10 million, does that mean we can get this system with no additional operation and maintenance cost? I know you can't answer that today, but I will not support today directing an MOU to be prepared between Metrolinx and the city until I know the answers to these questions, because I suspect it could be zero. If you look just at retiring 10 buses, if you look at 18 buses, 50% reduction in development charges is huge money, as is the erase program and the tax holidays. So I look forward to getting that information from you, Mike, and eventually getting to a net number, if you will. You got the gross, you got the net after the fare box, then the net after retiring these incentive programs. is the amount still needed to operate and maintain this bus system? Zero. And that would make it a lot easier decision for most of us, I think, if that's how it come back. And also, I'd like to just get a further update on how people can go west on 403 coming out of the downtown Hamilton. I can't think of a way, and I've scratched my head about it. You can't go down Aberdeen. You can't come down Queen. You heard Chris say that today. Can't go down Dundurn for St. So how the heck are people supposed to get out of the downtown to go up to Escarpment and go west on 403? And we could get those answers before we have another go at this to debate the MOU. I'd appreciate that. So that's all my questions, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to Mike responding to that.
Thank you. We'll take it as direction then. And I'm sorry, did you just say you were looking for a response from finance staff or just a verification that he'll take that direction?
I just heard Mike say that he needed time to put this together, working with other staff. And when he has that done, hopefully it's soon, because it sounds like Metrolinx and the province is looking for a decision this summer, and the summer is going to start on June 20th. So I'm hopefully back before we go into the July and August breaks. Because today we got two monstrous items. We got this in the downtown entertainment convention facilities to deal with. But I'd like to get that information back before I make a final decision on the MOU. Thanks.
No problem. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I'll put myself on the speakers list, and Councillor Danko, if you can please take my.
Okay, maybe you can get me.
Sorry, Mayor Fred.
But that's all right.
I can't see through this far with reading glasses. My fault. You must have just jumped on.
You got your mask tweaked up too high here.
I got the Dougie Ford going.
Yeah, I think so. So I appreciate the comments that Councillor Ferguson just made. And, I got some information from ECDEV about how we're phasing out the incentives downtown, DC's Erase program and others. And that's phasing out already. It's already been reduced significantly, and it has a phasing plan, which actually provides significant savings. And we did talk about, and you mentioned this, Councillor Farr, the transit-oriented development that's already happened as a result of the previous procurement that we did, which we were well into, and many of the developers said that they were moving forward because of the LRT. So I think there are a number of factors that needs to play into the overall costing that comes back to us, including there's the 2018 report that I sent to all of you, which talked about the operating and maintenance estimates and the assumptions that were made then. And, I have to tell you that it's going to be very difficult to have a definitive guaranteed number, as Councillor Jackson tried to point out, because it's a procurement process. But, there are lots of examples of what O&M costs are in other lines throughout the province of Ontario and beyond. And again, KW is a prime example of their O&M cost, their day-to-day operating is $8.5 million. So there's lots of good examples of what the approximates are, and that was before they factored in fare revenues and before they factored in the additional taxes that they've generated. And to the point of, and you open up the door here for comment and debate. And I think my question to Phil Verster would be, in terms of clarity. I mean, my argument has always been that this investment in the city of Hamilton is 50% about transportation and 50% about economic growth and development along the corridor. And I think the province and the federal government see it the same way. They see a economic uplift benefit opportunity that goes beyond just the transit benefits, and it's driven by the LRT transit benefits that's being built. That's the KW experience, and maybe in his own words, maybe Phil can kind of fill in the blank. So we're not Toronto. We're not in desperate need of more public transportation for the sake of public transportation because they have congestion today they need to sort out. But we're thinking ahead of congestion coming our way, and this is the part of the transportation piece, but it's also the urban sprawl piece, the ability to redevelop the inner core of our city on existing and renewed infrastructure that is really the biggest economic benefit that comes with this entire project. So I don't want to put words into Phil's mouth. I would like to hear it from them and from James in terms of their concept and view of what this investment means for the city of Hamilton.
So if I take a start at this, if I take a start at this, and James can follow. Despite the fact that people like me are just transit people and we love transit and love building it, fact of the matter is, transit is one of those unique sort of investments that is not really about transit. It's actually all about economics. Transit drives economic development. Transit rewires a city, redirects a city. And so, Mr. Mayor, I think you and I have shared in conversations over many years the fact that I think an LRT would totally transform Hamilton. I'm often in Hamilton and often meet with our people there. And my wife likes to go down to Hamilton and do shopping on the escarpment or on the mountain, as we understand it. So I just believe that it's probably not even 50-50. I think this is a transit project with a huge, more than 50% benefit. That's all in the investment space, all in the development space, all in the city building space. And it will rewire the city. It will change behaviors along the route. It'll change investments along the route, and it will change the city in ways that I think is going to be really positive. And that's what we see with LRTs. LRTs is very different to subways. LRTs, especially when it's surface running, it's easy up, easy on, easy off. So it stimulates different type of journeys. It is sort of event driven along the stops. The stops all get benefit. So the benefit is more distributed across those many stops along the route. So it is very much a city development initiative.
Thank you, Phil. And just a couple of other points of clarification, because I heard these comments come up, and then I'm 100% confident that it was never intended that at the end of the agreement or the 30 or 40-year lifespan of the kind of the financial package that the asset reverts to the city of Hamilton. That was never on the table, to my understanding, and I get that clarity from you, and I'd ask our staff the same question.
Yeah. I
don't think that was ever part of the MOU or the plan. It's always intended to be a provincial asset. As one previous Minister of Transport explained to me, it's actually good for the province to have it on their books because they can depreciate it as an asset. So it's there's a financial benefit for them beyond just the ownership and the operation. So can you clarify that point? And the second point, and I'll let you clarify both. Raised platforms for the on and off has always been part of the plan through a dedicated lane at grade. So it runs at grade, but the platforms are raised for access on and off.
Yeah.
Those 2 points.
I think that's fair to say, Mr. Mayor. It's raised platforms definitely, and it's raised platforms just because it's safer for people to have as reduced a step onto the train as is possible. I think the comment was that it's a raised guideway, which is what I understood from Councillor Pearson. May have been my misunderstanding. It's just, yes, it runs at grade, separated from road traffic, and similarly, yes, raised at the platform level for on and off. And yes, the asset is an asset which is firstly operationally best managed in the context of we have teams that we've developed now that are expert at managing contractors that deliver these services, such as the track maintenance, the signaling maintenance, the intersection control. This is good stuff that we have the resources, and doing it across the province makes it an operational efficiency. And then your observations on depreciation of the asset is obviously really appropriate as well. This is a big investment in a single asset, and the depreciation of the asset over 30 years is best done by the province.
Right. And then just another point of, thank you, Phil, another point of clarification to James. I mean, there is a there is a return to the province at the end of the day, both federally and provincially, in terms of income taxes federally, in terms of sales taxes provincially. So I'm sure you've done a calculation on what the return on the investment is. I'm not going to ask you the number, but there's a calculator that determines what comes back to the province to help offset the investment that you're making. So can you speak to that at all? I mean, you can confirm that. I'm sure you can confirm the question. Can you provide any more clarity on that?
So I can't provide kind of as you note, a specific number. I can say that in terms of all of our infrastructure decisions, and this kind of goes to your earlier point, we look at all of these factors in terms of making investments, and then we look at it through the lens, as you note, in terms of things like provincial ownership of the asset, etc. But we do look at that broader perspective, working across ministries, and not just again from solely an economic perspective. We look at it from an environmental perspective. We look at it from a social perspective. We weigh all these factors, but of course that kind of rate of return and the benefits that are experienced not just locally, but also provincially, in certain cases nationally, are factors into the decisions that the province makes in terms of infrastructure investments, especially of this magnitude. And maybe to your earlier question, I would just confirm that from a provincial perspective, and maybe it's just kind of construed the concept because we're looking at a 30-year concession period, but there's been no discussions in the province that this provincial asset would revert to the city after the 30 years. So I don't speculate on what happens 30 years from now, but that is not part of the discussions that we have at this time.
I appreciate that. And let me thank you again for the very thoughtful and thorough way that you've answered everybody's question. Quite frankly, it's Phil, you're amazingly charming, and I think the accent helps. But you're knowledgeable and clear about what you know and understand about the value of the investments here, and I really appreciate your approach. And James, the province has come a long way through this process, and I have to compliment not only you but the minister, who went from cancellation to task force to rethinking the process and coming back with what we've and for a long time have said is the best option, and many others have said as well. So I really want to compliment the province for a bit of a tortured journey, but in my view, a good outcome. So thank you for that great work.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to put myself quickly on the speakers list. You hit on a few of the things, and for clarity and just a little bit of direction, as Councillor Ferguson's already provided. So Councillor Danko, if you don't mind, once again, are you available?
You have the last word, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Okay. And again, thanks to Phil and our Deputy Minister for hanging in on this. Just a reminder, we have the transit-oriented corridor. Anybody on planning committee of the past, actually, because it wasn't this term, we've passed transit-oriented planning. We have the planning policies in place to build up along this corridor, and that needs to be out there, and a reminder to the folks who have been watching this and maybe wondering, because that's a lot of work. That's years of planning policy that's already been done. So, and it's really important as we look at the incentives and that as we look at the assessment growth that everyone's talking about. This whole day started with our presenters talking about gross versus net on the operating, on the what is the local commitment, and then we talked about, well, what in the net we can factor in to take away from that annual operating. And to the mayor's point just now and others throughout the day, in fact, it was our presenter Phil that first brought up, hey, don't forget about the economic impact. It wasn't even any of us to that point in this conversation, and that's a massive a point, and a very important one, especially for some of the councillors who maybe are more often hearing about, we don't need another trolley and I'm never going to use it. Well, here's where it benefits you. And the speaker before our mayor for years had that argument for his constituents. We're a highly taxed community, he would tell to his residents. But if we start growing our assessment in the inner city, we're going to mitigate the impact that you've had in my community. And that's still very much a major argument. And so an assessment of the assessment that we're going to get, I think, is critical here. And I would direct staff through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to maybe update that, include things like planning policy that we've put in place that is very much relatable to this one-of-a-kind $3.4 billion investment. And just on our current incentive programs, I'm glad it was brought up. I argue often that they are proven. They came as SEPA at least came before my time, but it was a smart council that said we need to provide incentives, because all council and the mayors of the past heard was you got to clean up the core. You got to clean up the inner city. And banks weren't offering any loans to do that. So we had to step up and create our own SEPAs because the province lets us in the Planning Act. And we did. And every time since that we've received reports, in my recollection, over the last 11 years, our return on investment is always in those reports. And the return on investment is always significant. It shows that the programs work. That said, I appreciate the argument, and I certainly think it's, as the mayor said, we've been already focusing on 10% declines on certain, on especially the development charges for many, many years now. When we started, it was 100%, and now it's down to, I think, 50. So it's just an important thing, but when you look at it, for me personally in Ward 2, when ABC Development Company comes in and pays $10 million for a surface asphalt parking lot, the lowest possible use in the heart of any city is a surface asphalt parking lot in the heart of the core, and they buy it for $10 million because they got some incentives in there, and they bring that $10,000 annual taxes that we were getting from that surface parking lot and build a $70 million high rise, and now it's $340,000 or $400,000 of assessment annually, annualized forevermore. That's why we do these programs. And so I really think that where we can, we should focus on presenting that publicly. Well, the incentives that the LRT brings, but especially those folks who've made the investment, at least in the last 10 years, by tapping into our SEPAs, to our incentive programs, growing our assessment immensely in doing so, but under the guise of putting hundreds of millions of dollars into at least our core I'm talking about now, this goes along the inner city, and growing our assessment in the core extremely greater than what it was 10 years ago, but under the guise of LRT support. So through you, Chair, to Jason, just to close here, is there a way we can get an update there from economic development to share publicly in short order how much development we've seen by LRT supportive investment currently, in the past, and what is already approved ongoing?
General Manager Thorne. That was a long preamble.
So through you, Mr. Chair, Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. If council wants to direct that we do a sort of an inventory of some of the development projects that have occurred along the corridor, we did do that previously, but it is probably 2 years or so ago now. So we could certainly do, if that's what council wishes to direct, we could do an updated listing of what some of those projects are on and adjacent to the corridor.
Are and have been and will be as approved. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. I appreciate that, Jay. I know you'd acquiesce. And is that it? Oh, third time.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, before you start, may I just remind people we are still on the presentation, and I'm hearing staff direction and all sorts of things coming off the floor. We should receive the presentation, hear the delegate, and then when you get to the motion, we're really straying from where we should be with the presentation. So if you're asking for clarification specifically of staff or the presenters, we should be doing that now. Any other discussion or debate really should happen after the delegate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair. You were trying to get me that message the whole time I was speaking, and I appreciate that. But I did open with, I know I had the preamble, as the deputy mayor mentioned, that this was mentioned earlier in the presentation. And so I want to bring clarity to the economic development impact. And I think I just did, because our staff just said they'll bring it back and update it. I appreciate that. So if Councillor Ferguson, you do not have a question for the presenters, we can receive them now, and then we'll get to staff, unless you think you need to jump in.
I'm going to receive the presentation, then I have a comment.
Seconded by Mayor Eisenberger. All in favor? This is a recorded vote. And thank you again, Phil. Thank you, James, and to the staff that you brought along with us today. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. It was great. Enjoyed it.
Councillor Clark? Thank you. Carries
unanimously. Thank you. And Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to make a rebuttal to the last two speakers, you being one. There's no question that the incentive program we put in place helped restart the downtown renewal, and they work fabulously. But now we're spending $3.4 billion of taxpayers' money, which is supposed to be the big economic uplift thing. How are you going to have economic uplift if you continue to give it away? And so the mayor is right. We've been decreasing development charges in the cohort. It's going down at 5% per year. So it's at 50% now. It'll be 10 more years before it's back to zero. I would like to, in part of my direction to Mike, I'd like to see the impact if we took it to zero on the day we signed the LRT contract. And then we can get a real feel whether that revenue, the revenue from retiring 18 buses and the revenue from the race program and the tax rebate program will get our operating costs of this $3.4 billion investment by the other two levels of government to zero. And I'm anxious to see that number before we sign the MOU. So yes, it's been going down, but only at 5% per year. Surely, God, we can't continue to offer that discount at 5% per year once we've spent the money and built the LRT or underway building it, which from all the arguments I've heard, the economic uplift will come flying anyway. But let's not give it away once it comes in. Let's use it to pay the operating costs for this facility. So that's my only comment, Mr. I'm just trying to clarify that. Thank you.
And as I've said publicly in the past in committee and otherwise, those are very fair comments, Councillor. So I hope I didn't make you think otherwise. So I much appreciate it. So that's it. Mayor Fred, you are next with your motion. Oh, sorry, Mayor Fred, you know what? We have one delegate.
Yes.
We have one delegate.
I was going to ask about procedure. So I thought we were going to have, this other debate around a motion that has not yet been put on the floor, which I, fully appreciate, but we've been intermingling. So we have a delegate that's waiting patiently to.
Yeah, I just said that. Carl Andrus, so, if you want to use your 5 minutes
I thought I'd provide some clarity. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
I was just mentioning that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, you're waving at me again.
I am waving at you through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, because we are going to move Mr. Andrus up because he has been so patiently waiting. I will just take a mover and a seconder to move him up on the agenda right now, immediately following the LRT presentation.
Moved by Mayor Fred Eisenberger and seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor?
Councillor Johnson, I don't see her, so I'm going to mark her absent. Okay. Now you're good to go, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor.
Carol, go ahead. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me okay?
Great.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm just going to take a little bit of your time this morning. I will be brief because it's been a long day already, and I understand you probably have quite a few more conversations to go. So good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors, deputy mayor, city and provincial staff. I'm still Carl Andrus from the Hamilton Community Benefits Network. I'm the community benefits manager over there. The Hamilton Community Benefits Network, as some of you know, is a broad collective made up of representatives from Acorn Hamilton, the Hamilton Brantford Building Trades, the Immigrant Working Center, the Hamilton District Labor Council, the YWCA, the Downtown BIA, International Village BIA, Hamilton Food Share, Environment Hamilton, and many other unions and organizations that envision an inclusive, thriving city in which all residents have equitable opportunity to contribute to building healthy communities and a prospering economy. We were founded as a citywide coalition of labor community groups, local hubs, social enterprises, residents, and marginalized groups to bring community benefits agreements to Hamilton's major government and private development projects, specifically to take advantage of the opportunities presented by the Hamilton's Light Rail. We began in late 2017, early 2018 in honest and open conversations with Metrolinx and the Hamilton LRT staff to discuss building on the success of Metrolinx in other communities in implementing a community benefits agreement. based on what had happened with the Toronto community benefits and Toronto residents. So we were looking to see to contribute to the discussion around what a Made in Hamilton community benefits agreement would look like. And we had a lot of early and very successful conversations with Metrolinx on starting to frame those. So we heard very clearly from the federal government that community benefits are a core priority in this project. As I mentioned, we've worked previously with Metrolinx and know that the community benefits agreements are a priority for them. You have before you some letters from some of the member organizations of the Community Benefits Network urging you to make sure that community benefits are a core part of this project. I'm here on behalf of them to bring forward voices of the residents we've heard from, as well as the members of the Community Benefits Network, to remind you all of the commitment of the various levels of government towards community benefits. We wish to remind Council, as you considered a new memorandum of understanding with the province and Metrolinx to renew Hamilton's light rail project, that community benefits agreement incorporating as many resident demands as possible must be a priority to maximize the gains of this historic project and help address some of the deep inequity exposed by the COVID-19 pandemic in our city. In our early work with Metrolinx, our members and stakeholders, as well as residents through our community conversations, we heard many thoughts on how the Hamilton LRT could help shape our city for the better. Some of the top priorities we heard clearly from residents for the system were that it must address affordable housing, at least doubling the number of deeply market affordable housing units on the corridor that were lost, that inclusionary zoning was a toolkit that you guys must exercise on the transit-oriented development corridor, for building the Hamilton LRT, and that jobs and hard targets that would see many of the 7,000 potential professional, administrative, and technical, as well as union trade jobs, go to Hamilton residents, especially women and those from marginalized groups who've been so deeply affected by COVID-19. They also expressed, as you heard from Metrolinx, about local procurement opportunities for local businesses. We'd like to ensure that those are directed towards social enterprises, women-owned and racialized-owned businesses, especially those along the corridor that will be impacted. We'd like to see social enterprises utilized whenever possible. There was also an expressed interest in making sure that the LRT system greened our city, that it was environmental, that there were trees, massive amounts of trees along the corridor, rooftop gardens, and environmental concerns were massively heard from residents who engaged in our early community conversations. We also wanted to express that the mobility justice and access issues expressed in the Just Recovery document should underpin considerations for the LRT system. All this and more is possible from this renewed infrastructure project. So we're prepared to resume our work of bringing forward residents' voices, working with LRT staff and community groups towards shaping this project's community benefits for maximum gain of all residents across all wards of the city with a Made in Hamilton community benefits agreement. We ask, as staff in the ministry consider framing an agreement, that community benefits agreements and our role in them be a central consideration in your new memorandum of understanding. Thank you all for your time at this historic and transformative moment in our city. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Carl. Appreciate it. Seeing no questions, move to receive. Second move by is it a question or a move to receive? Councillor Nan.
Quick question, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, thank you, Carl, for sticking it out and hanging out as long as you did for your presentation, and thank you for your presentation. So just so I'm here, it was my understanding in the questions that I asked earlier of our representatives that were here from Metrolinx and the province that they understand that community benefits agreements are part of the funding to the $3.4 billion from the feds and the province. Both levels of government spoke very clearly about the framework needing to be in place as part of the LRT project. So can I just hear from you clearly? Are you requesting this committee to consider integrating into any possible draft MOU language to just clearly state that?
We'll leave that to the discretion of the councillors around this table, but in the past, the use of community benefits was legislated by the previous provincial government for the Hamilton Light Rail project. We just want to make sure that as community benefits conversations move forward, both the work that we've already done with Metrolinx and with some city staff isn't forgotten, and that there's an acknowledgement that the City of Hamilton, Metrolinx, and the broader community as a whole, including our community partners, especially in the Hamilton-Brantford building trades, with regards to the employment piece for Pathways to Development, are acknowledged by this council and by Metrolinx, and that you guys are ready to resume kind of a similar role that we had before in terms of conversations around making sure that the community is heard from.
Thank you. And through you, it would even go a little bit further in so much that the previous term of council had created a subcommittee to particularly put together a community benefits framework and agreement for the LRT in the previous term of council, which was supposed to convene in this term of council, and that committee has yet to be struck. So that infrastructure and our ability to host that conversation and to do exactly what you're saying is still available from my perspective in terms of structural clarity or structural possibility, and happy to follow up with staff at the appropriate time, Chair, to clarify that piece moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Move to receive, moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by, sorry, do you have a question, Councillor Clark?
Yes, sir. So we're receiving the presentation. Can the presentation be referred to staff? I don't think that we'll be at a point where you could include the full community benefits agreement in the MOU, but we could most certainly make note of that in the MOU and then negotiate a side agreement with all the parties that would kick in at a later date. So I just want to ensure that we're giving this to staff somehow. I'm going to oppose LRT, but I'm providing advice on how we could get to that side agreement for the community benefit agreement.
So are you moving something then, Councillor Clark, or you're just making a suggestion as a?
I'm suggesting that it should be the presentation that was presented by Carl should be forwarded to staff so that they can begin the process of looking at those community benefit agreements as it pertains to the LRT.
Seconder and Councillor Nan, can I assume? All right, all in favor? Anybody on that motion? My apologies. Okay.
Can I just confirm that it's been part of the process. It is part of the process. Referring it to staff, I think we'll just continue it being part of the process. So totally appropriate. And Carl's been and has been and continues to be a great passionate advocate for those community benefits and other things. And so it's very high on my agenda, and I'm sure it's high on anyone else's that's supporting LRT as agendas as well.
And I'll pass the chair.
Much appreciated.
I'll pass the chair to Chair Danko, and it's actually there's growing interest outside. People like Leuna have been invested in this sort of thing for a long time, and in bringing youth at risk and others in our community, maybe more vulnerable, opportunities in the trades. And now, as I mentioned earlier, I know not everything I mentioned earlier was clearly articulated or even heard, but it's been a long day so far. But Skilled Trades and the Hammer, that program just began too, and they received part of what is millions of dollars in funding just recently from the provincial government. And so there's a growing number of folks that can join us. And I think you're right, Mr. Mayor. All of us want to continue with community opportunities through this project and other big projects, as a matter of fact. But it's certainly a lot of partners, no shortage of partners out there, and I'm happy to be part of the community outreach and workforce development program with Skilled Trades in the Hammer program for youth at risk and for women and people of color and Indigenous communities and our veterans and our cadets. So I know I can speak for a lot of folks in the trades that are also as excited at the prospect of this project and growing in interest in the community interest to this project as well. So I'll take the chair back. I think we'll all support this motion. So anyone else, all in favor?
Sorry, I have to give you a thumbs up because I flipped to another.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Carl, for joining us again. We appreciate your advocacy on community benefits for sure, man. It's been a lot of years.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your time.
Now, Mr. Mayor,
No, the vote is still open. Mr. Mayor and Councillor Partridge, are you there? I didn't get your votes. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor gave a thumbs up, a verbal thumbs up.
Thank you.
And now a visual thumbs up. And I didn't get Councillor Partridge. Did you get her, Madam Clerk? You got her.
Yes.
And that carries unanimously 14-0. 8.1A, Mr. Mayor, your motion on Hamilton Light Rail Transit.
Thank you very much. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Marula, that staff be directed to meet with Metrolinx, the Ministry of Transportation, and other government entities as required to prepare a memorandum of understanding for the Hamilton Light Rail Transit project and report back to the General Issues Committee as soon as possible with a draft MOU. And if I could speak to that, and I, be happy to have, others add to some of the other requests that Councillor Ferguson talked about in terms of other funding sources and other offsets for operating and maintenance. So, but you know what, I'm going to spare you the great debate today. From my perspective, I've got a number of points that I could make, but I think that's a debate for a later day. I think this is all about bringing back information and clarifying roles and responsibilities for the LRT project for council to ruminate on and decide on, hopefully within the next month or so, given that the essence of the MOE is essentially done. It just needs to be updated. So moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Marula, that we ask for a draft MOU as soon as possible.
Councillor Jackson on the motion.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor Farr. And since you, the mayor, earlier in directions to staff and talking, you guys, you both gave some eloquent speeches. So I hope I'm allowed an opportunity, because I had a speech prepared in the event the mayor was going to move this motion. So I'm not here to spare anybody their speeches they want to do, but this is an important time. And can I then proceed, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So Deputy Mayor Farr, since 2007 and the RRR report that author Don Hall, great director of the HSR, and Dave Dixon, his successor from Toronto, both talked about that someday Hamilton would be ready for a higher order of transit. But our ridership is nowhere near that point of supporting an LRT. We must build a case first by increasing ridership on conventional transit. Deputy Mayor Farr, I just think about what we could do with that $3.4 billion if given the chance to choose. I'm saddened in some ways, because that amount of money could build a blast network, could build a bus rapid transit system coast to coast to coast in our city, from Winona to Flamborough, from the lake to the airport, and provide electrification for the entire HSR system and DARTS vehicles for that matter, and build a second bus barn, and upgrade all the infrastructure, roads, sidewalk, bridges across our city. But no, in reverse order and manner, some people in town would rather build a 14-kilometer LRT in an east-west corridor that has zero connectivity to the GO stations. Mind you, walk a mile to either Hunter or Leuna from the Gore, hope it's a nice weather day when you do that. And on an annual operating cost, boy, we just, some of my colleagues mentioned about area rating. If that remains, that means wards 1 to 8 potentially, and half of 14 would pay even more for this LRT, and the suburbs won't pay a dime, similar to the current AR, the area rating that's in place for HSR. Or if area rating is eliminated, then the suburbs and mountain residents will pay for an LRT that I know, Deputy Mayor Farr, in my ward, very few will probably use. I heard today no assurances our ATU will operate the higher order of transit. There's a hope, but no assurances, given their first rights. I've heard hope, but no guarantee that our local building and trades will receive the work. By the way, from the provincial bodies, I've heard these platitudes before with our new stadium. IO, like Metrolinx, contracted OSS. The result, as I said about 5 hours ago, was little local trades involved, deficiencies in the stadium, no city involvement, no oversight, and lawsuits and counter lawsuits occurred from a provincial agency of IO, which is similar as a provincial agency to Metrolinx. Back to what we could do with the $3.4 billion, Deputy Mayor Farr. Unfortunately, the McKenna-Mulroney ultimatum is, for me, so eerily similar to the former Wynne government's ultimatum of 4 years ago, LRT or nothing. as a little side remark, we all know where that got the former Wynne government in June of 2018. As an aside, I cannot get over the irony of some members of council who are the strongest advocates for homeless and the disproportionate amount of poverty in their postal codes in parts of the lower city, and yet the pro-LRTers stress the economic uplift in the core by building the LRT, which will lead to more gentrification and displacement, and let alone the 5 to 7 years of detours into their lovely neighborhoods under construction time. To conclude, Deputy Mayor Farr, we've heard today that the original provincial announced amount of $30 million by Minister Mulroney before Christmas of 2019, which would amount to about a 4% tax increase. Today, they've agreed it's about a $20 million, which would be about a 3% tax increase. Deputy Mayor Farr, don't forget, that potentially would be over and above the annual 2% that council has passed along every year the last few years. In my opinion, would be untenable, and I believe for the majority of taxpayers I represent, let alone a single LRT line that will not provide the connectivity for them coast to coast to coast in our city. To conclude, Deputy Mayor Farr, my hunch alone is that senior levels of government have had a one-sided story of what our community needs. Let's ask that $3.4 billion please be allowed to be used for building Blast, building a BRT, upgrading our failing infrastructure everywhere across this whole city. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Farr. I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Clearly. Councillor Ferguson.
Let me just stop this video. Okay, I would like to, I don't want to turn down $3.4 billion. But, you know, we're hearing now that the operating costs are going to be $20 million. I don't believe that's the case, but I'd like to know what the operating costs will be net. And I've asked Mike to prepare that, and I'd like to have that back before I can give my support to this motion. I'd like to know what the fare revenue would be. It's got to be big, because buses is 50%. This has got to be more. When I went on my tour through Charlotte and Calgary and Portland, the operating costs were significantly less with LRT because one driver moves 200 people instead of 50 people. It runs on electricity, which is a lower fuel cost than diesel, or in our case, I guess it's natural gas. And the insurance cost is less because they're running on a dedicated track that's blocked off from the rest of traffic, so they're not weaving in the traffic. So I would like to know the net operating costs after you build in fare revenue, comes off the $20 million from what we heard today. I would like to hear we just have to know the number. And I'm sensing people are already saying, take those 18 buses and enhance transit somewhere else. Let's do one at a time. And so there's 18 buses are going to come off with 18 drivers on 2 shifts per day and all the fuel. When we discount that off, what is the savings? I'd like to hear if we eliminated the discount on development charges on the day we signed the contract, because you're going to get, everybody tells me, all this economic uplift, so they don't need this anymore in the other incentives. So give me the net number. And if it's close to it, it's certainly going to be a lot lower than 20 million. Maybe it'll be the same as Kitchener is or Waterloo is at $8 million, but it could even be less for us, because I remember Don Hall saying that the LRT, because it's on the busiest route in the city, which is the B line, will be sold out the day it's opened. Then give me the right revenue that'll be coming from this that can be deducted off the $20 million, and then I'd be happy to support this resolution. In addition to sorting out how the heck people from Ancaster can get out of the downtown afterwards. But I'll have that side conversation. But I would like to, at appropriate time, Mr. Chair, move a referral to Mike to bring back that net number for operating costs for us once we build in all the credits. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Clark.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Hey, it worked this time. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, here's my perspective, and please know to my colleagues that I accept and I respect my colleagues' stated positions and their votes, and I hope they'll accept my position also. I will be, as always, diplomatic. Metrolink's own Hamilton Rapid Transit Benefits Report of 2020 highlighted a reasonable alternative called Option 3. which provided a hybrid BRT on the B line for 14 kilometers and a hybrid BRT on the A line for 16 kilometers, plus other improvements to the HSR. The cost $1 billion. Accordingly, I would submit to you that with minor changes to these two routes, we could have had two authentic, fully separate and designated BRT lanes for approximately $1.4 billion running along the Main Street curb lane and the King Street curb lane, thereby eliminating that bottleneck at Wellington. Yet BRT was dismissed by the province without the minister ever broaching a discussion with council about option 3. Heck, with the savings of the $2 billion, we could have eliminated our affordable housing waiting list with the savings. We only asked for $1 billion for affordable housing. In my opinion, this LRT decision was based on the government's priorities and the priorities from the previous term of Hamilton Council. This term, council was not consulted. In fact, they never asked us to review or even consider option 3. Accordingly, I find it truly troublesome and disappointing that the ministers have said it's LRT or nothing, which is politically Machiavellian and bordering on coercion. I have trouble with the argument that we are building LRT for future ridership, while 5,000 families are languishing today on the affordable housing waiting list. I find it troubling that York Region can make BRT work successfully with record increases in ridership, but BRT was dismissed for Hamilton. I don't understand. I believe that Hamilton does not have the requisite ridership to make the line self-sustainable, and that was before the drop in ridership from COVID. I believe the bottleneck at Wellington will be a huge problem that has been politically underestimated. In fact, the traffic disruption is still the hidden gremlin that is going to impact collector roads and residential streets with cut-through traffic. Given current ridership and projections, I believe the LRT fare will need to be subsidized by taxpayers. I believe that the gross operating costs will create significant increases in Hamilton taxes for a council that promised not a dime of Hamilton taxpayer money will be spent on LRT. Now those same councillors are arguing, no, we meant net costs after revenue. And we had a premier who said, I can't in good conscience saddle residents with these tax increases. Yet they are. I believe that most of the 18 bus routes will still be running along King and Main as they feed many neighborhoods, and their stops are much closer together, which helps our elderly, frail, and disabled residents. I believe that the city will need to finance the expected upgrades to the under-road infrastructure through added debt. Finally, I believe that the machinations are already in play, that if LRT is approved, there will also be a vote to eliminate transit area rating, conveniently after the next election, to allocate these costs to all the residents, both urban and rural. In closing, I continue to oppose LRT. I will vote accordingly. As I have indicated before, I will not be pejorative of my colleagues, and I will not obstruct the will of council. If council decides to proceed with LRT, then I will do what I can to make it a success, although I don't believe it will be a success. Thank you very much for your time.
Mayor Fred Eisenberger.
To defining, sorry, Mr. Chair, I wanted to go back to defining some clarity around, having our staff work on an MOU at the same time as getting information around some of the concepts that Councillor Ferguson talked about, which I fully agree with. That would be very, very helpful information, and I see them running in tandem, quite frankly. I'm not sure why they have to be separated, and so I'm hopeful that we can pass the MOU to pass the direction to staff to work on an MOU today, so that they can bring back all of the additional information that I and Councillor Ferguson have spoken to. But in terms of so I'm actually quite stunned sometimes when I hear that people don't understand or don't appreciate how we got here, when in fact previous council and has had fully supported all the work and effort to get us to land acquisition, to get us to setting up an office at the GO station in tandem with the province of Ontario, and spending $180 million on all of those issues in terms of design and creating the draft design for the entire project, including doing the underground service work, everything to prepare for an LRT. And suddenly we weren't aware that that was happening. Suddenly it was now a concept that is foreign to some members of council, which kind of shocks me. It's been 10 years since we've been working through this process. There's been tons of information shared with members of council, probably as tall as I am is the amount of reports that have been laid on the table, and yet we're in a quandary about some of the details around whether the O&M is actually O&M and what the costs might be, which has been laid out multiple times. So I stand here perplexed, but I would like to ask the question of Councillor Ferguson in terms of how we move forward. Clearly we could potentially give staff direction to move forward on discussing an MOU, because the final product doesn't come to us until the draft is done with hopefully all the information that you're looking for. So can I ask through you to Councillor Ferguson, how we can do this in tandem?
Councillor Ferguson?
My only concern with that, Mr. Chairman, is that I hear regularly what council's already decided to move ahead. And
but that's not the case here. So
but if we decide today, we accept your motion to move ahead, direct draft, prepare the MOU, and then when it comes back and we're shocked, I hope we're not, I don't think we will be, but if we're shocked by what we find out what the net number is, then while you've already agreed to prepare the MOU, I'd rather wait 2 weeks on the next GIC meeting to have staff come back to us. What is the net number? And then lift the motion to proceed with the MOU from the table and approve it at that time. Because if we embrace the retiring of 18 buses, the zeroing out the development charges, I'm prepared to support the MOU at that time.
I thank you for that. So we're talking about the next GIC. And if I could ask through you to Madam Clerk when the next GIC is?
Gee, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's June the 16th.
Okay. Fine, you know what, and then so I'll take a deferral then on this motion to June the 16th for getting that additional information, and then hopefully we can finalize the direction on this. But let me just then speak to just generally the motion. I mean, I've been an avid supporter. I've run elections on it multiple times. That is no news to anyone. It should not come as a surprise to anyone that this has been advancing. The official position of the City of Hamilton remains, and I'll maybe have the clerk clarify that we have asked for an LRT at no capital cost. No one ever said it wasn't going to cost the city a dime. Our MOU at MACT identified an O&M responsibility in the MOU that we agreed to at council. So no one said not a dime from the City of Hamilton. We said not a dime of capital dollars, and that's exactly where we've ended up. It's exactly where we've ended up. The O&M was always part of the agreement. It was part of the agreement set out in the previous MOU, and I'll send you a copy. You should read it because it clearly spells out what the city's responsibilities are and what the provincial government's responsibilities are, and it clearly identifies operating and maintenance, day-to-day operating and maintenance being the responsibility of the City of Hamilton. There's no argument about that. It checks all the boxes in terms of what this project needs to do. It curbs urban sprawl. It promotes inner city housing development. Clearly, other projects won't do that. More buses will not do that. It reduces greenhouse gas emissions. Check that box. Clearly, that does that in a very significant way. It creates jobs and promotes new opportunities, training opportunities, community benefits. All the other projects that you're talking about will not do that. It has the ability to create increased assessment in the inner city on existing infrastructure that gets an upgrade. That upgrade is going to be at the city's cost if we don't participate in an LRT project like this. The estimated cost, as I recall, it was somewhere in the order of $80 to $100 million to do the sewer capacity upgrade to allow for future development in the downtown in that Queenston or Eastgate to kind of McMaster area. That is something that we're going to have to deal with one way or the other. Because if we're talking about all these great developments that we'd like to do, it's going to require a larger sewer capacity that will be on the city's dime fully and completely if we don't participate in this kind of a project. The Longwood Road Bridge will be part of this project that will be covered as a result of the LRT, because the maintenance and facilities yard is at the corner of Aberdeen and Longwood. And so that is a cost that will no longer have to be borne by the city of Hamilton. So there are so many benefits as a result of this. And the federal and provincial governments have made, I think, a very generous commitment to doing this project. Now, the last thing I'll say on this is, if this project doesn't happen in Hamilton, that money will go elsewhere, and Hamiltonians will still pay for it. Toronto will take that money and do more subways and do more LRTs, and the taxpayers in the city of Hamilton, the taxpayers of the province of Ontario, and the taxpayers of the country will still end up paying for the dollars that gets expended, that doesn't get expended here in Hamilton. We can no longer argue, if we don't accept this, that we aren't getting our fair share. Not only are we able to get a multi-billion-dollar investment in LRT, we are also getting, which is the other thing that we've asked for, the PTIF funding, which is the enhancements to the traditional transit system. More buses, a renewed facility for a storage facility that's part of the project, new electrified buses, which is also part of the acquisition process coming forward. All expansions happening on the mountain, in the suburban areas as a result of the PTIF funding, which I believe is about $440 million. All approved by the province, half of them, I believe, approved by the federal government to date, and the balance yet to come. So in essence, when the council of the day asked for an LRT with no capital dollars from the city of Hamilton, and they asked for a $500 million investment in a traditional transit system, right now we're in a position of getting all of it. All of it. Not some of it, not part of it, all of it. And so I remain supportive, as always. I can't imagine why anyone wouldn't be supportive of accepting this kind of an investment from our provincial and federal governments. And they're more than happy to make the investment, and I think we should be more than happy to take the investment. It is a job maker and a net revenue generator that makes Hamilton cleaner and greener in the years to come, and I fully support that. But if more information needs to come in the next couple of weeks for members of council to be able to feel comfortable that is a net benefit as opposed to a loss, which I've always claimed, that at the end of the day, when you factor in the fair revenue, when you factor in the assessment value that comes with it, you factor in the assessment value that's already happened, and you factor in the declining investments that we're making in terms of incentives, that it is pretty close to zero and probably a net gain for the city of Hamilton overall in terms of the benefit, not unlike the expressway. So my analogy to those expressway lovers, I'm a supporter, is it was a $7 million annual cost to maintain and operate the expressway, and it generated $14 million more in additional revenue as a result of the development that's happened around it. This is no different. This will be a net gain for the citizens and taxpayers of the city of Hamilton right across the board. But I'm happy to take a deferral to the next GIC so that additional information can come forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I gave you a little bit of extra time, Mr. Mayor, but there is no deferral on the floor just yet. If Councillor Ferguson wants to manufacture one and include in that deferral reasons for it, that would be great if you're not already up to that. Councillor Ferguson?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I've already typed that up for Councillor Ferguson.
Oh,
while you were giving it to me.
You're good, Stephanie.
So we don't want to. I don't think we want to be. We want to be fair, and there's other speakers, and so if we could wait on the actual motion.
Absolutely.
Okay, appreciate it, and I think we probably should hear the draft that Stephanie has put together at this time, just in case something needs to be added, so we can to be efficient with our time later when you do put it on the floor. So what do you have in the deferral motion that we will get to, Stephanie?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and it is a rough draft. It says that the motion regarding the Hamilton LRT project memorandum of understanding be deferred to the June 16th, 2021 GIC meeting with the following direction. Staff be directed to report back to the General Issues Committee. Whoops, it doesn't show me the whole page. Bear with me 1 second. I'm going to open it. Report back to the General Issues Committee regarding the net operating costs after the 18 buses on the B line have been removed, eliminating development charges and other incentives that the city may build into credit the cost of the LRT maintenance. And I'm sorry, I just jotted it down well.
And Stephanie, you missed a big one, factoring in the fare revenue too.
Fare revenue, okay.
And I would suggest,
and also the erase and the erase program.
Okay.
And with the act of, you didn't.
I don't know what it's called, but the tax incentive where you go 10%, 20%, 30%. Over 10 years, it goes to full tax. Eliminate that program.
The grant
tax increment grant program.
Yes.
There you go. Thank you. Those are the ones. That's all.
So if you're going to be the mover, I also had earlier, I know people were getting a little dizzy, but the planning and economic development, I offered direction that staff update the current amount of the past 10 years, the current and the future LRT support.
I'm going to take that as a separate motion from this one. Because I've got three. I've got Councillor Ferguson's deferral motion. I've started Councillor Collins because he was asking for other information, and then I'll type yours separately as well. Thank you.
Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So just procedurally deferring a motion, we're still speaking because it's not formally moved and seconded as a deferral motion on the floor?
The motion Hamilton Light Rail Transit Memorandum of Understanding is on the floor. We just wanted to be a little more efficient when we do get the deferral, and obviously we needed to add some things anyway. So I just wanted to get it out there publicly what's ahead. But yeah, you're speaking to the motion.
The motion that was moved and seconded on the floor, moved by the mayor and seconded by Councillor Marula. Last clarifying question before I speak to what's on the floor right now is if once the deferral motion comes forward and has been duly moved and seconded, procedurally there's no speaking to a deferral motion, correct?
Thank you for bringing that clarity. A very important point. That is
Through you,
right.
Mr. Deputy Mayor. No, it's actually not right. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, you can speak to a deferral motion, but you can only speak to the direction provided in that deferral motion.
Got it. Thank you. Much appreciated.
No debating it.
Got it. I appreciate that clarity. Thank you, Clerk Paparella in the background. Through you, Deputy Mayor, just speaking on the motion that's before us, we heard today really clearly this afternoon, morning into the afternoon, that Metrolinx needs a MOU in place within a month in order to achieve the timeline that they have begun to outline. This is a once-in-a-generation investment, $3.4 billion into transit in the context of a pandemic recovery. Different than the way and the context in which this conversation has happened previously with this council. It has the ability to deliver job creation, skills. It has the ability to enable skill training, as mentioned by my other colleagues, in terms of diversifying the population within Hamilton who could be skilled up and working locally. It has the ability to deliver affordable housing, and it's up to us as a council to define what that looks like. It has the ability to enable local procurement and advance the way in which we engage in social procurement. It has the ability to address an infrastructure deficit that this council has been unable to address to date. And it has the ability to lower carbon emissions and enable us to deliver on climate action. All of these are community benefits that our city needs. They need them now more than ever. We needed them before the pandemic and exponentially more since. And getting the project underway enables us as a council to focus on getting on with the 10-year transit strategy and expanding the HSR and the transit network citywide and building back a better city. Frankly, there is no other project that I see on the horizon or led by this council that will enable Hamilton to grow its density, address our infrastructure deficit in the lower city, and that also includes delivering affordable housing along the corridor in the city, along any corridor in the city. The buses coming off the line eventually need to be redirected so that we can expand the network and carry our work forward in delivering the 10-year transit strategy. It's time. This draft MOU needs to get underway so that we may do our due diligence. We have an obligation as a council to deliver on outcomes for our population, our climate, and to support recovery in all forms. These are different times than all previous debates. I'm most interested as a councillor and with my colleagues to work in collaboration and roll up our sleeves and move on this $3.4 billion investment and get a community benefits agreement framework in place to guarantee the outcomes that we need to deliver for our city and proactively address the gentrification and skyrocketing unaffordability of housing in this city and build the city that our residents deserve now and into the future. So I will not be supporting deferral. I will be supporting the motion that's before us today. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Farr. I haven't spoken today, and I'll try to stay within the 5 minutes. I know you'll give me the hook, but I would ask for just a small bit of latitude and recognition of the fact that I haven't said anything, and which is, I know, unusual.
I'm gonna give you latitude. Don't worry about it.
Thanks, sir. I'd like to take a few minutes, if I could, to talk about Hamilton exceptionalism. And there's two parts to that exceptionalism. The first is I want to recognize and give credit where credit is due for the previous Hamilton City Councils who remained dedicated to the transformative strategic vision over a long time frame. And actually, the length of that goes back as far as 1982. In 1982, the existing B line, the BRT light bus service, was introduced to service demand along the east-west corridor of the lower city. Success of this service led to increased ridership and service levels and gave recognition to the fact that this main King corridor is key to the daily operation of this city. And then way back in 2008, Council voted to establish a rapid transit office and conduct a feasibility study comparing LRT and bus rapid transit for the busy east-west B-line corridor between Mac and Eastgate Square. Staff researched the two rapid transit options, engaged widely with the public, and they returned to Council in October of that year with a final report that strongly recommended developing an LRT plan and submitting it to the province for funding. The report noted the many overall benefits of LRT over BRT, stronger potential ridership growth, and new transit-oriented development, better per passenger operating costs, and widespread support. Council agreed, and the province supported the city's initiative with a grant from Metrolinx to develop a detailed LRT plan. At the same time, Council directed staff to undertake a nodes and corridor study along the B line to identify infill growth opportunities and to modernize the zoning rules to encourage high-quality intensification. The LRT plan quickly became the backbone of the city's overall strategic land use and transportation plans. As a June 2008 update from the Rapid Transit Office noted, quote, "The idea of status quo is a contravention of the city's transportation master plan." Yes, many dramatic twists and turns later, staff presented the final LRT plan to Council in February of 2013, and Council voted to submit it to the province with a funding request. It took a while, but on May 26, 2015, the stars aligned and the province reciprocated with full capital funding. It was a historic moment for this city and a validation of Council's steadfast commitment to this project, despite some hesitancy about the magnitude. Most people recognized that this investment was too important to give up on. The federal and provincial governments have now come together to revive the project and are offering $3.4 billion in investment in this city. Unprecedented in magnitude by 2 orders of government, and surely a vote of confidence in Hamilton and its future. Once again, Council has the opportunity to build on its own long-term strategic vision and once again affirm its long-standing commitment to a project that will drive forward the city's strategic land use and transportation strategy. And there's a reason that the federal government was willing to come aboard. They're looking for big, shovel-ready projects, and LRTs in Hamilton fit that brief. We have done the legwork, years of it, to get this project to the point where it's ready to build. And this council, but more importantly, the councils before me, deserve credit for staying the course when it mattered, for voting to move the project forward, in spite of some natural fear and trepidation to change. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity before us to finish what Council started more than almost 40 years ago and make this plan a reality. And if I may, Hamilton exceptionalism, the notion that it's working everywhere else, but it couldn't possibly work here. You just have to drive an hour down the road, Mr. Chair, to see how it's working. You just have to talk to municipal councillors and representatives to talk to them and learn about the enrichment of their assessment growth. Here in Hamilton, we haven't even been able to keep up with the threshold, provincial threshold of capital reinvestment. We are below the 15% mark. We have a massive infrastructure deficit that is not going away anytime soon, and we are not in a position to say, well, not now, we're not ready. We are ready. We've built up that ridership on that corridor, and it started in 1982. Our commercial and industrial assessment has been shrinking with the steel restructuring, and we have to be able to fill that void. Otherwise, residential property taxpayers are going to continue to have to shoulder that gap. City building is about looking towards the future. And in fact, every transportation guru worth their salt is going to tell you, you build it now in advance of your ridership numbers. That's what planning is all about. And on the issue of affordable housing, Mr. Chairman, let me say this. Building affordable housing is a choice. It is an intentional act. The market is not going to do it for us, and we must be able to leverage public investment and ensure that along that corridor and throughout, people of all incomes can live and people of all incomes can take a green infrastructure. Green infrastructure that will address what we are not talking about, and that is the compromised air quality that the young children living in those dense neighborhoods are having to live with, and that their parents had to live with, and likely their own children down the line will have to live with if we don't do something now, because we have 236,000 people who are going to be moving into this area over the next number of decades. And we cannot afford the alternatives. We can't afford it in terms of cost to build more roads, to expand our roadways, and we cannot afford it in terms of the health and livability of our citizens. That's on us. Hamilton exceptionalism. Hamilton is exceptional. I believe in this city. I want my children to be able to find opportunity in this city. And we're not at a point where we can dismiss this historic investment.
And I don't want to be divisive, but I cannot let it go without saying in no other infrastructure investment do we apply the same sorts of necessities with respect to operating and maintenance. We don't do it on the expressway. We don't do it on the link. We don't do it on a bypass. And that's because of the way in which we look at transit. Transit has an opportunity to enrich. And as the chap from Metrolink said, transit is there to support your vision, to change your city. This city cannot afford to say, no, we're not ready, maybe later. We've been ready for decades. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Got some latitude there, but we appreciate the points and everyone else.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Motion, no problem. Do you have now no one? Oh, can you hear me? It's on my forehead instead of. Thank you. I think Councillor Wilson caught that. I appreciate all the comments. We do not any longer have anyone speaking to the motion that's on the floor. So Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just quickly, I'm not going to be very long. I just wanted to vocalize that I'm glad that we've come to this point in time. I was there in 2007, I believe, when this process started. I was very skeptical at that time that the province would come up with the money. I was even more skeptical that the federal government would come up with the money. But folks, they came through with the money. Let's move forward. The infrastructure here is the most important thing that we're going to be subjected to. We're never going to have this opportunity again. And I'm talking hard infrastructure, below the ground infrastructure that I have been working on so hard for so many years. Let's move forward and let's keep moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you. So I'd like to move this matter be deferred to the next GIC to get the information back, and I think Stephanie has it all.
Fergie, you're.
I only want. Oh, let me get a second on that first.
You got to turn your. You got to turn off again. Sorry. I heard that.
It's not your fault. I got this great system the city put in here worked amazingly. Now it's breaking down on me. But I'd like to move then, and I don't have a seconder yet. That this matter. Looks like Fred wants to second it. The mayor. That'd be deferred until the next GIC meeting, and Stephanie has the reasons. One caveat, though, I just got an email from Jason saying that the erase program is for the whole city, so we probably should remove the erase because I don't want to affect everything. I just want to affect the LRT and the downtown core. So everything on that motion, Stephanie, except the erase program.
Thank you, Councillor. Did you want me to read it one more time just so you're sure?
Yes, please.
Okay. That the motion regarding the Hamilton LRT project memorandum of understanding be deferred until the June 16th, 2021 GIC meeting with the following direction. Staff be directed to report back to GIC on the net operating costs after the 18 buses on the B line have been removed, eliminating development charges, fare revenue, and the Hamilton tax, sorry, I'm removing a word here, and the Hamilton tax increment program, I believe is the name of it.
Grant program, tax instrument, yeah.
Tax grant program, thank you. And other incentives that the city may build in to credit the cost of the LRT operations and maintenance. Does that sound right?
Perfect. Perfect. Thanks, Steph.
You're welcome. Okay.
Okay, I do not have anybody to speak to the deferral, but there are two other motions.
Mayor.
Okay, I don't see you anywhere. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. And on the direction, so as we had mentioned earlier, we also spoke to the issue of the uplift assumptions and the uplift that's already happened as to previous. Are we still considering that as separate information, or could we not fold it all into the same deferral and get all that information at the same time?
Stephanie gave me my marching orders. I brought that up initially, and she wanted me to make it a separate motion. So I've already written a separate motion for that.
You have? Okay. All right. So let me just ask everyone.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't have all the information and it was just easier to.
All right. Easier is sometimes easier is better. Sometimes, but I
I can add
certainly
it if you
ask.
want. Now that I have the wording, I'm happy to add it if you want.
You know,
want me
one
to add?
motion I think would make more sense in terms of it's all the same issue on the same subject. So if you can incorporate all of that, I'd be even more comfortable. And I would ask everyone to support making sure that we get all the information. Surely everyone wants to be fully informed before they make a decision at the end of the day. So I trust that folks will support the deferral. 2 weeks is not a long time to wait. So I appreciate that concession, I think, and I appreciate Councillor Ferguson's direction on this. Thank you.
Just
Just for clarity, while you're putting that together, Madam Clerk, I have no problem moving that into the motion if the mover of the deferral motion has no problem with it. I'm assuming not, so I'll just ask Councillor Ferguson if he's fine with that.
Listen. I want all the information too.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
The only difference is that the ones that I asked for are objective measurements. We know what the revenue fare box brings in. We know what the development charges generates, where the economic uplift is subjective. But leave it together and let's get all the information.
Well, just so you're clear, I'm objective too. My wording was that's going to be included in your motion. I'm asking the appropriate staff to report back to June 16th on LRT supportive development by ward that has already occurred, is ongoing, or is planned and approved along the corridor from Eastgate to McMaster. I'm not asking to take a guess. I'm asking to report back to us on exactly how much the private sector has already invested.
The second portion through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, of Councillor Farr's motion adds after it says along the corridor from Eastgate to McMaster, with that report to include an estimate of the private investment in dollars, a before and after picture of assessment, each of these projects, and a summary of the current, I'm sorry, sir, I don't know what TOC means, policy.
Transit-oriented corridor planning, the policy that we already have in place.
And how it relates to the $3.4 billion.
Thanks.
Oh,
Are you okay with that?
It's how it relates to the $20 million operating cost because it's city revenue.
Mm-hmm.
The 20 million
has nothing to do with the 3.4 billion, Stephanie. It's only trying to come up with a net operating cost that we can raise our hands and say we support. So 20 million minus gets you the net.
So if I may, Councillor Ferguson, this is very much related to one of the first things, I think it might have been you in the conversation we had earlier today. So we learned of a gross operating, and then we talked about gross versus net, and then you're rightly bringing that net to an objective reality. And one of the things that was mentioned, and it was actually Phil who brought it up first, was the economic development. And I'm only suggesting that we should, if we're going to look at how we can reduce that net, that's obviously, you've been mentioning it to your residents and in committees for 10 years. That's an obvious area, what we're taking in with the assessment growth. And so I'm just simply pointing out that we've already taken in probably 750 million. I think it's probably going to be a little more, but I want the actual number, and that's what we're asking for there. And in addition to that, a before and after picture. So what were we bringing in on an assessment on those properties before the investments that have already taken place, are currently being built? You see the cranes now, you talk about them all the time, Councillor, and then the things that are approved that are about to take place by LRT supportive investment. So that's where I'm getting at there.
Okay, we're getting into a debate, but
no, we're not.
You're also giving away tax-free for a few years too.
Sure.
Okay, well, I'll do a separate motion if that's the case.
I think a separate motion would be better, quite frankly. Sure. Don't mix the two up.
Sure.
Okay, I will go back to square one. Give me just a moment. Okay, so the motion that's before you now, moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by the Mayor, is that the motion regarding the Hamilton LRT project MOU be deferred to the June 16 GIC with the following direction. Staff be directed to report back to GIC regarding the net operating costs after the 18 buses on the B line have been removed, eliminating development charges, fare revenue, and the Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program and other incentives that the city may build in to credit the cost of the LRT operations and maintenance.
Just one word missing, Stephanie. Eliminating development charge credits. It's not eliminating development charges.
Charge
eliminating
credits.
the credit.
Okay. Thank you so much.
On the motion then, still we have, looks like Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And not to drag this out, but you know what? The $20 million is speculation. That is a number that everybody is working from to get the net. But you know, we can take firm numbers that Mike can come back with, but you're reducing them from the 20 million, which is speculation. So we're going to be voting on numbers potentially that are not real numbers. So I appreciate the information being required. I understand that and that people want to have it, but I'm not supportive of the referral. I'm not supportive of what's in front of us at this point. Thank you.
All in favor?
I've opened the vote.
Stephanie, I still don't have my vote up, but it's a yes.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Thumbs up from Councillor Johnson. Anybody else who needs to do it visually?
Councillor Nan, please. Thank you. Vote is closed.
Carries 13-2. 2 people did not support getting more information. All right, Councillor Collins, are you still with us? You had a motion as well.
I have also drafted his motion.
I need to know if he's here, though.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Councillor Collins, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I had sent you the draft to see if it was close. What I had was that staff be directed to report back to GIC regarding the true cost of construction at the current rate rather than the 2019 costs. Is that close?
I don't recall wanting to put that in the form of a motion, so I'm okay.
Jeanette Smith, the city manager, has asked that all direction to staff be put in a motion so we don't lose track. So
yeah,
that's something.
I'm fine with what Councillor Ferguson has referenced. I don't think the true cost of construction will be known until the tender's out and the bidders come back with their costs.
I'll delete that one then. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I will take the floor. I have a motion then. Councillor Danko, if you'll take the floor. And I don't have a seconder, but my motion is that the appropriate staff from Planning and Economic Development report back to the June 16th GIC on LRT supportive development by ward, and that has occurred, is ongoing, or is planned along the corridor from Eastgate to McMaster, that staff include an estimate of the private investment dollars, before and after picture on assessment, each of these projects, and a summary of the current TOC policy and how it relates to the $3.4 billion investment. That's all I have, and I need a seconder, and Mayor Eisenberger, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any discussion on the motion that's before committee? Not seeing any, so we'll go to the vote on that. Do you have that clear, Stephanie? Oh, I think I see Councillor Collins. Did you want to speak to that?
Sorry.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I agree with Judy, her comments about the last motion. I don't know how you quantify these things because they're guesses. And, you know, again, I don't know how we quantify which developments are going back to when, 205, 210, 212, 215, 217, which ones were LRT, which ones are not. Are we polling all of the owners? Like I'll support Councillor Farr. He's looking for information. I have no problem with it coming back, but I'm not certain what it's worth in the grand scheme of the debate. Thank you.
Councillor Farr?
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the support. And yes, it shouldn't be too difficult to poll each and every developer. And it's a simple question from Judy Lamb in Urban Renewal. Are you a supportive developer of LRT, or would you have built this anyway, basically? So it's a good question. I've already talked to planning staff. They shouldn't have a tough time getting answers from from those who've made the investments thus far. And in terms of the timeline, I can add in the last 10 years if that makes it easier. And of course, ongoing. I'll do that. I'll just add in the last 10 years and ongoing. And thanks.
So once again, Clerk Paparella, do you have that captured?
Yes, I just added it the last 10 years and it's saved, and now the vote is open so that everyone can see it. Tamara's going to pop it up on the board there. There we go.
Thank you.
Councillors Marula and Partridge, please. I need your votes. Thank you, Councillor Marula. Councillor Partridge, are you still there? Okay. Votes closed.
And it's unanimous. Thank you. Next is our COVID-19 verbal update. Oh, sorry, Councillor Danko, you still have the floor. And if you wouldn't mind, unless we want to take 15 minutes, Madam Clerk, has the city manager made any other suggestions on taking breaks? Or do we want to keep flying through? I'm going to leave it to committee, but I do need to take a phone call.
If you would just like to take a call, I can see if Councillor Danko wants to move forward and we can begin with the COVID-19, or if committee needs a break, we can do that too. Looks like everybody wants to move forwards.
Yep.
Councillor Danko, can you take the
Jackson's making a train wheel gesture. See what he's doing there? All right, thank you. And I'll let you keep the floor then. I'll be back in 5-10 minutes. Thank you. And you got an agenda there, I think, so.
Councillor Danko, it's just we are on, I'll just guide him through. We're just going on to item 8.2, which is the COVID-19 verbal update from staff. And that would be Paul Johnson and Dr. Elizabeth Richardson.
Thank you.
Thanks, and through the chair, it'll be me alone today. Dr. Richardson is on some provincial calls to do with vaccine that she's required to attend, so I will provide a few updates, and if there are some follow-up pieces around vaccine in particular or other public health matters, we'll endeavor to get you those answers as soon as we can. So just a little situational update as we hit June the 2nd, which is actually a milestone date of sorts. Two things that are happening today. One is that the stay-at-home order is officially ending today. And so as of midnight tonight, the stay-at-home portion of the restrictions will be lifted. Nothing else will. The other restrictions all stay in place. So this is really taking out of the order the fact that, technically speaking, we were not allowed to go and do things that, quite frankly, we've been allowed to do with the opening of parks and the expansion of getting together with up to 5 people outdoors. So really what this is that it's no longer illegal to be, technically illegal to be going out of your home to do certain things. That's been lifted, although certainly the advice and the recommendation is that we limit our movement in the community to those that are essential pieces of work to do. So that piece is there, and we wait now until we move into step 1. So there has been some confusion that when the stay-at-home order is lifted, we moved into step 1 of reopening. That is not the case. We are still in pre-step 1. So until the province says that we enter into step 1, none of those additional pieces, which will come in the coming days, are in force. So there is no outdoor dining. There is no indoor gathering size that's allowed. It is all of the things that were in place yesterday and today are going to be in place tomorrow and for the next few days. The exception to it is that it is no longer technically under the order not allowed to you're not allowed to go out to do things like get together with a few people outside if it's safe to do so. So that's one piece that occurred today, and we will await word. There were questions of the Premier today about whether he would look at accelerating the movement towards step one of the reopening, and he said while he might personally like to see that happen, he was not able to provide any time frame or an answer as to whether that would occur. So previously, provincial government had indicated that June 14th was their target date to move into step one reopening, which does allow a few of the restrictions that are in place to be lifted and some more activity in our community to take place. But we'll await more information to see whether that date is going to be moved. They have at each step along the way allowed there to be flexibility. So it is not dates that are set in stone, and we will be obviously asking the community to be prepared from a business perspective, because many of the next steps have to do with things that are not under the city's control. So businesses and other folks in the community will need to be ready for when those announcements take place, but we have no knowledge of exactly when those dates, if they're going to change, when those dates might look like. The second thing that happened today is it was announced that there would be no in-person learning happening in this school year. So for the remainder of the month of June and the remainder of this school year, it is going to be an online remote learning for all students in the province of Ontario. So that will have obviously some impacts on families and the children who would be of school age. But that decision has been made now, so that is not up for debate now as we move through the month of June. Impacts on childcare are there is no change essentially. So the childcare that was in place while we were under the stay-at-home order will continue to be there. Non-school age children are eligible to continue in childcare. Childcare for school-age children is prohibited, so there are no programs before and after school or school-age-based programs that are child care based. So school-age children will be at home and they will be participating in their education through remote learning. Very much you've heard from Dr. Richardson in her updates, the acceleration of vaccine programs for the 12 to 17-year-olds, as well as teachers. So clearly the goal here is to focus on September and getting back to what would look like very much more of the normal operation of school, including discussions of how extracurricular activities can be brought online very quickly in the fall. Again, more will come out, I assume, over the summer from an education standpoint around that. But that is good news as well, because for most of the time when students have been in school over the last year, it has been without those extracurricular activities, which are also a very rich part of the educational experience. So two things that were announced today while we've been meeting for your information. A couple things on a more local basis, just to share with you, and one of those is that you have heard as the province has been talking about their reopening plans, that there are dates attached to when certain activities can start up again in our community. And one of those is the opening of outdoor pools, which can happen in that first step of reopening. We just wanted to let you know that at the City of Hamilton, for operational reasons and staffing reasons, we will continue to open our outdoor pools on the normal schedule that we have done for years and years in this community. So our outdoor pools are scheduled to open on June the 28th. And where possible, we're going to look at extending hours from previous summers to accommodate length swimming within our outdoor pools and older adult swimming as well. We'll also open our one wading pool on June the 28th. On July 5th, it is our intention to open 4 wading pools with weekend hours. We're going to open our 7 day camp locations and our Soupy Park program, which will operate a combination of drop-in and reservation-based programming from 11 a.m. till 3 p.m. daily. We'll also be launching some new summer sessions of our virtual programming. Many families may choose still to engage through a virtual way, and those will have programming for not only young people and families, but also for older adults and individuals with special needs. And so as you move through the late part of June and into July, we will have lots more recreation opportunities available, and more than we had in 2020, and that's a real credit to our recreation folk. So the real leave behind today for you as council is that people may say, because it is allowed under the provincial regulations for outdoor pools to open as soon as we move into step 1 at the City of Hamilton operationally, that will happen on June the 28th, regardless of when the province of Ontario moves into that step 1. Just for some background, we'll be recruiting over 200 seasonal staff to support the operations and recreation. 130 of those will be working our camps or SUPI programs. About 50 will be supporting cleaning at outdoor pools. And then we'll have smaller numbers, less than 20, working in our golf operations as well as our wading pool operations, because we do staff those wading pools. There are also 3 outdoor pools or wading pools that will not be open in 2021 because of planned construction, and those include Parkdale Outdoor Pool. It's a major refurbishment of the pool. This has been planned, and the new pool house that is to be constructed, so that pool will not open. Andy Warburton Memorial Park Wading Pool is closed for construction in 2021. It's a major refurbishment of that park, wading pool, and splash pad. And the Kinsman Park Wading Pool and the Beach Boulevard area is undergoing some significant concrete repair and painting, and it's being reviewed at the moment, and the work is actually going to be undertaken in potentially in future years, but it will be closed in 2021. All the information about our programs for the public is available on our website, and there still are a few spaces available in our camps, and also the information will be available starting June 14th on how people can get access to our virtual programs and start to look at some of our other schedules and for the SUPI program and our outdoor pool. That'll all come about June 14th to June 17th. We'll start getting that information up and going. So there will be lots of activity from a city staff perspective in getting more of those recreation facilities up and going. And we will also be prepared to open indoor pools when those are available to our community through the provincial reopening schedule and any indoor recreation programs that we can offer, again, when it's safe to do so and they happen as part of the province's reopening plans. So those are the major pieces that I think will be of interest from a city services perspective. The rest of the pieces we have are in place and we'll continue to monitor. We will, as we again, indoor programming becomes available, we will look at reopening either appointment-based or walk-in based services at our municipal service centers in City Hall. But at this stage, again, those remain closed, and online and on the phone opportunities are available to folks. And I don't expect that we'll be looking at some of those in-person pieces happening until we get into the actual summer months, into July and into August, and step 2 and step 3 of the province's reopening plan. But slowly, we will start to reopen services. Slowly, we will start to have more in-person services and indoor options available for people as we move through this summertime of activity. So that is good news in many ways for us. And other pieces of good news, of course, are that we continue to have lots of activity on the vaccine front. And while Dr. Richardson obviously would provide you with much more fulsome data, we're inching ever closer to about 2/3 of the population here in Hamilton having received at least 1 dose. We are over 10% of our young people receiving their first dose, and that is even before we have the dedicated sessions for young people and their families in the middle part of June. So all of that activity continues to move forward. And today I've learned that we're going to be opening up a number of pop-up clinics for second dose opportunities within the community as well. And so you'll hear some more information about that. We are confirming with staff that the facilities can be opened and operated at the dates that we're looking at, but all in an exercise to ensure there is the access available for folks with vaccine issues. And I think, in the interest of time today, I'll leave it at that. Those were the kind of key takeaways from what the province was announcing today, and what we wanted to announce from a staff perspective in terms of what you can expect from city operations. And as I say, there will be lots of questions coming from the community to you about when can we know what the numbers of gathering can be? When will we know how many people we can sign up for our camps? When will we know? And the answer to those questions right now is we don't know. So the last piece I'll leave you with is that we continue to push for some clarity on some key issues. Right now, we don't know what the threshold limits or restrictions will be on the use of sports fields. We don't know what the limits will be in terms of outdoor performances, which are going to be allowed in certain steps as we move forward. And I know that that is challenging for those that run businesses that rely on registrations and the size of people that they can accommodate. I get it. How many people can we register is a question I got yesterday from one of our private sector recreation operators. And I felt bad, but the answer back is, I just don't know. And we don't know, not because we don't want to share. We don't know because we don't know ourselves, and the province hasn't been clear with that yet. So we hope those will come out soon. Now that the decision has been made on schools, I expect that the province will turn their attention solely into those steps of reopening over the next couple of months, and we'll get some clarity for the community. Because as we know, as we move into step 2 and 3, there are opportunities for outdoor performances. There are opportunities for indoor recreation action to take place. And I know that our community will want to take advantage of that with the proper restrictions and the proper protections in place. And as I always do, leave you and our community with the plea, 2 things. One is, if you haven't been vaccinated, do everything you need to do to prepare yourself and look at the information so that you can make that decision to go and get vaccinated. We need you to, and we need to get those vaccination numbers up. And the second piece is, please continue to follow those basic public health guidelines. Wear a mask when you cannot be distanced from other people who you don't live with. Keep your distance in general. Practice good hand hygiene, and please avoid the gatherings at this stage in an indoor capacity. And please respect the fact that the outdoor gatherings with people who you don't live with should be capped at no more than 5 people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General Manager. So on the speakers list, I have Councillors Collins, Jackson, and Clark. Councillor Collins?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Terrific. Thank you. Through you to Paul. Paul, as you're well aware, my ward is now a temporary home to a good portion of Hamilton's homeless population. Many of them are staying on Centennial Parkway in a hotel. And I guess the question I would have right now is, how are we doing with the vaccination rates with our homeless population? And at what pace do we see the population, once vaccinated, heading back into a traditional congregate setting where services are provided, and that is mostly in the lower city, closer to the downtown?
So through the chair, a good foreshadowing of a report that hits Emergency and Community Services tomorrow afternoon, where we lay out a comprehensive transition plan around these temporary facilities that have been set up. Some of this can start to happen over the coming months, but some of it is going to take us a little bit longer. The good news is the vaccine program continues to work along. We have about 425 homeless individuals within the system who have received at least the first dose. We're actually setting up second dose clinics that will happen in June. And we continue to have a vaccine program that supports the shelters, essentially when they have a number which would allow us to open a vial and not waste any doses. When they gather a number of people who are eligible for their vaccine, we have vaccinators that go in and do that on a more ad hoc basis. And then we will have some clinics that will continue. And that really is an important piece. I certainly have been indicating to our shelter group, our housing services staff, and our shelter partners that my hope would be that we could get to levels of vaccination within the individuals who access the shelter system, that we get those levels up to where long-term care is, that it's a high degree of vaccine uptake within that population. And we'll certainly set those goals and hope to achieve them. And then over time, it is about reducing the number of people who are in those temporary accommodations and finding ways that they can safely move back to our existing and traditional shelter system. But need to be clear today, and you'll hear more of this tomorrow at Emergency and Community Services, that this will take time. This is not an on-off switch in terms of our ability to move people into either permanent housing or into the more traditional shelter system. And so we will work at this over time. Essentially what's happened is we've seen an increase in the amount of time people are spending in shelters, and that's because many of the staff have been redeployed to general shelter work, and we don't have as many people working on housing placement. But in actual fact, from a unique individual perspective, we've actually seen fewer people accessing the shelter system over the last year. And so it's important to recognize that while we have many more spaces available to people in the shelter system today, that does not mean that homelessness overall has grown by an exponential amount. It is an issue around length of stay and our ability to move people to permanent housing. But there are a couple of things along the way that we need to accommodate in a more long-term basis. One of those, for instance, is our ability to properly shelter couples, which we've struggled with in our shelter system for years. And through the pandemic, we found some solutions, and we want to make sure that those are in place as we go forward. Otherwise, we would be providing barriers to people accessing shelters. So you will see a slow and steady decline over the coming months as we ramp up our work to place people in permanent housing and reduce the amount of burden that's on our temporary facilities, with the hope of obviously as soon as possible closing down those temporary facilities and moving back to our traditional shelter system.
Thank you, Paul. And I certainly didn't mean to scoop the report that's going to committee. I'll definitely try to attend to hear more about the plan that we have in place. Just one last question. You mentioned 425 of our homeless population have received their first shot. Do you know the percentage of the population then that represents?
Through the chair, no, I don't. The denominator on this is a difficult one for us to look at. So we've been going with the gross numbers at the moment and then trying to get a handle on what that denominator would look like so we could translate it into a percentage. But that's rather than giving a false sense of the percentage, we're working at that. And but at this time, giving sort of the raw numbers of what it is. But that's good from a system perspective. We're pleased with the early start to this, and we just need to keep on rolling with it.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Farr, I see you're back. Are you able to take over?
Yeah, and thanks again, Councillor Danko. Appreciate you stepping in. And so the speakers list continues, and Councillor Jackson is next.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Farr. Paul, thank you. Every little bit of news that you're bringing us is inching in the right direction of the community, our citizenry, just being able to once again flex our muscles and do more as we've done prior to the pandemic. So I'm taking every little step in a promising way. Just two quick questions. Paul, as you know, one of the industries typically in our community employs about 30,000 people on a regular basis in the hospitality industry. A number of the restaurateurs, again, in my area, who enjoyed expanded patios last year with council support, are asking me again when. They're still open for pickup and takeout. They're hanging in there. Any update, any promising update at all? Deputy Mayor Farr, through you to the General Manager.
So through the Deputy Mayor, outdoor dining, patio dining is part of the step one reopening. So I know there is much anticipation about whether that June 14th notional date that's there now will be moved up. And the answer to that is I don't know. I don't know whether it'll be the 14th or whether it'll be earlier. We hope and hope and hope it won't be later, but none of the numbers should seem to indicate that this would be pushed off. So I think in a worst case scenario, planning for around the June the 14th is a good idea. It could happen sooner, and we'll continue to watch, as I know the business community will continue to watch what is signaled out of the Premier's office. I do know, and you heard it today from the Premier, that they are waiting to make sure that we see the effect of the holiday weekend. And as you know, with the virus progression, you need a series of days to see if there's an impact from a holiday weekend where people might have been gathering and there might have been some spread. And assuming we make it through that fairly unscathed, there may actually, we've hit all the other thresholds in terms of looking at the chance to move to step one. So it could very well be earlier than that, but that is simply parroting what the Premier said today, but it could also be that June the 14th. So that's the beginning of it. And then as we move through step two and step three, more opportunities for dining and more opportunities for then indoor dining as we move forward through the course of the summer. And again, it'll move fairly quickly. It was one of the comments I made earlier this week, is that the good news is about these steps and why I'd really encourage people to take the step that's in front. Don't push the envelope. Don't try and get around anything else. These steps, once we get into them, will be about 7 weeks of activity, and then we'll be through all the steps, and we'll be into, you know, looking at larger gatherings outdoors, larger gathering indoors, and more ability to do things. So I think as we start to move through these, if we can just stick to the rules that are in place, let the 21 days in between go, and then move into the next steps, we'll see a very good back end of the summer from a restaurant perspective. And the other thing that will start to open is retail. Initially at a very constrained level in terms of the number of people that can be in a store in any particular time. But again, the good news is we will be back to non-essential retail opening, and then that outdoor patio, and then last but not least, as we head into the later part of the summer, indoor dining as well.
So, General Manager Johnson, listening very carefully to the restaurateurs in my ward between now, June 2nd, and hopefully no later than June 14th, we are hoping to hear we're in step 1 and the patios can open. Have I heard that accurately with hope through you, Deputy Mayor Farr?
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And secondly, Paul, why is it still that a facility, a city-owned facility like the Ray Lewis Track and Field, outdoor, couple of acres, a few runners, and a couple of acres going around, probably the best city-owned track in the city of Hamilton. Why is that still closed, and when will that be open? Through you, Deputy Mayor Farr, and that's my last question.
So through the Deputy Mayor, we've taken the approach, and that is backed up by where we've been with the regulations, that the last few weeks have been about opening those public amenities that are open to the public regularly. And some of the courts that are within those parks and other areas. The Ray Lewis Track fits into a bit of a more elite training facility. It will open very soon. We're going to have the opportunity again in step 1 for there to be training, no games, no team activities, but the training can get back in operation. And so again, that's the kind of sort of timing we're looking at this stage. Because it's a very controlled facility, we'd essentially be allowing more elite athletes and more training to take place. And that's really not something that we wanted to do under the stay-at-home order, but we'll get prepared as we move towards step 1 to reopen that type of facility.
You've raised my comfort level, very encouraging, and I know the Hamilton Olympic Club and other athlete types will enjoy when that is reopened. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Farr.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear
Hello?
you great. Yep,
Perfect.
we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was recently advised or told that city staff blocked companies from providing private pool testing. That previously most of these companies had boxes and forms for customers to drop off water samples outside of the building, and then the company emailed or called the customer with the results so that they could treat their pools with the chemicals. I'm trying to understand if this is correct, and if it is, why would we be doing that?
So through the Deputy Mayor, I wasn't made aware of that, so I'll have to take that offline and provide you with an answer on that, Councillor. Sorry.
I appreciate that, because there are risks with these chemicals. If the balance is off and kids get into those pools, now it's too cold right now, that's for sure. But at some point they'll be
not for long.
Yeah, we know what kids are like. They'll jump in when it's 50 degrees. So if you could get back to me on that, I would appreciate it, and I can get back to the store operators in my ward. The other question that I have, and it's more of a concern, the ban on evictions has been lifted. And there's no indication from the province that they're going to extend that ban. And so I'm worried about all of the tenants who lost their job or were laid off and couldn't pay the rent, and their landlords chose not to apply to the federal government for the subsidy. Those tenants will find themselves quickly before the Landlord-Tenant Board for eviction. Do we have any idea how significant that might be in Hamilton? And if not, is there a way that we can find out?
So through the Deputy Mayor, we haven't been able to quantify it in a way that would say that here is a fairly scientific approach to it. Certainly anecdotally, we're hearing that there's a lot of pent-up activity that is set to move forward. and we have to not all threatened activity does move forward. So it's hard to say. We've heard a lot of people say there's this many there, but until they actually take the steps, sometimes they will find a resolution and what have you. So we're very concerned about it. I mean, the reality is the lifting of the ban on evictions, it's unlikely that we'll head back to that. All indications are now that to have a wave come through that will cause us to have another stay-at-home order, those types of things, which would trigger that type of regulation to be in effect. The chances of that are very slim. So we're now into the phase where over the next number of months, we're going to see the impact of that. Council was supportive, and we have provided $500,000 in additional funding to the rent bank at the Housing Help Center. And so in terms of providing some relief and an opportunity for those who may need a loan in order to bridge some of that's there. But if the numbers are where we think they could be, obviously that's not going to be enough. So the short answer is we're trying to monitor and figure out how best to understand the size and scope of this. And that's one element of it. And then we have other elements of our social assistance caseloads as well, because they are artificially low at the moment. And we expect those to rise as well, and all the issues that come with some of those things too. So we're concerned about some of what's going to happen, and I know that doesn't answer your question about what's the quantum look like, but we'll continue to try and sort that out as we see what happens in the next few weeks and give you some sense of what the order of magnitude looks like.
I appreciate that, because you articulating your concern has now heightened my concern. So if you could just keep us informed in terms of where the numbers are going, and I'm not sure, I guess going through the Housing Help Center, they can provide some input for us. I'm just worried that we're going to see a significant jump in the homelessness or couch jumping or couch surfing as they call it. So I'm a little bit worried about where we are and what's coming around the corner over the next 2 months or so. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nan.
Oh, thank you. Welcome back, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Thank you, General Manager, for that update. Will Council be able to receive a written update on the vaccine rollout, since Dr. Richardson was obviously immersed in the work for today's update?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure whether one was planned, but there certainly, I think, will be one this week. Just as I say, seeing a bit of the traffic around some of the pop-ups that are being planned, and more information coming forward. If it's not today, I expect that you'll get one in the next day or so, and I'll feed back to Dr. Richardson a desire, but I'm sure you'll get one soon.
Thank you. No, I can appreciate that through you. It's we are getting a lot of questions already around second dose clinics and hotspots, second dose pop-up clinics as it relates to Perkins and Restoration House as well. So thank you for that. Also still seeing a lot of unmasked children and parents using our playground structures in every park across the ward is being reported in. Parents feeling really, really uncomfortable that far too many children are playing too close together without masks, and there seems to be another decline, except for some of the neighborhood parks where the culture has been established by the community of users, I think, when it comes to facilities like Gage Park, and I also understand the same to be true down in Ward 2 at Bayfront Park, getting some feedback that whatever the city can do to help message would be useful, and just monitor the social media pages from the city. And we haven't had a notice go up since we've been discussing this as regular updates at GIC in terms of the need to push that message out. So parents are looking for support from the city to get that message out instead of continuing to have awkward conversations or turning away with disappointed children from the play structures.
Through the Deputy Mayor, thanks for that feedback, and we will continue to do that. We are going to be in a very challenging time, particularly with news from other jurisdictions, including the United States, that there are other mask guidance things that are coming, and so you do read news reports about what is happening in other parts of the of North America around mask use, and I think some of that's percolating in here as well. There is no change to the guidance that we're receiving here in Hamilton by our local medical officer of health or through the province, through the chief medical officer of health. And that is that, you know, in most circumstances, when you're out, whether it's outside or indoors, unless you can guarantee that you're going to keep at all times that 2 meter distance, you really should be wearing a mask. The signs are still up on our playground structures. We did not remove the masking signs. And just a reminder that we do have the city council did pass a physical distancing bylaw, so it is still we can still lay a penalty charge for not maintaining that distance, and that's why we want people to wear masks, is because when you come within that 2 meter distance. So we'd rather not hand out the fines. We'd rather just people do the right thing. And I appreciate the feedback, and I'll talk to our communications folks about continuing to push that message as we move forward in this pandemic.
Thank you, General Manager, through you. And then last question was, you had mentioned earlier that it might be a more appropriate question for Dr. Richardson, and if that's the case, just let me know. Wanted to hear if there was any other further updates around apartments, vaccine support, vaccine awareness support to avoid apartment outbreaks. In Ward 3, we launched a campaign and are working closely with public health to make sure that messaging is out. We've contacted every property manager that owns multiple apartment buildings that are mid to high rise. They were eager to work with us to get the information out through direct contact to their tenants. So they're doing that through the email channel that they have established with their tenants, if that's their regular communication, and or posting it in their common areas, and or actually putting it into their mailboxes directly as a flyer to every single household in their apartment building. Previously, there was mention about doing something similarly, working with the Apartment Buildings Association or something like that. Just wondering if there's any updates on that. Thank you. And that's the last question.
To the Deputy Mayor, I don't have an update on that, so I'll pass that on to Dr. Richardson as well, and maybe she can add that into her updates that are going out to Council.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Similarly, I was going to ask for an update on any outbreaks at apartments. So thank you to Councillor Nan. If I could ask two questions, and Paul, I completely understand if you need to pass on them. Are you able to provide an update? Could you help me to explain the role of pharmacies at this point in the vaccination rollout? Are they intentionally being given a more formal role than they maybe had previously? Thank you.
So through the Deputy Mayor, I'll provide some general comments, and I definitely want to follow up with Dr. Richardson, who is in more of the meetings of who's doing what from the vaccine perspective. So I understand that would have been helpful today, because I would say at a general level, what is happening is there is more work occurring to talk about the sustainability of a vaccine program moving forward. The days of having mass vaccination sites and even pop-up clinics, at some point that becomes an unsustainable way to deliver vaccines for the province of Ontario. It's extremely expensive. It uses health human resources that are actually being drawn from primary care and hospitals and our own public health staff. So yes, there is a work happening to do two things. One is look at primary care, and the other is to look at pharmacies. So there is increasing work. Pharmacies are now receiving vaccines outside of just AstraZeneca. They are delivering part of the second dose strategy, and so I think you will see a building of that piece. And the province signaled, even a couple of months ago, that at full build out, they want to use the entire network of pharmacies within communities. There are also great community locations that are quite frankly, very accessible to residents of this community, and many feel comfortable being there. So that's the general state of it. Yes, the short answer is there will be more involvement of pharmacies moving forward, and I expect that that'll be part of the sustainability plan, as are the conversations that are occurring with primary care and how there will be a move to that. I think that may be a little more in the future, but the pharmacies are playing an increased role.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I couldn't agree with you more in terms of the potential. As neighborhood banks have pulled out of neighborhoods, sometimes the last player standing has been local pharmacies, and the good ones have been really effective at developing those trusting relationships. They know their neighborhoods well, they're intentional in their actions, and a lot of them multilingual. So, of course, my pivot was going to be in the subsequent rollout, the ability of those pharmacists to actually set up on site if need be, if outside of a high residential facility. But to that point on high density living, were we able to assess, if I could, the success of the vaccine outreach efforts to the buildings that had previously had an outbreak? And I'm thinking specifically of Rebecca Wellington and 151 Queen. Thank you.
So through the Deputy Mayor, yes, public health have metrics in terms of what occurred and the relative success and also what wasn't working perhaps as operationally smooth as they had hoped. And so I'll have to have Dr. Richardson provide that the more detail to you. But I do know that they look quite closely at what we did, how it happened, and the community partner role in this too, to see what was the effective way that we work together on that. The results of which will come at another time through Dr. Richardson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I am, I'm not focused on a critique, but I am focused on an evaluation of what we can learn from that experience and how it should be informing our actions moving forward. And I know you are too, but an ability to share with this committee would be most helpful. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
And just in response to that, Mr. Deputy Mayor, yeah, we did learn some things that worked well. And the point was it's not always just a critical eye, but there were some things that were just like, wow, that's a lot of effort for limited return. So it was a bit of both as you might expect.
Okay, I think that's it. Paul, I was going to ask you if during the last 6 hours you had a deja vu all over again moment as the former LRT lead. I'm not going to ask that. And I was also thinking to myself during that debate, knowing you were on standby for this, was it easier then for you than it is now? But you don't have to answer that either. I appreciate all the work you do, and I know I speak on behalf of all of council. So we'll have Councillor Wilson move to receive, seconded by Councillor Nan. All in favor? Thanking again, Paul, and all of the staff who've been working very hard on this pandemic locally. The vote is coming up.
And would I please, may I please councillors who are still in attendance but have their videos off to just pop them on for a few minutes so we can confirm quorum, please? I see Mr. Mayor, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm sure we're good there. Thank you. Councillor Marula, are you still here? Councillor Johnson. Okay. Oh, Councillor Marula's there. Thumbs up. Councillor Johnson. Okay. Mark her absent. Vote's closed. Thank you.
All right, on to discussions. Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities report. Need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Mayor Fred Eisenberger. Any discussions on 10-1? Seeing none, all in favor? Carries unanimous, 13-0. Notices of motion, anyone? Seeing none, on to general info and other business. We talked about this on the onset. We need a mover and a seconder to put 13.1 on the floor. That would be the feasibility of creating a tech hub, and it's a change date from May 5 to July 5, and then the farmers market rent relief and governance comparators change the date from June 2 to Aug 9. Moved by Pearson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? Any other, as we await the tally, I'll ask if there's any other items of general info or any other business as we await the vote that is coming next.
Councillor Ferguson's raising his hand.
got a thumbs up and a 13-0. So yeah, items of general info or other business. Councillor Ferguson.
I just am uneasy about going in and talking about the downtown entertainment precinct matter agreement now. I don't know how two monstrous issues got on the same agenda. And history has shown me, at least, we don't make the best decisions when we keep going after 8 hours.
Councillor Ferguson, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Could you turn your video off, please? Sorry, thank you.
I'm just concerned, Mr. Chairman, about us moving forward with discussion on the downtown entertainment precinct after we've debated for 8 hours. I don't know why we would put two monstrous issues on the same agenda, that being LRT and this. This is a 50-year agreement, and we got to get it right. And there's tons, I think it's 9 or 10 appendices on this thing. And I would like to see this deferred until another time. Maybe call a special meeting for it.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
When our minds are all clear.
Okay, so
I'll move it.
through Mr. Deputy Mayor, I need approval from the mayor for a special GIC. So, Mr. Mayor, if you're okay.
Or the next GIC is okay with me too. Yeah, I don't know what
you're going to have the LRT reports come back.
So, okay, Mr. Mayor.
Well, that doesn't make any sense to bring it to the next JIC because that's when the LRT report comes back. So that has no. So I mean, I'm prepared to hear what the staff have to put on the table today. I think that's not a bad thing. I think, and if we need additional time to consider, so I'm not going to support a deferral at this point.
Okay, so Councillor Marula, you got your hand up and you wanted to second a deferral, and then I'll have a quick word too.
Just quickly, Mr. Deputy Mayor, my understanding through you to staff, I'm getting a sense that staff don't have a problem with the deferral. So can I just get a confirmation that would it be okay if we were to defer this, considering we have been here all day? Because I do have to concur with Councillor Ferguson that when we're dealing with issues of this magnitude, it's very important that we're very fresh on the issue. So that's what I'd like to focus in on. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to staff, is this time sensitive? Can we have a special GIC?
Through you, Chair, Jeanette Smith, City Manager here. I'll get Jason Thorne to talk about, or one of his team, on the time sensitivity of this. I'm just looking ahead to the June 16th GIC, and as we're moving into the summer months, I will say it's got some meaty topics as well. We did try to push as much off, because we knew these were two important topics, but there are some other time-sensitive ones coming on the 16th as well. Jason, are you able to speak to the time sensitivity of the in-camera item?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd actually, if I could send that one to Ryan McHugh to respond, he would be the best position to know if there's any time sensitivities.
So thank you, Jason. So through the chair, I think, if it was council's will to do a deferral, I think as staff that would be acceptable. There are some time sensitive items that I can't speak to in open session, but if it was, something that shouldn't be deferred too far into the future, if I can leave it at that.
Through Mr. Deputy Mayor, July 5th is the next regular GIC. Would that be too late?
And through the chair, on the timing, is Norm on? I think he'd be able to be best positioned to speak to that item.
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor, that would be or to the clerk, that will be too late. There are some time sensitive deadlines with respect to this.
Thank you.
Councillor Marula, you still have the floor.
Right. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Madam Clerk, can we find a date? So, what's the drop deadline then? When can we not, with respect to the time sensitivity? What would that deadline be?
Norm or Ryan?
I would have to. Go ahead, Ryan.
So through the chair, preferably to make some of the timing work on some of these items, if this could be in front of a general issues committee before the June 9th council meeting.
What did you? What date is today?
That's cute.
What
Through
date
all
is today?
with all due respect, that's cute. Thanks for sharing that information. We do have, I'm sure I have something else on June the 8th. Let me just check for a date and see if I can, because
How
we
about
do
the
have
7th? The 7th seems like an empty day because
7th,
it's the council week.
Mr. You have 7th, you have the grants, because several councillors weren't able to make it to the other grants subcommittee meeting, and I did not have quorum, Councillor Ferguson.
I see it as
That meeting has been moved to the 7th.
No, it's moved to the 8th.
Now,
Sorry, I might have.
hold on, Councillor Ferguson. We're just.
Let me just open
I
up
can
my
come
other
back to
calendar
you.
here.
Councillor Marula has the floor. It looks like Councillor Jackson
Sorry, it's the
also wants.
8th.
So all I'm trying to determine is if the 8th is the date that we can proceed.
It would be the 7th.
Or the 7th.
Yep.
I'll second that accordingly because I believe Councillor Ferguson has moved that. So at the appropriate time. Is that okay?
I'm just confirming how many days through Mr. Deputy Mayor because I still have 48 hours. I'm fine.
Oh, okay. So we're good?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
That's a special council meeting, just so I'm clear.
Special GIC.
Special GIC, and that is what day of the week?
It's a Monday.
Wow, love Mondays. Councillor Jackson, you look like you're trying to get my attention again.
Deputy Mayor, I'm just in agreement with the mayor. I just think we should at least go in camera. It's 5 o'clock, a couple of hours even to hear what staff have to present. Been working on this precinct, and I just think there may be opportunity. I sense that it's a really, really good news story that hopefully most of us can get behind. So I don't want to defer this next week because it's going to jam up next week. So staff are prepared today. You're hearing time sensitive before not too long. So I'd rather at least go in camera. They're prepared. Hear what they've got to say. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I believe there's an agenda review for audit and finance on the Monday. I have another meeting later in the day, and I have a personal meeting to attend, so I may not even be able to make it for the 7th. I agree. I think we can go ahead if we can, staff can condense the presentation as best as possible. I'm prepared to continue today, but I do have a couple of important calls to make too. So before 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, alternatively, after you come out of closed session, if you still need an additional meeting, we could also do one. I know councillors don't like Fridays, but we could do it on Friday, June the 11th, and then it would go to council on the 23rd.
Okay, so right now we're discussing just the deferral that has the date June 7th, but I'll just pass the chair real quick to Councillor Danko. Yeah, I'm out of the greatest respect for the seconder of this deferral motion, I'm actually a bit surprised, but he is the architect of what is before us. I'm of the like mind of the previous speaker. I've, being downtown, I can assure you that there's a very informative yet brief presentation that's going to open this discussion in closed session. And I think a lot of people's fears of going yard till midnight tonight will be alleviated once you see that. That's all I'll say to that. But I can't support the deferral. And again, I had a great respect for Councilor Marula, who I thought would be giddy and anxious to get this.
I am, but I don't want to. I am, but I don't want to get in a situation where we're going to jeopardize it because people are going to get testy. That's all. I've been there, done it. I have a few T-shirts, and I don't want to go there. So that's why I wanted to do what I wanted to do. Thanks.
And again, out of respect for not only you being the architect of what's before us, but the ability, uncanny ability to recognize when things can get testy. But I'd like to at least get that presentation. Maybe we go in closed session and find that, oh yeah, forget this. Let's pick a date. But at least, in a few minutes, let Ryan do that presentation. So that's where I stand on that. I'll pass the chair. I'll take the chair back, Councillor Danko. Anybody else on the deferral? Okay, so we'll put the vote on the floor. And sorry, staff, our clerk Stephanie
Yes.
Caparella, you hinted at a June 11th date, but my understanding was that due to the time sensitivity, it has to be the Monday the 7th, right? So can I get clarity then, just from Ryan again, or sorry, Norm, who said
Yes.
there was?
Mr.
Yeah,
Deputy Mayor, can I interrupt for a moment? If we're going to get assurance that if everyone's read the report and there's not going to be any earth-shattering problems going into the in-camera, then I have no problem going in camera. But if we're going to get to this protracted 8-hour period of going after each other on very minute issues, I don't want to do that. So everyone think before they act. So listen, I'll even withdraw my second of this motion if you just think beyond this vote. Thank you.
All right. I think I heard a withdrawal, Councillor Ferguson. So if you want to still stick with
My
your
only
deferral.
concern is I don't want to make a stupid decision that's going to haunt us for 50 years because we're all tired.
When have you ever made a stupid decision? So let's
When
just
have we?
vote on.
Don't we start talking about those?
No, don't. Let's stick with the 7th. Let's stick
I'm
with
getting
the
testy,
deferral.
okay?
Oh, Sam recognized that. All in favor of a deferral?
Question. Let's go.
Oh, we're calling it.
Texty now, just debating this thing.
I heard that Councillor Marula withdraw his seconder.
Okay, so you need another seconder.
Yes.
I'll withdraw the darn thing.
Okay.
Oh, I was just going to second your motion.
Oh, thank you. Let's go in camera then, folks. I got to read the script for that.
You're going to approve the closed session minutes first, please.
And that's moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Pearson, moving the closed session minutes. All in favor? Okay. Now I need a mover and a second to move into closed session. That passed, by the way.
No, it hasn't yet. The vote hasn't closed. And Councillor Nan, please. I know you are.
Nan.
Thank you.
Okay, that's a massive thumb up. 13-0. It passes. Mover and a seconder to move into closed session respectively pursuant to section 9.1, subsection C and K of our procedural bylaw 21-021 and section 239, subsection 2, subsection C and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 is amended as the subject matter pertains to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. And we need an electronic vote. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Farr. All in favor? And while we wait for the tally, if we're going into camera, members of the public, I'll tell you that the meeting's going to continue following our closed session portion of the meeting when you see the members of council rejoining the meeting. And the tally on the vote to go into
Councillor
camera.
Nan, please. Sorry. Thumbs
That's
up.
a
Sorry.
thumbs up
Thank
from
you.
Councillor Nan. Is 12-0 and 1 abstained.
She had a conflict.
Oh, that's
I
right.
had a
Sorry, I
conflict.
thought it was a joke vote there.
No.
Okay, that's a very serious. Okay, reminder all members of committee. We want to ensure that when we move into camera, you go into that in-camera portion of your e-scribe before we move into closed. I'm going to ask that all members of the public please now exit the WebEx meeting, as well as any staff, of course, not directly related to 14.2. We'll ask you to exit the WebEx meeting as well. The clerk will let us know when we are in closed session for a short time. Yeah. Move into your open session e-scribe, everyone.
Okay, you're good to go.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I am seeking Councillor Sam Marula to move the following, and I would be honored to be his seconder. And this is the motion. Regarding 14.2 Downtown Entertainment Precinct's Master Agreement. A, that the master agreement for the Downtown Entertainment Precinct assets based substantially on the terms and conditions outlined in Appendix A, attached to Report PED 18168, parentheses G, and such other terms and conditions deemed appropriate by the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development Department in consultation with the General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services Department and in a form satisfactory to the City Solicitor, be approved. And B, that staff be authorized and directed to negotiate any agreements required to fulfill the objectives of the master agreement based substantially on the terms and conditions outlined in Appendix A, attached to Report PED 18168, parentheses G, and such other terms and conditions deemed appropriate by the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development Department in consultation with the General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services Department and in a form satisfactory to our City Solicitor. C, all costs related to completion of any agreements required to fulfill the objectives of the master agreement to be funded to an upset limit of $500K from the HEF Annual Capital Program Project ID account number 3722. 3722-14805. Steph, your mic's on. As a source of funding for any technical due diligence and expertise necessary to complete any agreements to be approved. D, that the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development Department or their designate acting on behalf of the city be authorized and directed to provide any requisite consents, approvals, and notices related to the administration of any leases or any other agreements, including those necessary for any applications for land use approvals or works contemplated in the master agreement for the Downtown Entertainment Precinct assets. E, that the City Solicitor be authorized and directed to take all necessary actions to complete the master agreement and any other agreements required to fulfill the objectives of the master agreement for the Downtown Entertainment Precinct assets, including, without limitation, paying any necessary expenses, amending closing and other dates, conducting appropriate due diligence, and amending and waiving terms and conditions as deemed reasonable. F, that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized and directed to execute the master agreement and any related agreements and ancillary documents for the Downtown Entertainment Precinct assets, all in a form acceptable to our city solicitor. G, that staff be directed to report back to the GIC as part of the 2022 budget process on any operating budget, capital budget, and organizational changes required as a result of the implementation of the master agreement and any related agreements and ancillary documents. H, that staff be authorized and directed to draft municipal capital facility agreement bylaws with respect to each of the First Ontario Centre, First Ontario Concert Hall, and the Hamilton Convention Centre to be put forward to General Issues Committee for approval. I, that staff be directed to incorporate the extended tax increment grant program or, quote, Downtown Entertainment Precinct Advancement Program, end quote, detailed in Appendix B to Report PED 18168, parentheses G, as part of staff's preparation for the Revitalizing Hamilton's Commercial District's Community Improvement Plan bylaw and be brought forward to Planning Committee for a statutory public meeting in accordance with Section 17, parentheses 15, parentheses D of the Planning Act. And J, that staff be authorized and directed to develop and carry out a communication strategy to appropriately advise the public on pertinent aspects of this master agreement. K, that the direction provided to staff in closed session respecting Report PED 18168, parentheses G, Downtown Entertainment Precinct Master Agreement be approved. L, that upon approval by council, the direction provided to staff in closed session respecting this report, Downtown Entertainment Precinct Master Agreement, be publicly released. And finally, M, that report PED 18168, parentheses G, respecting the Downtown Entertainment Precinct status update and its appendices remain confidential and not be released as a public document. So we need a electronic vote, and Farr, the seconder. Anybody want to speak to this? Or, and of course, no, we're ready to vote.
I approve. It's not coming up.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank
my My VPN's kicked out, so I'm voting thumbs up.
Okay, we got a thumbs up from Councillor Johnson, a thumbs up from Councillor Pearson. And that's it. And the rest can vote
I need
electronically.
Councillor Jackson.
Where's
Okay.
Councillor Jackson? I don't see
No,
him.
he voted. Thank you. Councillor Collins and Clark. Councillor Collins stepped out. Councillor Clark, I see 2 thumbs up. Thank you.
Oh, okay. And it carries 11-0 with 1 abstention. Thank you, everybody. Who wants to adjourn? Councillor Marula and Councillor Pauls. All in favor? Has to be electronic.
Ooh, hang on.
Good luck to Councillor Johnson on her nomination tonight. I hope she wins.
I'm not. It's the Pandemic Hero Awards, and we've nominated, and they're all getting awards, so it's wonderful.
Oh, I thought it was an acting thing.
Oh no, I got that yesterday.
Oh, okay. Bye, everybody. I get
Just
help
love GIC.
Deputy Mayor, tough meeting, Deputy Mayor. Well done. Very well done.
Well, thank you.
Excellent job, Jason. Excellent job. Thank you.
Wow.